One smile at a time, hope multiplies. This is the smile that changed the world. A spark of love in every boy and girl. A universal truth, a soul set free. Smiles speak louder than words can be. So lift your head, let your joy unfurl. You've got the smile that can change the world. From DJ beats to global halls, he traded turntables for purpose calls. Books and wisdom, truth on the page, turning life lessons into light for the age. He gave up fame to stand for love, carried his mother with strength from above. Now he's an author, a builder of peace, a walking miracle that won't ever cease. This is the smile that changed the world. A spark of love in every boy and girl. A universal truth, a soul set free. Smile speak louder than words can be. So lift your head, let your joy unfurl. You've got the smile that can change the world. Smiles, seeing miracles in life every second. Even in struggle, joy is the weapon. Peace is the mission, love is the key. If you're breathing, you've got purpose to be. This is the smile that changed the world. You carry the light, let it be unfurled. No title needed, no gold, no pearls. Just show your heart and change the world. Dr. Smiley walks where hope is hurled, reminding us all we can change the world.
The next chapter will be great because I know the author.
I'm ready. Brian.
How's it going? How's it going? It's good to see you again.
Great. It's doing really good. Hey, you're right on. So I'm going to go ahead and just let you be you and explain better than I can.
I love this. I love this. You bring colors and you bring energy, and that always makes somebody smile. Always.
You're the best. I've always liked you the best. I don't care what they say behind your back.
The rumors are true.
I'll start the timer.
Absolutely not true. My name's Brian Tarr, and some of my heritage is back in Scotland. My brother actually found out that my last name, Tarr, is of the knoll, of the higher ground, and we actually have this thing, a tartan colors. I never knew that. So that's some of my heritage. But a little bit more about me is that I'm a person who believes that how we do one thing is how we do everything, and that we are all absolutely connected. I was in a coffee shop and doing my work and doing my thing, and something came out of my peripheral, and I thought, well, who's bothering me right now? And I look up, and it's my friend William. I haven't talked to him about 3 weeks, but I was thinking about him earlier. He saw me, I saw him. He's a brother from another mother, and we hugged. I said, we have got to get together. I got some questions. I want to talk to you. He said, I'm sorry I haven't been connected. Brian, let's get together Friday. It's a deal. He walked away and my heart was just lighter. And he comes back and he says, I want to buy you a coffee. I said, fantastic. I said, but I've got to call at 10 o'clock. He says, let's see what we can do. Look, there's no line, Brian. I'm like, okay, let's go. Go order our coffees. And I'm watching. And he says, oh, Brian, it's almost 10 o'clock. Look, I will get your coffee and I'll bring it to you. And I thought for a minute, hold on. I believe that she's making my coffee right now. And I believe that it's going to be ordered right now. And she calls my name, 10 o'clock. I got to go. Just amazing. We call it synchronicity. Maybe, maybe not. So I'm on the call and I'm with my coach and we're talking about life. And I didn't want to bother anybody with my call. So I walked over to a little alcove. And I'm on my alcove and I'm talking and I'm just talking my story. I'm not bothering anybody. There's nobody around. Maybe a guy in a chair over there. Great call. Again, my coach, I've known him for 2 to 3 years, a brother like another mother. We're connecting and we're connected. And so I got up to walk a little bit and about to end the call and I feel a tap on my shoulder. I'm like, I didn't think I was bothering anybody. And I turn around and this guy says, sorry, but I heard you. I overheard you. And I realized this guy was sitting 20 feet from me in a chair. He says, when you think that things aren't working, when you think it's not working and it's not coming about that you want it to in life and you doubt what's happening, I want to tell you, write down how amazing it can be, how wonderful the people are you're going to meet, write it down and give it over to God. And I'm thinking, where did this guy come from? He says, are you on Instagram? Yes, I am. Well, then we need to get connected. Okay. So we connected on Instagram and I said, by the way, my name's Brian. He says, oh, I know, I got to go. I go, no. What's your name? He goes, I'm sorry. My name is Brian. B-R-Y? Yes, B-R-Y-A-N. I'm almost in tears. And this is happening. This is all on a Friday. I go to my favorite restaurant later on. Now I found out Brian is an ex-surfer and he records surf videos that inspire people to share their story. Amazing. And it inspired me. So I go and I'm at a restaurant. I'm talking to the owner. I'm just being myself. And the owner says, do you like wine? Like, yeah, I do. My distributor over here is doing wine tasting. Would you like to join us for wine tasting and food tasting? I'm like, yeah. So the guy that says, well, I love this winery and it's Barrel Winery. It's created by surfers, telling the story of the surfers. I'm just like blown away what's happening. And I asked myself, how did this day come about? And I realized that the first thing that happened was I showed up. I was me. I get better and better every day at being unapologetically, authentically me. And I show up and here's Brian. For good, for worse, for funny, here's Brian. I show up. Then I speak up from my heart. What do I feel? What do I say? Not anything prepared. I just speak from my heart. So when I speak up, it comes from me. And then I listen deep. I notice this. I listen deep to that person. What is their story? And what is their joy in life? And sometimes you have to ask questions to pull it out of them, but then do them the honor of reflecting it back to them. Like I said, Brian, it sounds like you're an ex-surfer. I love surfing. Is surfing your joy? Yeah, but now I'm a filmmaker. You're a filmmaker? That sounds amazing. Do you love that? So you hear how I'm listening deep to Brian, pulling out his story, and I reflect it back. Every time, I can guarantee you, every time I listen deeply and I reflect back what I hear to that person of who they are, what's amazing about them and their joy, the smile they have on their face is priceless. Sometimes almost brings me to tears. How often does somebody hear how amazing they are? How often does somebody hear what joy they love brings joy back to other people? This reaffirms to me that we're all connected, but we're not really connecting in life. And how can we as an individual do that? Clear, I've heard clear is kind, unclear is unkind. So I'm always authentic when I speak. Again, showing up and speaking up. Speak from your heart, be clear and kind. And then I realized that this didn't just happen today. The connection with William, Brian showing up, the owner of the restaurant inviting me to wine and food tasting, we begin to attract who we are becoming. So each day I work a little bit better on being more Brian and more connected. But the one thing that I love that brings smiles to people is listening to their stories, reflecting it back, looking for that beautiful, amazing thing they may not see in themselves and reflecting that back. I hear that you're a mother who deeply cares for her children. That's precious. I hear that you survived some trauma most people couldn't, and you want to help other people. It's just a simple reflection of what I heard, but the smile that comes from that is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. One of the other things that, and I want to make sure to respect the time that I have here and be brief, because Lord knows I can go on, is how we doing?
We're 2 seconds away. And then
All right.
I'm going to take up your time because you said something that's important. What would you like your future self 10 years from now to text you right now?
He'd say, Brian, I know there's a C in life, and sometimes you're not sure, and sometimes you're not don't know where you're going, and you doubt yourself. If you could only see what your life has become, you'd be in tears. I can't tell you what it is, but never stop believing that all you need to be in life is you. Keep being you and watch the adventure, Brian. Love, Brian.
Beautiful. This was amazing. A lot of us, they should watch this over and over again and try to figure out exactly what you were talking about. This is amazing. Thank you so much for being here.
You love it. You love it.
All right, Paula Fellingham is next. Or is she?
I'll stay here and hang with you.
No, they'll edit it. That's
Okay.
why we pay the big bucks to the editors. But I appreciate you. I don't like being alone.
You're
No,
never alone.
that-
You got more people loving you than you could probably understand.
that's the truth, and it's whether we accept that love or not is the real thing. So maybe they'll actually some words of wisdom right here. Maybe they'll edit that back in. Who knows? So yeah, you're spot on though.
Yeah. And I will exit out as soon as we exit out, but that's one of the things. There's too much grief, sorrow. I'm not enough. I don't belong in this world. We lost a good friend because he was doing well, and one day he was gone, took himself out of life. He just couldn't believe how wonderful he was loved and how deeply he was loved. So every chance I get, I'm talking to somebody, I'm like, can I just find some way to tell you you're loved and you're valued?
Smile is the best way. It's universal.
Yeah.
So is Paula here? Because we can keep talking. We can do this all day long. I've known Brian for so long now. We've been good friends for. I just can't even count the minutes. It's been so much. Cut us off whenever you're ready. You can just kick him out, and he won't take offense to it. I've known him for
Not
a
at
long
all.
time.
Not at all.
What's going on here? But if you're not going to kick him out, then we're just going to keep talking and maybe get some extra sound bites. So your future self talked to you. What would you tell your past self when you were like 7 years old?
Oh, okay. Total vulnerability. Brian, it wasn't your fault that your brother was beaten by your stepfather to the point where he was bleeding in his back. It wasn't your fault. Love yourself. You're still loved. You're still Brian. You're going to be safe and you're going to be loved. Find the people that encourage you, Brian. Find the people that you trust. Find the people that keep you safe. Never, ever, ever, ever forget, Brian. You're loved, you're appreciated, and you're valuable in this life. Never forget that. That's what I would tell my 7-year-old self.
Right on. Paula, you're up. As soon as
Hello, hello.
Pick the great guy. We'll start, and I'm just going to let you be you. Uh,
Thank you, Ryan. I loved hearing what you were saying. I was just taking it all in. So, Stephen, go ahead and introduce me, or I'll introduce myself. How's it going to work?
it's I'm just letting people. We only have 8 minutes, so instead of me saying what you already know best, I'm just letting people come in, do your thing, and then I'll ask you a question at the end. So pay attention. There will be a test.
All right. I'm Dr. Paula Noble Fellingham, and I've been so honored to receive awards from the last four presidents of the United States for my global work. I have co-presented over 400 live events for women in 152 nations. I've niched to half the planet, and I've loved my life, and I teach it, and I've been growing women's networks. My beautiful database of women is 234,700,000. And there's a story behind that, how that all came to be. But basically, I've been serving women, teaching women, loving women, learning from women for about 40 years. I'm 76 years young. I have 8 children, and I've written 8 books. So I'd love to share with you today. I'd like to start with a quote by George Bernard Shaw. And he said, "This is the true joy in life, being used for a purpose, recognized by yourself as a mighty one, being a true force of nature instead of a feverish little clod of ailments and grievances, complaining that the world will not devote itself to making you happy." He said, "I want to be thoroughly used up when I die, for the harder I work, the more I live. I rejoice in life for its own sake. Life is no brief candle to me. It's a sort of splendid torch, which I've got to hold up for the moment, and which I want to make it burn as brightly as possible before handing on to future generations." Close quote. I love that. So, as you think and answer that question, what is the true joy in your life? What makes you smile? I've known Ken Rashawn for many, many, many years and loved him, and I love his mission. And what I do is help women live joyfully and have fulfillment and peace in their hearts. So I'd love to share with you, and this is a loving reminder because you may know this, but when the lives of billions of women are improved, what's going to happen? The countless positive effects will include more female leadership worldwide, better education, and more equality for women and girls worldwide, healthier national economies, and this is based on research. The fourth is stronger families. We know this, and I love the last one, greater global peace. So on September 19th, 2023, the Secretary General at the United Nations, his name is Antonio Guterres, he kind of, he talked to all the member states and he said, there are some things that are absolutely not working. I'd like to quote him because it's powerful and it's important for us to know. He said, the international community seems incapable of coming together to respond to a slew of growing challenges. And he further warned that the world is inching closer and closer to a great fracture. It's reform or rupture, close quote. Now we know we live in turmoil right now, lots of chaos. And so many people are overwhelmed and stressed. And I say, don't do that, because what you are in charge of, what you can control, is your reaction to things. And I know this is just a loving reminder because you know this. However, what I did is I decided that we should have a magnificent, massive global alliance of women. Women who are collaborating. Remember, I've niched to half the planet, so I need to say women and our wonderful supportive men. I've been married 54 years to the love of my life, and 3 of those 8 children are boys. So I understand men. And yet I created Women's Global Alliance so that women who are working on the Sustainable Development Goals, which are the goals for the United Nations and the entire world, the biggest goals on the planet, addressing the biggest challenges on the planet, how do we get them to connect, to collaborate, and then to do what? to measure the progress. And that's what we're doing, Women's Global Alliance. I love the opportunity we now have today, that it's so easy, so much easier than it was 40 years ago when I started my global work, because we have all these wonderful, tools with technology to be able to reach out and ask the questions and say, how can we help you? And what are you doing to improve the lives of the world in whatever challenge you're working on? Because there's clean water, there's no poverty, there's gender equality, there's education for all. And they are, if you don't know about this, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, created and agreed on by all the member states at the United Nations. So we're talking about smiles here, right? How awesome would it be if we knew that in every one of these major challenges, there's great progress because people, women, and our wonderful supportive men learn how to connect heart to heart, to collaborate, to help each other, and to move forward in strength because of the collaboration, and then measure the progress so that we can see what's been happening. And that's something that has not happened. So I know I don't have much time left, but I'd love to leave you with another quote and talk about it, because at the end of the day, what is it? And I get this question. They say, Dr. Paula, all these years you've been teaching women. Can you narrow it down to one thing? Well, that's a little impossible, because I teach total life excellence, helping women in every area of their lives, mental, physical, emotional, their relationships, financial. And yet, what is it that at the bottom, the base of all this, is what should motivate us day after day, and what is so important? And it's all about love. I've got it right there. The Beatles had it right. All you need is love. So Mother Teresa said, spread love wherever you go. First of all, in your own home. Give love to your husband, your wife, your children, your next door neighbor. Now, this is my favorite line and my favorite quote. Let no one ever come to you without leaving better and happier. Be the living expression of God's kindness. Kindness in your face, kindness in your smile, kindness in your warm greeting. So to love ourselves, to recognize that we are enough, no matter what, to love others, no matter what. We're all children of a God who loves us and wants us to be happy. I honor all religions, all spiritual beliefs. And I've been with so many magnificent people for so many decades all around the world. And to love ourselves, to love our God, and to love others unconditionally, without saying, well, he believes that, but love no matter what. So spread love wherever you go. That's from Mother Teresa, one of my heroes.
I have one thing.
Stephen?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you can hear me. In one sentence, give us a technique to relax and control our actions. One
All
sentence.
right, I'd love to do that. So my fifth book is called Believe It, Become It, How to Hurdle Barriers and Excel Like Never Before. So when a negative thought comes in, you label it. Works like a big stop sign. And you just say, ooh, that was negative, that was unkind, that was critical, whatever it was. You say that was, and it's not like me. The second step is to replace it. And this is a loving reminder, because we know this, but do we do it? When that negative thought comes in, you say, that was unkind, that wasn't like me. You label it, and then you replace it. If she knew me better, she never would have said that thing about me. I need to become her friend, whatever that replacement is. And then
Right on.
for everyone who regrets things that they did in the back, before, in their lives before, which is all of us,
But
you
we gotta
just
stay on.
say,
So I'm going to have to cut you, but thank you so much. We'll have you on again so we can talk about that specifically, the techniques. Amazing. I really like the control actions thing. That was amazing. That's what I got out of it. There was a ton of stuff, but that's what I picked.
all right,
So
thank you,
so much.
Stephen.
Have
Appreciate
a
it.
happy and successful rest of your day. We'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Jesse, bring it. Hey, Jesse. Everybody, Jesse is kind of a dynamic leader, author, a community servant. you know, his career spans all over the place. He's in global leadership, you know. So what I can say about him is he's also served volunteer engagements with American Red Cross, and he inspires people. And he is an author of a Greeting Happy People. Kind of a cool thing to be here, right? So Jesse, you know, shares his uplifting wisdom. He reflects his lifelong commitments to positivity, leadership, and most of all, godlike service. So give it to us, Jesse. I'm going to let you go.
Thank you very much. 40 years ago, I remember a time when I was a little kid. When I was a little kid, I went through the most negative feeling that I could ever go through, and that is bullying. I've been called many names. I've been teased. I've been picked on. I went through different types of abuses, which is mental and physical abuse. And I thought that no one's going to listen to me. No one's going to care for me. I thought I was nothing. I thought I was hopeless. I thought I was a loser. And there was one point, there was one pivot that allowed me to see another different angle that tells me that I'm not worthless. I'm not hopeless. I'm not a loser. And that is what I'm here to discuss today. If you know someone who is being bullied or facing some type of certain troubles, I would recommend that you focus on the 3 letters that could make a big difference for that one person that think that they're on their edge. And those 3 letters are P-A-L. That's right, PAL. And I'll briefly go over the different meanings of P, A, and L, and I'll give you more hopefulness and more positivity, and definitely let you know that being a PAL and going through the PAL method is not bad at all. First and foremost, let's start with the P. The P is all about presence. If you see someone that's in trouble or someone that's facing some serious issues and someone that has a negative thing about themselves, be present for them. Be there for them. Because my experience, when I was bullied, I felt alone. I felt hopeless. I felt that no one was going to be there for me. Luckily, there are some people that gave me some good presence, and they were there with their presence and let them know that they're here. They're here to talk it out. They're here to help it out. They're here to be there and actually turn the ship around from hopeless to hopeful. You'd be very interesting and very surprised at a difference that the P and presence would be. Let's face it this way. If there's someone out there that is down in the dumps, that is in bad shape, just being there for that person in presence can actually make a big difference and could be a huge game changer for the person that is there. Now, the A in PAL is all about affirmation. Affirmation is, instead of speaking negativity into the person, it's all about speaking life into the person, speaking positivity in person. Let a person know that if one person says that you can't do it, that you're too nerdy, you're too geeky, you're too corny, you're too this, you're too that, there's another person that will speak affirmation into you and say, you got this. You can do this. You're amazing. You're fantastic. You are not hopeless. You're not a loser. You're a winner. And I believe that you can do it. And if things don't go wrong, if things do go wrong, that's okay, because you're still a winner in my book. Speaking good, positive, genuine affirmation could let that person know that, you know what, life isn't that bad. Maybe I can do it. Maybe I can be that person that's right there. And if you focus on that A and PAL, then you basically give affirmations to that person and let the person know that, hey, it's not that bad. You're basically bringing life into the person. And the L in PAL is all about listening. Being bullied, I thought that no one would listen to me. But luckily, there were teachers, there were friends, and there were people that I was able to run across that would listen to different problems that I've had. And given a chance to listen to people's problems and worries and troubles, that can make a huge difference. Once you're able to listen to somebody and be a part of a certain type of program where you basically listen to their problems or issues, they can not only give you a chance to just hear what they're going through, but you can actually have a chance to solve different problems for them with what they have. And the more you listen to them, the more you'll be able to understand them. And the more you'll be able to understand them, the more you're able to connect to them. And when you're able to connect to them, then that is a win-win situation on listening. Now, when I think about the PAL system of being present, affirmation, and listening, I do my best to focus on what I can do to be in the present and give some positivity and actually listen to the person. Whether it is with the Red Cross, whether it is at my workplace as an engineer, whether it is for Toastmasters International, a communication organization that I've been a part of for 20 plus years. I'm here to let you know that with positivity, you can actually make a big difference in someone's life. While other people are out there in the world will give you all the negativity and all the despair and all the draining energy that could just take a person down, be that person that could actually be a pal. And if you're able to be a pal to somebody, you never know what that person would be able to do with a pal system. Just think about it this way. Back then, I thought that I have nothing going on for me. But thanks to a couple of people that implemented the PAL system, I've realized that I have more to offer and more to give. Without the PAL system, I would not be a global leader. Without the PAL system, I would not be able to write my book, Green's Happy People. And without the PAL system, I would not be able to volunteer for organizations like the Red Cross. So anybody out there, if you are listening to this, if you're watching this, if you know anyone that is down, that is despair, that think that all hope is lost, please do what I would like to tell you to do and just be a pal for that person. And the moment you're a pal for that person, you could actually gain a friend for life. If it works for myself as a person who was bullied as a kid, it could work for the next person that you see that is down in the dumps. So focus on being that pal. Be present for the person. Affirm the person. Give affirmations and actually be the person that's going to listen. And you too can be a pal the same way I can be a pal as well. Thank you. Back to you, Stephen.
Hey, my friend, real quick, what I got out of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the more you listen, the more you help. And
Yes.
because then you understand that person, and then you can give your wisdom if they need it. But you don't even know if you don't listen. And most people just jump right in. I'm a sinner on this too. Jump right in and try to help, but I haven't listened to the person. This was brilliant. This is brilliant. You've heard it a billion times, 2 ears, 1 mouth. And there's our timer. You are amazing. I hope that, I don't even hope, I know you're going to continue to do great things. So Mitzi's next. And thank you so, so much for being on.
Thank you. Take care.
Yes, sir. You too. Mitzi.
She's here. Can you unmute yourself and open your camera?
Bottom left, both of them. Audio and video.
Yeah, I'm just asking her.
I know, I was telling her if she's able to hear, telling her where it was. She might be away from the mic. Fortunately, you can edit this stuff, so
We're just gonna go on a 3 minutes commercial break.
and then bring Mitzi in then.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, you're the man.
I think she's here now. Okay, great.
He's here. Awesome.
I didn't know I was going to start this early, so I thought I was not supposed to talk until 7.
Bonus time for you. So lay it on us. Give us like I'm going to listen because that's what the last speaker was talking about, listening. So I'm listening. So there, like I told the doctor, the other one, there will be a test afterwards because I'm listening. So be prepared.
So am I supposed to just start talking?
Yeah, you can start talking.
Oh,
It's your
hello.
turn.
Oh, okay. I'm Myra White, and at least my first name is actually Mitzi, but I write under Myra White. And what I do is I study talent. I came to this country when I was 4. I came from the UK, and at home, we were never acculturated into American society. Everything at home operated like we were still in the UK. So I was very intrigued to understand what America was like, which is when I was a postdoc at Harvard, I was working with a professor, and he was very interested in studying how people became successful in America. So I got intrigued by that. And so I started reading all these books on how people become successful. And one of the things I discovered was that people who become highly successful are people who know what their talents are. And these are small things. And what I realized after a while is that all of us have talents. But most of us never notice them because when we're in school, the focus is on how well we do in school or how well we do in athletics. But nobody pays attention to the small things that we do really well. And so if you look at someone, I studied all sorts of different people, and if you look at someone like Steve Jobs, when he went to start Apple, he knew he wasn't any good at designing and building computers. So he brought in this good friend of his, Steve Wozniacki, who was to partner with him. And so I find this in successful people. They're both aware of what they can't do and what they can. And in the case of Steve Jobs, he was very good at graphical design. And he used that talent to design the interfaces for the computers that Wozniacki built. And he was so good at that, as you probably know, is that even small children can learn how to use the Apple computer. So most of my work focuses on the fact that we sort of believe that we have to get degrees and do different types of things to be successful. But what I really find is the key is knowing what your talents are. So I wrote this book to hold up called the Super Talent Guidebook. And it explains all the different types of talents that we humans have, which are hundreds of them. And, you know, they can be physical, they can be talent, brains in your, sorry, they can be cognitive. There's all sorts of different types of talents. So it explains, the Super Talent Guidebook explains, I hope you can see this, it explains, it teaches you all about talents and how they've changed people's lives when they discovered what their talents were. And it also is filled with exercises that you can do to both identify your talents and identify other people's talents. So so I was very interested actually in doing this podcast, and I would like to thank Dr. Smiley about doing this podcast because it made me realize that we smile a lot when we're doing something we really like. So I like to give talks, so you can see that I'm smiling as I give this talk. And so I think it's very important, and that too many people get stuck in jobs and careers that they're not really that good at. And that's incredibly stressful, to be stuck in a job that really doesn't capitalize on your small talents. And I'll give you one example, which I think is quite interesting and actually was very important in my pursuing my research. And that is the story of this British man who, you know, he wasn't very good at school when he was a child. And after he graduated, you know, he tried all sorts of sort of different manual kind of jobs, low-level jobs. And finally, he joined the police department. And while he was there, people sort of noticed that he was very good. Someone was walking around the block watching what people were doing in London. And people noticed he's really good at facial recognition. And they would say to him, well, how do you know this person? You've never seen them before. And he'd be like, oh, their picture's posted in the office. And that's where I saw them, that there was a picture describing them. And so at that point, it turned out that Scotland Yard was very interested in finding ways to identify people that they picked up on the video that they have in London. They have lots of video in London all over the place to sort of see when people are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And it turned out, so they hired someone they got some people in the station and recommendations of people who they thought would be good at facial recognition. And this man, Gary Collins, scored the highest score of anyone. But what's interesting is, so they hired him to work for Scotland Yard, reviewing videos. But the important thing about this is that in using his talents and doing this job, he found that he just loved his work. He talks about how he doesn't want to go home at night, and that all the other people that work with him too don't want to go home at night because they're having such a great time. And that's what I've found with people who discover these. And this is just like a small talent, facial recognition. In your eyes, you have many different talents. Some people are good at color. Some people are good at seeing things in 3 dimensions. So there are definitely a whole range of talents, and most of us never know that we have them. And certainly I didn't growing up as a child. Anyways, I hope that helps you. And
This was
I suspect I'm probably running out of time.
okay. You got a little bit left, and what I want to do is use that time for you to agree or disagree. And I don't know if it was Steve Jobs that said this, but I know somebody did, and I'm going to say it now. By yourself, you go fast. With a team, you go far.
Well, that's true too. It's very good because one way of creating a great team, which is what he did with Wozniacki, is that you also need to be able to see other people's talents.
Yep.
And great leaders, that's what they do, is they know what they can do and what they can't do. And it's just as important to know what you can't do as it is to know what you can do. So it's a great point.
That's
Thank
what I
you.
got out of it. I got a lot more out of it than that, but that's the one that I decided to zero in on. So, yeah, but you were amazing. Thank you so much. You have a happy and successful rest of your day. Hey, you know what? I'm going to give you the weekend. Make it the weekend. Have a happy and successful weekend.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely. It was our pleasure.
Yeah, so anyways,
Yeah. All right. David Banks is up.
okay.
Hello, hello.
Hey, just give us a second. And there we go. All right. So it's all about you. Like I'm telling everybody, there will be a test at the end because I am listening. I'm not sitting here going out and playing golf and coming back in. So go get it, my friend.
Excellent. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Dr. David Banks, the Smile King, and it is truly a pleasure to be with you on this international Smile-A-Thon. My whole focus is smile, and the reason will appear. I want you to consider a question. When is the last time you smile just because? So many times we have the mindset to think, hey, what do we have to smile about? Let there be something happen first for me to smile. My whole focus is to just smile, and the reason will appear. I want to share a personal story. Growing up, I grew up in a 2-parent home. I'm the youngest of my siblings, have an older brother, older sister. But unfortunately, with my dad, I love my dad. He's passed away over 23 years ago, but he was a very serious man. So smiling really wasn't welcome in our home. Because his whole mindset was, what do you have to smile about? The world is so many things that's going on. So unfortunately, I grew up really not smiling, and really affected me in so many ways. Until I got to college, I met this beautiful, beautiful Indian woman, and she complimented me. And she said, you know, you have a nice smile. You should smile more. I was caught off guard. I was thinking, man, no one has ever said anything like that to me. And I was so excited. Guess what? 4 years later, I married her, and here we are 35 years later. She really helped me to learn to smile. Now, smiling, that is a powerful tool that everybody has. Here are 2 concepts when it comes to smiling. First of all, it flips the script. When you smile, you start attracting things to you. Smiling is not a reaction, it's a strategy. Smiling first shifts the environment, mindset, and energy. A key phrase: don't wait for the reason, create the reason. I'm going to say that again. When you smile, don't wait for a reason, you create a reason. A huge benefit of smiling is first, it reprograms your perspective. Science says smiling releases endorphins, lowers stress, triggers joy. It helps you see it differently and spot solutions. Another awesome benefit of smiling, it attracts connection. Smiling draws people in. People are drawn to positivity. It allows you to break barriers, builds trust, and invites opportunity. Several years ago, I wanted to do a global initiative, and it was the Global Smile Challenge. Start smiling 30 days straight. So I put it out there on Facebook, and I had people from Africa, Pakistan, Philippines, throughout the US. And it was a great event. So many people, the response came back and said, this was awesome. Really being intentionally just smiling, not waiting for something to happen, but just learning to smile. And that right there really set off this huge global challenge that I did. And that's why I got to meet Dr. Smiley, Ken, and just been an awesome, awesome friend. So I want to leave you with this huge challenge. I want you to just start smiling. You may think, well, Dr. Banks, do you see what's going on around in the world? There are so many things that's going around, but you don't want to wait to outside circumstances line up for you to smile. You don't want to do that. You want to start understanding, hey, let me take ownership of my smile. Let me stop waiting for something to happen to allow me to smile, because guess what? You can smile anytime, all right? You can smile anytime. So my challenge to all of you that are listening is just start smiling. People may look at you like, why are you smiling? And just start helping people to understand, I can smile. Why? Because I choose to smile. I'm not waiting for a situation to happen or some happy event, but I want to just start smiling. As we found out, that smiling is healthy. It reduces happy chemicals inside, lowers stress. So I challenge you, when you wake up, the first thing to do is start smiling. One thing that I do every morning is when I wake up, I start smiling, and then I start thinking of things that I'm grateful for. The gratitude and me smiling, that really sets the tone for the rest of the day. So regardless of whatever I'm encountering that day, I start with that smile and the importance of gratitude. So I want you to start. I want you to start. After listening to this, I want you to say, all right, I'm going to determine to smile for 30 days. Here we are in the month of October. So I challenge you, utilize this month to just start smiling. Wake up every day, regardless of what's happening, just start smiling. And I promise you, my friend, perspective is going to change. Chemistry in your body is going to change, and you're going to start looking at things in a whole different perspective. God gave us the opportunity to smile. The muscles in our face are able to smile. So remember that smiling is a gift. It's a gift that God gave us to really regulate, set things in motion in our own life.
Right on.
So basically,
we're close to end
go
of
ahead,
time.
Steve.
Put in one thing for you that meant a lot to me, because I do it and I never realized it on this level, because understanding why you do is actually better if you know, what you do is better if you know why you do. And you said smiling is a strategy, not a reaction. And it actually is my strategy but I never really thought of it on that level. And you've really helped me. And I'm
Excellent.
sure a lot of people on that. So again, thank you so much. This was amazing, and you deserve everything positive that you have ever gotten because you are the man. I appreciate you.
Excellent, Steve. Thank you so much again.
Bye for now. Beth, you're up. Here we go. And I've got your bio right here. So here we go.
Hi. Okay.
Okay. So Beth Robbins is the creator and heart behind Seize the Day with a Smile movement, which is kind of cool. Seize the Day, right? She's the author of 6 books that are launching this year with the movement. She's got 5 for kids, 4 for 4th grade and up. I mean, working with kids is so important. And oh, you don't forget grown-ups. She's got one for you too, so don't start crying, all right? Because also just for you grown-ups and kids. She's also a speaker and a life mastery coach and an avid pickleball player, which I actually got a pickleball racket, but I'm not going to get into that. This is all about you. So Beth, take it away. You are the whoa man.
Oh my gosh. First of all, matching aura ring. So, Stephen, we got it going on. And if you're going to play pickleball, it's a pickleball paddle, not a racket.
I used to play tennis. I got to get used to that.
I
Okay,
know. You got to get the lingo. You got to get the lingo. Awesome.
I'm
Thank
going
you
to start
so
right now.
much.
You are
All
too
right.
welcome.
I got all day here. So it's International Smile Day. Oh my gosh, I am so excited because so many things light me up about just what this day means. I personally think that smiles are a universal language. We all speak it. I don't care if you're in a village in Africa somewhere or a big cosmopolitan city somewhere. We all know what it means when somebody is smiling. And we don't have to translate it. We just get it. And one of my greatest joys is when I see a baby start to find their smile. I'm a new grandma. So it's like, okay, I get it. You're imitating me because I'm standing over you and I'm cooing and I'm smiling. But when those lights start to turn on, like I'm smiling because I have a clean diaper, I'm well fed, I slept, I'm actually happy. And that's the most amazing thing. So here's the thing about smiles. They are disarming. They are a door opener. They are friendly. They say, I'm here, here I am, I'm smiling. And I want to tell you a funny story. I got this wild hair to go to Paris for a weekend. And I'm living in Barcelona for a little brief time and it's only this far, right? So I hop on a plane. I'm going to go to Paris. I'm feeling a little confident because I took French 1st grade through 8th grade. So I can count to 30. I know a few colors, a couple of words. How hard can this be, right? Well, it's France. And they weren't thinking so kindly about me not even trying to speak French. That's okay. I got this going on, right? So I'm in the Latin Quarter and I'm getting my way through with the smiles and figuring things out. Went to a couple museums. I'm hungry. My concierge told me about this awesome restaurant right around the corner. And so I go, and she says, the food's magnificent. You're going to love it. So I'm going up the steps to the door, and I'm thinking, I'm going into somebody's house, right? It was somebody's house. They had literally turned the house into a restaurant, and everybody in there knew each other, and everybody's eating and drinking and laughing. And I open the door, and it's dead silent. Who's that lady? Mm, Smile. Okay, that's all I got. And she's looking at me like, Un? And I'm like, Un. And apparently that was a problem. For a single woman to be coming into this particular space, where is she going to seat me? She's just going to make a little table for me by myself. So she finds 2 older gentlemen in the back. She says, yeah, well, pulls up a chair. They look at me, they smile, I smile. That's all I got, right? And it's kind of like she's going to cook what she wants to cook, but she put the menu down and I saw poulet and I thought, I think I'm having chicken. This is good. And these guys were gentlemen, order a bottle of champagne. Well, pretty soon the smiles come easier. We're doing sign language. I'm laughing, I'm smiling. I have no idea what they're saying. I'm praying to God they're not telling me that their sister just got run over by a train or something because I'm like, that's great. But we had so much fun. And I just had to take that moment to say, if I didn't choose to smile, this could have gone south pretty quickly. And it ended up these 2 gentlemen worked for Parliament. And the next thing I know, they call their chauffeur. I made a really brave choice and got in the car with them and went off to Parliament, got a backstage tour in broken French, broken English, had an amazing adventure, landed back at my hotel safe and sound with a memory I still carry with me. And when I think about International Smiles, that was a day that I know I chose that smile. I know that that was my weapon of choice to get in the door to make stuff happen. So that's what seizing the day with a smile, that's part of my whole movement. But I want to acknowledge the fact that sometimes it's not easy to smile. You know, we have those dark nights of the soul moments where life kicks us pretty hard, and sometimes it kicks us many times. And we know that depth of despair where you're just not sure how or if you will go on. And I had one of those mornings, and it was a really cold day in Chicago. And what day isn't cold in Chicago? And this is especially crispy air and a wind coming off the lake. And I had my coat pulled around me, and I'm just really dark and in my little funk. And I'm walking, and all of a sudden I get this bump on my shoulder, and it was a guy. He's walking by me. He's real tall, and he's got an overcoat, and he's kind of turned up, and he's got a hat just sitting on top of his head. And he says, "Hey, why don't you smile? It feels better." And I'm like, "Excuse me?" And I turn around, and there's nobody there. And I was like, "What just happened?" But what I noticed inside was I went from dark, deep despair to another rung up the ladder to anger. Indignant. Who the heck does he think he is telling me to smile? He doesn't know what's going on in my heart. He doesn't know me. And then I thought about it again. What could it hurt? Might as well try smiling. I can't get any lower. So I start to think, what makes me smile? And it was my kids, my dog, memories. And so I paused, I stopped on a bench, and I start going through my phone. I'm looking at pictures. And you know when you're scrolling and you're looking through at your camera phone or your camera roll, or you're scrolling on social media and you see stuff that makes you laugh or smile, you can't help it. And I noticed that. I noticed I'm smiling. Uh-oh, there's hope. There's light. But what I also noticed is that also was a choice. Now, whatever that was that bumped into me was sent to me as a gift. And to remind me that I have a choice every day. I have a choice to choose gratitude. And that gratitude is going to lead me to smile. All the things that I have to be thankful for. And I've heard this theme running a lot through the day about seizing gratitude. But understanding that really is a choice, because some days, man, it's hard. It's hard to find something to be grateful for. It's hard to find something to smile about. But when you make that choice to seize your day with a smile, you can now seize the day with courage, with love, with laughter, with understanding and grace, with leadership. All of those things come because you made that choice to smile. When you wake up, are you going to drag the garbage that happened yesterday with you? Or are you going to choose to live today, as a brand new baby day? That you get to make these choices. You get to impact your life, and you get to impact the lives of all the people you bump into in your day. Because I want to tell you something about smiles. When you smile at somebody, and I'm talking about even you in the mirror, and you're doing that soul to soul connection, because that's where the smile starts. I mean, it starts deep in your soul, but it comes out through your eyes long before the mouth turns up. When you can make that connection, you're showing that person, you know what? I see you. I see you as a spiritual being having a human experience just like me. And life's going to be life, and stuff's going to happen. Challenges are going to come. But we get to smile. We get to have that connection, that vibrational energy connection. And the two of us are connected now. And we are now also connected to our source energy, as we all are, bumping through our days. And when you make that choice to seize the day with a smile, that sends off ripples. I have a children's book. Number one is Seize the Day with a Smile. And it's a ripple effect of smiles. And it starts with a young boy waking up worried about math tests and soccer tryouts. And it ends up in a young boy's hospital bed in a village of Kenya. And it was a series of connections of smiles that ended up from here to there. And my friends, that's what happens when we smile. You have no idea the impact that you are making on somebody else's life. You're walking into Starbucks thinking about what you got to do or a phone call you got to make, and you decide to stop, open the door, and smile at somebody. You smile at your barista. Man, you have no idea what's going on with them and what your smile just did. So seize the day with a smile. Celebrate International Smile Day. I'm so happy to be here and to share this time and space with you.
Dr. Beth, if you don't mind, I'd like to take this a little bit further.
Let's go.
Okay, so I'm going to say something, and it could be true or not true. You can disagree with me. I ain't scared. Okay, I've been wrong many more than I like to count. But I believe your success is because you have the ability to change when you need to change. Is that accurate?
Are you meaning like pivoting?
You can call it pivoting, but pivoting isn't really pivoting is staying in the same place going round and round. So you might want to change and go left and run left or walk right or whatever, right? But your ability to change is what's really helped you be so successful. Because you were talking about who do you think you are, and then you thought about it again. Most people don't think it about again. They go, yeah, who the heck do you think you are? And they get mad, they get rage because they fear whatever. But so here's my question for you, for our audience, actually, not for you, because I can hear that you know what you're talking about. What is a way that, because it's hard when you get up, so like when Charlie Kirk got assassinated, I was not in a good place. But
No.
what I could have done with a talk with someone like you. I actually did a couple of days later. I've had many conversations, but I was wanting to change. I didn't want that pain, that fear, that hate to be there. So what is the small things lead to big things, right? The giant oak starts with a little seed. So what are some things, some small things or whatever, that you can help us with to want to change for the better? Even because most of us know when we're wrong, but we won't admit it. I worked real hard at admitting that. So, but so give us some insight.
Well, I'll tell you two things. So you talked about the seed of change, and we're referencing the tragedy that was Charlie Kirk's death. And I want to tell this to everybody is that there is a seed of good in all things. And it is up to us to mine it like we're a gold miner, mine it for what is the lesson here? What can I personally glean from this? And what can we as a global society glean from this event? Or maybe it's a personal event. There is always something good that comes of it, and it's up to us to find out what that is. So when we look at something like that, the good that came of it was a large group of people coming together in a celebration of his life and his work, and people continuing on and picking up and carrying on with that. There is always a seed of good in everything. And when we think, oh, when we come at the mindset, this just happened to me. Like, why is life always kicking me? And if you can change your level of awareness to it's not happening to me and get out of the victim mode and rise up another level to it's happening for me. And the next level is happening through me. And that's the level where we want to get to, is that we are the impetus for change and good, and that we can facilitate life happening through me. So I'm letting it flow through me so that I can impact you. And whether it's I can just give you a smile or I can coach you through something like that, that's my purpose in life. When it comes to being able to change, to pick up and change course, change direction, I give people an exercise of the T in the road. And we get to the T and we can either turn right or we can turn left, or we can turn around and go home, but we're going to go right or left. And I say, put on the energy of the vision of what it would feel like if you turned right. Like, let's say it's a business thing and it's like, well, I'm going to sell my business. Okay. So let's put on the energy of that like a hat and really see yourself a year out. You sold the business, you did the thing, you made that change. What does it feel like to be you? Do you have more time and money freedom? Is your health better? How are your finances? How are your relationships? How does your life look and feel? Then you go and you experience it that, you take some snapshots of what that felt like, what it looked like, and then you take the left turn. Put on the energy of that. I kept the business, or I made the business bigger, or I downsized, or whatever that is, and put on the energy of what that feels like. Now you've experienced it on a different level, and the decision, right, left, go back home, forge a new path, no T, we're just going to go straight across, whatever that is. Now you have a tool, you have a way to actually know what it feels like when you do that. And I think when you can master that exercise, decisions start to become way clearer and a lot less painful to make.
Can I interject and say something?
Yeah.
Okay. Most people can't do that because we look at the end result. If I
Mm.
turn left, I'm going to go 500 miles. I can't get 500 miles today, so I'm not going to turn left, right? And so, what? How do we break it down to this? Micro victories is a term that I use all the time.
Mm.
What kind of
Sure.
micro victory can you get to start down that path of
So
the yin? You're talking yin and yang. There's good and bad in everything.
absolutely.
Yeah.
There's a really simple thing, and you said something that you said, I can't do it because, and that's conditional based thinking. That's
Yeah.
saying, I'm looking at the results in my life right now, and that's a key thing. Look at the results in your life right now. You can trace it back to what you've been thinking. So you saw left turn as, oh, it's 500 miles, it's going to be really hard, and I can't do it because it's hard, it's 500 miles, as opposed to having a different mindset without excuses that I can change my thinking, that I can do. If it's in my heart, if it's a dream that popped into my head, it didn't randomly come there. It came there for a reason, and it means that you're equipped with everything that you need to achieve it. So saying I can't do it because is conditioned, situation, circumstantial thinking. So as a coach, that's what I try to steer people away from.
Yeah,
There was a second. There was a second part to your question, though. Remind me what that was.
but I was talking with another person, and I said I used to say don't say the word can't, and then I changed my whole philosophy, and I said, and so I like to do this game. So tell me, and I know it's not true, but tell me something that you can't do. Just make it up.
Um,
Hard, I know, right? But for you, but just anything.
uh,
It can be a lie. It doesn't have to be the truth
I can't play the banjo.
yet.
Well, I say up until now.
Oh, there you go. Say same thing. Okay,
It's
so
all vocabulary. Yeah. There's a
yeah,
lot of
awesome.
words that we need to clean up. When people say, oh, I need to do this or I have to do that. And then if you could switch that to I get to, like, oh, I need to go to the dry cleaners. I need to go pick up the kids from school. I got to make dinner. No, you get to do those things.
And that's the truth. Yeah,
Yeah.
I got to get up this morning and be a host on this. And this is amazing. I'm having so much fun and learning so much. And I really appreciate your candor and your long search for the truth and your education, um, and your willingness to share. So we're all made it, if you believe, and I do, we're all made in God's image. But here's God's image. Here's my idea of God's image. God's image is to serve us. He made us, then he serves us to show us the way to get to him. And we're made in his image, which means we should serve other people to show them how to be prosperous, because there's nothing in the Bible that says we should be, poor and broke. It's all be prosperous. And so we're on that road. You're definitely on that road. And you're appreciated so much. I really appreciate your candor and your ability to communicate.
Well, thank you. I think service and serving others is the greatest gift that we have, and I think it's the pathway to abundance in all things. When you serve and give from your heart in an intentional way, that just raises you up here, and so many wonderful opportunities and people come into your life for that. And I want to say, when you talked about we are made in God's image, Les Brown says, you are a masterpiece because you are a piece of the master.
He's always got such great quotes.
Mic drop.
Mic drop. No, let's not do that.
No, don't drop your mic.
Oh, and there's our timer. You
Oh.
are amazing. So amazing. Thank you so much for being on. We're going
Of
to have to have you
course.
on.
I'm
Write
glad
more
to be
books.
here with you. I don't know if you have somebody else coming on. I'm going to host you in a half an hour, but I'm happy to flip the tables if
Yeah,
whatever.
no, we're doing a 5-minute break. They said that the person didn't show, and I'm like, hey, I did a long podcast today, and actually it was with another Dr. Beth, and she was amazing too. You guys, so amazing.
It's so funny. My friends back in Chicago, when I was a personal trainer, they used to call me Dr. Beth because I was really schooled in herbs and more homeopathic methods of treatment. And so they'd like send me pictures of rashes and they go, Dr. Beth, what's that? And I'm like, I really am not a doctor. Maybe you should go to your dermatologist.
Well, what the problem was is you didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn Express that night.
I know, right? I
You'd
know.
have done that. You'd have been there.
There I was at the Comfort Inn instead. I made a mistake. I could have been a doctor.
All right, I'll make mistakes. All right, so Fazain, we're good. If you want to take that break now, we can. Or if we need to do 5 more minutes, I'm pretty sure Dr. Beth can handle that. So text me, tell me, what do you want to do? Because if you don't do it, we're just going to keep talking because that's how I roll. Unless you don't have time. Oh, she says break. Let's do it. Okay. Dr. Beth, thank you so much.
All right.
He walked through shadows, moved place to place, searching for meaning, trying to find grace. But one voice said, child, look again. You'll find the good if that's what you seek in men. He chose the light, turned pain into peace. A rebel transformed, his joy never ceased. Now everywhere he goes, hearts open wide. One smile at a time, hope multiplies. This is the smile that changed the world. A spark of love in every boy and girl. A universal truth, a soul set free. Smiles speak louder than words can be. So lift your head, let your joy unfurl. You've got the smile that can change the world. From DJ beats to global halls, he traded turntables for purpose calls. Books and wisdom, truth on the page, turning life lessons into light for the age. He gave up fame to stand for love, carried his mother with strength from above. Now he's an author, a builder of peace, a walking miracle that won't ever cease. This is the smile that changed the world. A spark of love in every boy and girl. A universal truth, a soul set free. Smiles speak louder than words can be. So lift your head, let your joy unfurl. You've got the smile that can change the world. Smiles, seeing miracles in life every second. Even in struggle, joy is the weapon. Peace is the mission, love is the key. If you're breathing, you've got purpose to be. This is the smile that changed the world. You carry the light, let it be unfurled. No title needed, no gold, no pearls. Just show your heart and change the world. Dr. Smiley walks where hope is hurled, reminding us all we can change the world.
The next chapter will be great because I know the author.
Amazing song. Love that song. What do we got going? Auntie Roz next. Warfield. There she is. Stop it. You know that stop it, Bill. What was that comic comedian? Stop it.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, I'll let you start it, okay, and then I will come on after 8 minutes, and we'll talk briefly, and then you show us your magic.
Okay. Hey. Aren't y'all so excited? It's International Smile Day, and we have been having a jolly good time over here. You are loved, appreciated, celebrated, valued, and most cherished. My name is Dr. Smile, aka Auntie Roz, and I hail out of Dallas, Texas. I am African American, but guess what? Looking at history, we have the background of Igbo out of Nigeria. So this is really interesting to me. I have enjoyed, I had a special friend who just got interviewed, Miss Beth, and some other folks, Brother Ken Miller. I want to make sure that you are sharing the YouTube. And guess what? Think about being a part of this mission for the next go round, or someone you know who knows how to share and talk about a smile. When we think about smile, the book that I have is called Stop It and Smile. And SMILE is an acronym for Simply Make Intentional Love Encounters. Simply make intentional love encounters. And how can we do that? I know that Steve had a concern because there was a major loss and, unnecessary. Where is the world going to these days? We all have perspectives. We all have our thoughts, but it is so hard to continue to smile all the time without having judgment and opinions. When I think about it, this is something that I'm having to work with myself. And when I think about smile, I have to think about smile, simply make intentional love encounters when I feel that there's been an offense. But guess what? Offenses are inevitable, but to be offended is a choice. You get me? You get what I'm saying? Let me say it again. Offenses are inevitable, but to be offended is a choice. How can we keep and master our smile without the noise of the world, without, feeling that we've been offended or someone doesn't understand? Can we wake up every morning with a smile on our face, knowing that we are going to go out into the world to simply make intentional love encounters? Just simply make intentional love encounters. Can you do something new to pay it forward? Can you do something new to be able to help someone who is in need? Can you do something new because someone just cut you off in traffic? But when you go right past them, instead of giving them the side eye, you can just give them a beautiful smile. And maybe they'll think, you know what? I just cut them off. And then maybe they'll say, oh, I'm sorry. And you can read their lips. International Smile Day. I don't think it should just be on October 3rd. I think International Smile Day should happen every day of the year. And guess what? If I'm not mistaken, if you are in the YouTube, correct me if I am off base? Will we have 366 days next year? Because it'll be a leap year. So we'll have to add one more day to International Smile Day. So as I'm thinking about this, I had shared earlier with Proverbs 15:13. A joyful heart makes a face cheerful, but a sad heart produces a broken spirit. And when we're able to help others to be on the up and up, to be able to be happy, to be excited, to be able to have relational currency, not only with yourself, but with others, but also to be able to understand collaborative intelligence. All of us coming here today and tomorrow, this was a collaborative effort of leadership, love, support, to be able to share and to work together about International Smile Day. We have had people from all over the world. We have had people who are doing their genealogy and saying, hey, I have this in my family and I have this in my family. But when we think about it, we're still smiling and we're making intentional love encounters. You know, when I think about the power of smile, it's not just like this, not just showing those 32 pearly whites. The smile happens on the inside, our spirit, our mind, and our body. Sometimes it even happens. What about finances? What about community? What about social? What can you do when you want to smile? How are we teaching our family, our children, our grandchildren, our neighbors, you know? And how about, let's just talk about being at what I call the silent investor. You have to go in to corporate America. Some of us had gotten so accustomed to being at home working when COVID hit. But now that you're having to go back to work, you're in a different type of space, but we still need to smile. One of my friends had told me a story because that individual was on a Zoom and she wasn't happy about what was happening on that Zoom. So she just clicked it off. So with that, when she did that, she was given 2 opportunities to either resign or to drive into the office. So a smile is also our patience. So I'm glad to serve you right now. I am Dr. Smile, AKA Auntie Roz. And remember that a smile is to simply make intentional love encounters. You can find the book on Amazon and find me on Facebook. Ciao for now. Hey,
Oh, yeah.
Steve.
You don't get to leave yet. No, no,
I don't get to
girlfriend.
leave yet. Okay.
So love doesn't have to be like marry love. Love can be just like I love you right now, right?
Right.
I mean, we met. I mean, you know, so but here's what I got from you, and I'm gonna try to go up a little bit on the notch. It's not really, but being offended is a choice. That is a pretty brilliant statement. It's common sense if you think about it, but it's not common until you think about it, and we don't. But being intentional with your love, we can all do that when everything's going great. But so I put be
Yes.
intentional with your love no matter what. That kind of
No
comes with
matter
Dr.
what.
The one because she was talking about see the good in everything, right? You know, yin and yang.
Yes.
So yeah, so this you're amazing. Like I gotta find a new word because everybody seems to be amazing that comes on here. I think Dr. Smiley needs to lower his standards or something because this is really
We're
this is
all
great.
smile champions.
Yes, we
And
are, and you are.
a smile genius, a smile strategist. Oh, you know, we're all of that. And I always love when you come on, Steve.
Thanks, I appreciate
You're
you
always bright. I always think like, when's the last time I've been to Hawaii?
too. We take more vacations. That's how we spell your success.
Yes.
Oh, there's Beth.
Yes.
She's going to be
I see my
the
friend. I want to say hi before I exit. Am I able to do that?
Of
Hey,
course you
Beth.
can. How are you? How are you?
I am so awesome. I am so awesome. You know, we both have been working. I don't like to say busy because that means being under Satan's yoke, but we have been
Yep.
productive. But I know, look, I'm going to either be in your city or you're going to be in mine, and we're going to be able to have that girlfriend time
Oh,
and
please.
do lunch.
Let's
I
do
live in-
it. I'm in. Yes.
I
So I
live in
Absolutely.
want
Little-
y'all,
right by you. Little
wait.
Elm.
Uh-uh.
Yeah. We got to do lunch,
Steve,
coffee, something.
stop it. Steve,
No,
you've
I'm
been knowing
serious.
that. You've been knowing that the whole time.
Well, I wanted you to talk. I didn't want to. We're at the end now. We're just talking now, but I wanted you to be able to give your greatness out there and enlighten people. But yeah, when you said Dallas, I'm like, damn, woman.
Yes,
I
Steve.
love
So
Dallas.
we have definitely got to catch up. I like to go over to True Foods where you eat really good and wholesome, but then right across the way is Sprinkles.
I was going to say, I'm always hungry when I leave True Food.
I've never been there, so and I'm the cook of the house, so I got to go try it now. So,
It's Dr.
Wow.
It's Andrew Wiles' creation. Dr.
Beth, are
Andrew
you
Wiles.
also?
What was that?
Yes.
Are you in Texas
This
also?
is
No.
so
Okay, I didn't think
this is
so.
so awesome.
We gotta let her-
I love both of y'all, so it's so
I'm
awesome
picking
that
up somebody's
the timing.
we got to let her do her job. I'm going to get talked by Ken by going on a little
Oh,
bit
no, we're
longer.
good. We're good.
We're all getting in trouble together. But hasn't
That's
this been
right.
awesome? Hasn't
Yeah.
this been awesome?
It's been great. Yeah. I've been
Yes.
listening all day. It's been really great. Yeah. I'm inspired.
Okay. Well, y'all, I love y'all, and I'm going to exit.
All right.
And I'm going to be at a cancer walk tomorrow, doing a little bit of serious work. So I won't get to be with y'all tomorrow, and I'm so sad. But I'm gonna have y'all on my hearers, and everybody that's there. I'm like, International Smile Day. Go to YouTube.
Maybe that was the whole
Yeah.
reason for you to help spread the word.
I
Yeah.
know it. Hey,
does
so
it.
Steve, we got to catch up.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, y'all take care, and look, smile, keep smiling, y'all.
I'm going to give you my contact information in chat, so don't go too far. I'm not next, so yeah, I can do that. Reverse Brian is your first guess. Kick me.
Yes. Well, here I am. I am super excited that I get to shift over into hostess with the mostest mode and eagerly awaiting my first person. I was going to say victim. It's not a victim. It's an excited, celebrating person. As soon as he comes on, I will share this stage. Otherwise, I will just keep talking about how amazing this is to be on this show. This is just such a way to lighten everyone's load. And look at that. My friends, I have the distinct honor and privilege to introduce you to Mr. Brian Arrington, my new friend, soon to be my new BFF. What a dynamic human this guy is. He is an Air Force Master Sergeant who is making a powerful, powerful impact on the veteran community. And he was recently honored and celebrated as the 2025 Georgia, that's the whole state, y'all, Georgia Veteran Entrepreneur of the Year. And it is my esteemed honor to pass the mic to you, Brian. Welcome. I already know the answer to the question, but who got you here in this seat to be on this show?
Yeah, it's great to see you, Beth, and thanks for the intro. I'm actually retired Master Sergeant,
Okay.
so but I don't want to necessarily say I'm still working on that job.
That's right.
So,
Okay.
but I met Ken when I was at the Military Influencer Conference last week, and we just hit it off perfectly. I mean, he's become like my new brother. and really love his engagement, his personality, his dedication, his charisma, and just really, really excited to be here today. He asked me to show up, and I was like, you had me at hello, so let's do it.
Awesome. Well, the floor is yours, my friend. Take it away. As I
All
say,
right.
seize the day with a smile.
Absolutely. Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Brian Arrington, and I'm honored to share how I've dedicated my life to bringing smiles to the world through service, humanitarian work, business, innovation, education, and storytelling. I proudly served 20 years in the United States Air Force, traveling to over 90 countries, where I learned the universal power of a smile, a bridge across languages, cultures, and pain. Throughout those years, I embraced cultural communication, listening, learning, and serving in communities across the globe. Some of my most defining moments came during humanitarian missions that changed me forever. In 2004, I deployed to help after the Southeast Asia tsunami, one of the deadliest natural disasters in modern history, taking the lives of over 220,000 people. We helped evacuate survivors from Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and Thailand, people who had lost everything. I watched as families clung to one another, and in those moments, even a small act of kindness, a smile, or a touch on the shoulder could restore dignity and hope. Then again, in 2010, I deployed to Haiti after the devastating earthquake. I worked side by side with fellow service members to assist thousands of refugees, many who had lost homes, loved ones, and entire communities. We treated the wounded, lifted the fallen, and gave them something the world had momentarily taken: their humanity. For my service, I was awarded one of the most cherished honors, the Humanitarian Service Medal. But the true reward was seeing the strength in their eyes and the smiles that returned, even in the face of unimaginable loss. Those experiences taught me a lifelong lesson. No matter where you are, no matter what language you speak, kindness, service, and compassion create smiles that heal. That understanding shaped everything I've done since leaving the military. After retiring, I founded a nonprofit called Vets to Industry. It was built to connect veterans, service members, and their families to free resources they often didn't know even existed. In just 6 years, we've helped over 500,000 people find education, mental health, jobs, housing, and more. I've seen lives turned around, a veteran finding purpose again, a spouse landing her dream job, a struggling family rediscovering stability. And every single one of those transformations started with hope and ended with a smile. What began as a personal mission became a global movement, uniting nonprofits, corporations, and volunteers across the country. Every connection made, every hand extended, every life touched was done completely free, because I believe service isn't about profit, it's about purpose. And that purpose is to restore smiles to those who've lost them. Today, I lead Arrington Consulting LLC, an AI and automation growth solutions firm for small and mid-sized businesses, proudly built with a team of veterans. We are a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and a minority-owned business, committed to empowering other business owners with the same values of service, resilience, and innovation that shaped my career. Our company is powered by the SkillBridge program, which helps transitioning and retired service members intern with companies to learn new skills and gain real-world civilian experience, preparing them for employment either with their host company or other businesses in their new career path. My incredible interns come from organizations like Seven Eagle Group and Allegiant Vets, two phenomenal programs doing amazing work to support our military community as they step into civilian life. If you ever have a chance to support or partner with them, please do. They literally are changing lives every single day. And how I'm continuing to make the world smile today is through the work we're doing at Arrington Consulting. Together, my 4 amazing veteran interns and I help veteran-owned, military spouse-owned, and civilian small businesses integrate AI and automation into their operations. Our mission is to help businesses eliminate repetitive tasks, generate more revenue, capture more leads, improve efficiency, reduce burnout, and most importantly, win back time. because time is the most valuable currency we have. We help business owners reclaim 10 to 20 hours a week so they can attend their kids' recitals, enjoy family dinners, take long delayed vacations, and simply live again. When an entrepreneur calls me and says, Brian, I finally made it to my son's game, I know we just didn't build a system, we built freedom. And this isn't about replacing people, it's about empowering them. AI, when guided by compassion and strategy, gives humans the space to do what they do best: create, connect, and care. We're not just transforming businesses, we're restoring balance, joy, and smiles to families who've been buried under work for too long. Now, I'm stepping into a new mission as both a storyteller and a coach. I'm writing a Tom Clancy-style action thriller set in a world where AI, espionage, and global power collide. It's a fast-paced, high-stakes, and thought-provoking, designed to entertain, but also to challenge how readers think about technology, ethics, and the future. Through this story, I'll explore how innovation can be both a weapon and a gift, and how humanity's choices determine which it becomes. I'm also a business and leadership coach and a master LinkedIn coach, teaching professionals and founders how to master LinkedIn using GPT-powered tools and webinars to grow their brands, expand their networks, and create opportunities. And I have an upcoming e-course launching soon titled AI Concepts, Tools, and Strategies for Founders and CXOs, designed to equip business leaders with the knowledge to lead confidently into the AI era and smile knowing they prepare for the future. Whether through fiction, coaching, or education, my mission is the same: to empower people, spark curiosity, and help them see what's truly possible. Because knowledge and imagination are powerful tools for hope. And hope always leads to smiles. So how do I bring smiles to the world? Through service that restores hope, through innovation that restores time, through coaching that builds confidence, and through stories that awaken imagination. In conclusion, whether it's a refugee rebuilding after disaster, a veteran finding a new path, a business owner reclaiming family time, a professional mastering LinkedIn, or a reader racing through the pages of my book, each one reminds me that smiles aren't random. They're created by compassion, courage, and connection. And that's the legacy I aim to leave behind for my 6 children, ages 12 to 28, and for everyone whose life I have the privilege to touch: a world with more hope, more balance, and a lot more smiles. Thank you.
That was extraordinary, Brian. Thank you so much. And I just want to say from my heart to yours, thank you for all that you have done. And you know, when I say you're a master sergeant, I say that with love, because when people say I was something, to me it's like, once you're something of that high value, you're always that. So I identify as certain labels, or who am I, what was I, but you are such a light in the world, and thank you for your service. But now what you're doing with your life, and impact in the world is just extraordinary. And I mean, you rattled off like a lifetime of things that you're doing right now, and the little bit I've come to know you, dude, you're gonna have this done in a year. Like,
That's my
like
hope.
a Tom Clancy style book, and then you got all your e-courses and all the guys that you're bringing in, and giving them that transition from service to civilian life. I mean, we've talked about that. That's just such a wonderful gift that you're giving, and providing them resources and hope, and a new identity, and something to grab onto and claim for themselves. That brings a smile to my heart. So thank you for all that you
Thank
do.
you.
Thank you for being here on International Smile Day. And we want
I'm
to
so
know,
excited.
where can people find more out about you, and celebrate you, and reach you if they would love to.
Yeah, totally. If people want to reach out to me, I love networking. I love connecting. I've got about 27,000 followers on LinkedIn and a veteran influencer there. So if people want to find me on LinkedIn, it's a Brian Arrington 933. So that's the ending of the LinkedIn. And you can also find me on Facebook. And if you want, you can email me if you are interested in getting your business with help in AI automation or in other services related to the AI space, Brian.Arrington at Arrington Consulting LLC.com. Sorry, consult LLC.com. But if you want to go to my website, it's Arrington Consulting LLC.com. So thank you so much for having me.
That's awesome. I say, gosh, I'm just so grateful for you and all that you do. And if I'm going to say Brian's a real deal. So if you catch all those ways to reach out to him, you have my blessing. He's awesome. So thank you, Brian. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Bye, everybody. Smile.
Well, we move right along on the Smile-A-Thon. Waiting for my next guest. I cannot wait to meet this woman. She sounds like quite a dynamo. So I will wait till she comes on screen and make all the formal introductions. Oh, Cynthia Wilcox. Hello, how are you?
Very good, very good. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, I saw you earlier backstage and you remind me of all the beautiful people I love in my life. And I'm Beth and we're just meeting for the first time. I don't have a bio on you, so I'm going to let you introduce yourself. But before you do, I want to welcome you with open arms and open heart. And thank you for blessing this stage on the International Smile-A-Thon. And I do have to ask, who nominated you? Who brought you here? How did you find your way on this stage?
I have no idea. I don't remember, but it just intrigued me so much. The whole issue of talking about the smile. And I want to tell you why it's so important to me. I grew up in a very religious household, and everything was quiet and rigid, and nobody talked. And one of the things, this is a quote that I remember. I'm 86 years old. This is a quote that I remember. I was actually smiling one day, and my mother said to me, "What have you got to smile about? Think of the starving Armenians." I mean, what do you do with that? You learn how not to smile, that it was bad. So fortunately, I was able to go to boarding school and walked around not smiling, and finally somebody said to me, "What's the matter with you? You don't smile." And then I got the idea that it was actually all right.
Oh,
And
that's beautiful.
I've been a psychiatric social worker for 60 years. And one of the most important things is to be able to smile with someone and have them smile back. My feeling about smiles is that they are windows to the soul. And if you can share a smile with somebody, you can touch their soul. And that's what I've used at all of my life in my practice. And now people will say to me, "You know what? I didn't think I was going to like working with you, but I love your smile." So it's
Oh,
just so important to me. And I'm now living in an assisted living place where a lot of people can't talk or but everybody can smile. There was one woman who can't talk. She stares into space. I sit across from her often and I smile and I get no response. And one day, a couple of weeks ago, I reached over and I pushed her mouth up so she could smile. And she did. And then her eyes opened up.
uh-oh. Cynthia, it looks like you froze a little bit here. Can you hear me? Our video feed froze with Cynthia, and I'm loving this story about having a fellow person who wasn't smiling, and you physically moved her mouth up to smile.
While she is working on that, I just want to say, Beth, thank you for always being present and always being a supporter of Smiles. And of course, with Seize the Day with Smiles, I just wanted to let you know you light up the world with your smile. And look at this,
Oh.
you always win.
I didn't wear it today, but I wore purple. I got the memo.
I know. Do you know why it's Purple Day?
I know you're going to tell me.
Yeah, it's Ravens Friday.
Oh,
Purple
it's
Fridays for
Ravens.
Ravens.
Okay.
And by the way, we celebrated Edgar Allan Poe last night. We did the Poets United, and
Okay.
I have a feeling that you have a poem in you at some point that you can do that. So we have another speaker. I just want to come in and thank you. I know that whenever there's an interruption, it's someone saying, "Come on and say thank you." So I just want to say
Oh,
thank you.
well, and I hope that Cynthia can come back on because I love her story.
So here's the bonus. There's no such thing as someone that will not be able to tell their story because we can always do a post record and include it. Everyone that has a technical hiccup, which there have been probably about 3%. I mean, it's not a lot, but 3% of people just have something that holds it back. And it's just that they're supposed to do it again. That's all.
Okay. Well, Brisa, I see your beautiful smile. Let's get your party started. How are you?
I'm great.
It is my absolute honor to introduce you and to meet you for the first time. We've only had a few little texting conversations, but I would like to welcome you to the International Smile-A-Thon. And I want to introduce you as my friends, Brisa Alfaro. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Brisa is a brainstem stroke survivor, best-selling author, and a TEDx speaker known for her Pinky Moves tagline, which I can't wait to hear about. The idea that small steps create big transformations. And she's going to share how the power of a single smile can be the pinky move that someone needed. A single fraction of a movement can spread positivity and hope and will ripple out into the world. And so, Brisa, before you get started, please tell us how you got here on this stage. Who nominated you to be here?
Well, that would be the lovely gentleman that was just speaking earlier. That would be
Dr.
Ken.
Smiley.
The Dr. Smiley, he spoke to me and referred me here today, and I'm super excited to be here. Thank you guys for having me. I love this platform. I've been listening all day, on and off, and just the stories and everybody. It's been incredible. So thank you,
Well,
guys.
welcome aboard. The floor is
Thank you.
yours. The stage is yours. Please, tell us about the pinky move.
Thank you. Yeah, well, so I do want to start off by asking everybody if it would be okay if I leave you with a challenge today. I'll share my story, but I also am saying this out loud so that you can remind me, because I have a brain injury and I might forget. So I think the stigma is when people have challenges, they like to, I don't know, I want to say that they like to, but a lot of times we're called to cover up our challenges instead of facing them straight away. And I think that that's been a challenge for me, letting people know that things are difficult for me. And so there's a few things. I have a difficulty with numbers and time. So I also will ask you to let me know if I'm going over time. But to go to my story, I had a stroke, a severe stroke at 32 years old. I had a less than 1% chance to survive. They didn't think that I would be making it, so they called my family and told them the very terrible news that they were probably going to have to pull the plug on me. There was literally no hope. They didn't think there was any hope left. My challenge was trying to show my family and doctors a sign that I was still in my body, because the type of stroke that I survived was something called locked-in syndrome. There's less than 5 cases per year worldwide. When I heard that, I thought there's two ways I can take that. This is it. This is the end of my story. Or focus on, I could be the 1%. I could be the change. And so I focused on that tiny sliver of a chance. And I was able to make connection to show my family that I was still in my body. That came to me as a pinky move. I barely made a fraction of a movement. Before that pinky move, it was just my doctor saying, I think she's trying. Give her more time. I really think she's trying, because her face just changed. Well, I didn't get up and walk out of the hospital right away. I didn't get up and sit on this webinar right away. What I had to do was the tiny fraction of a movement that I had to combine to recover to be sitting here today, to share my story with anyone. And I realized that a lot of us, we want the end result now. We are not willing to celebrate the small movements that we're doing right now. For me, it was my pinky move. I celebrated that I did that. And as a result of that, everyone saw that I was still in my body, and it no longer was, she's not going to make it. And now it became a recovery. But how many times do we ignore the small little movements that we're doing on a daily, like a smile, like receiving a smile? And I remember when I was speaking to someone after my stroke, I was talking to her and she said, there's really not much to smile about with everything that I'm going through. And I challenged her. What if a small move like that can make a big difference? Even if it feels empty inside, can you just try to do it? Just do it and see if nothing changes. If nothing changes, then nothing changes and you have nothing to worry about. Just try. She smiled, and it was, not real. It didn't come from inside. She didn't really authentically want to do it, but she did it anyways. And after a while she was doing it, she started laughing, and that smile became real. At first, it didn't feel real. And while I was recovering, there was so many challenges that I was faced with that didn't feel real. It didn't feel authentic. When I started sharing my story, sharing it with people all over the world and being on stages with some of these people that I know are way better speakers than me, I would think to myself, what am I doing here? I'm not a professional like them. But it all starts by making a fraction of a movement, a tiny little baby step forward. For me, I call them pinky moves because that was my first movement. So I built on that. And sometimes you can build on a smile. You can build on the fact that it is not even real, but it can become real. The more you do it, the more you will embody it and it will become you. So that's the challenge that I want to leave everybody with today is, even in your darkest moments, can you crack a smile and see how long that lasts? Even if you feel silly, even if you feel like it's not contagious, because it is. It is. And I also want to leave you with one more challenge. As a stroke survivor, I spent some time, a long time, in a hospital bed, in a wheelchair, walking with a walker, later with a cane. Eventually, I was walking unassisted, but I was walking with a limp. And every time I met people from the outside, when they would see me and my challenges, I was considered handicapped. I would challenge you to instead of seeing it from that perspective, maybe they're a person of determination. One of my mentors said that they were in Dubai, and that's what they saw on the bathroom stall. Instead of saying handicap, it said person of determination. Wow, that was incredible. I thought that is so empowering. But what's even more empowering is when you get that person to literally change their perspective on who you are and how you show up in the world. And after a while, even if you are faking it, that will trickle down to you and you will start to believe it. And as a result, you will start to become it. So I want to leave you guys with just one more thing. If you can, so my tagline, small moves, big results. A smile is a small move. And for a person of determination, someone that's handicapped, someone that you see in a wheelchair or struggling with something, most of the time we look away. People will look away because they don't want them to think, I don't want them to think I'm judging them, or I don't want them to think that I'm making conclusions about their disability or anything like that. So most of the time they just look away and they just don't exist. My challenge is, can you look at them and smile? Can you make eye contact with them and smile? So the next person that you see challenged, determined, but challenged, in a wheelchair, walking with a walker, walking with physical deficits, can you look at them and just smile? You never know how that ripple effect will change not just their lives, but so many people in their lives as well. So that's my challenge. And I just really am glad to be on here tonight or today. Today it's in California, it's day, but I know in the East Coast it's nighttime. But I'm glad to share my story with all of you guys, and hopefully we can make small moves make a big difference with pinky moves.
Brisa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Brisa, that was amazing. I am transformed by meeting you, and I wrote down person of determination. That is beautiful. And I love that about your challenge and challenge accepted, because you're right. We look away and, maybe we're uncomfortable. We don't want to see it, or we don't know what to say. And we don't want them to think we're staring, and we don't know what to do. And as somebody who's been there, for you to say, it's okay, just look at us and smile. We're people too.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah.
accepting that challenge can be our pinky move. I love that. And I want to know, where can people celebrate you, find out more about you, find out about the Pinky Moves project, more about Brisa. Please share anything that you'd like us to know.
Yeah, so you can definitely follow me on all social media with my name right there on the bottom, Brisa Alfaro. You can go to pinkymoves.com, and I should have a free gift for you there too. And yeah, you could follow me on social media, send me a message, and see if how I can share my message with your audience, or if it's a good fit for you, or maybe someone that is a stroke survivor, or someone that is looking for a little bit more hope in the small progress that they're making, so that they can see it really does have big results.
Fabulous. And I want to say something. You talked about why me. You were on stages and you said there's people that are better speakers than me. My friend, you are an amazing, impactful speaker, and they should be privileged to share the stage with you, as I feel as much so today. So I thank you from my heart to yours, and from all the people at Perfect Publishing and part of this International Smile Day. Thank you so much for your story and sharing that vulnerable piece of you. That it was very impactful. So thank you, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me.
We are blessed to know you.
Bye, everybody. Pinky moves.
Pinky moves. Well, here we are still, eagerly waiting for my next person to come on camera. I'm not quite sure who it's going to be, so it's going to be a mystery. I have no idea. Are we still recording this, or am I just tap dancing and having fun? I could sing, but I ain't getting paid enough for that. Oh, I do see somebody. Oh, yes.
Hi.
Leslie. So Robinson was my mother's maiden name, and
Uh-huh.
I created my name from that. So I shortened it. So Robbins was my stage name back in the old showbiz days, and then I took it legally when I became a grown-up and decided that was going to be my name. So welcome to the show. Welcome to
Thank
International
you.
Smile Day. I get the privilege of introducing you, and I have a beautiful bio here. So I want to make sure I cover all the things you
Oh,
want to know about you. You are Leslie Robinson, the founder, CEO, and creative force behind Transformation Games. Leslie is a deeply compassionate therapist, storyteller, and pioneer in developing and using dialogue games as healing, connection, and communication tools. Leslie has spent 30 plus years, she started in kindergarten, working
no.
working in underserved and marginalized communities as a social worker, therapist, program director, program developer, clinical supervisor, adjunct professor, facilitator, and much more, to include serving as a Department of Defense reintegration speaker. Her programs have reached schools, universities, prisons, military bases, youth groups, nonprofit organizations, reintegration initiatives, and more across the US and in 3 other countries. Yes, countries. Leslie's work bridges emotional depth, authenticity, and courageous connection, bringing safe, structured spaces for people to explore stories of pain, of healing, identity,
Hear me?
relationships, and resilience. We are honored to have Leslie on the show and to share her
You,
journey and the transformative power of dialogue through play. Welcome. Please tell us also, Leslie, who nominated you, who brought you to this wonderful stage.
conference a few months ago in Chicago, bringing many different ways. And that's where I met Ken Rashawn. And books and with Roy, we're working officer space as well as the military space and with empowerment, all kinds of different things. That I'm not hearing anything. I'm not sure what to do.
I don't,
Hi, Beth. I didn't hear anything for the last like
sorry.
minute or
You know what,
sure.
Leslie, we're having some problems with your internet. You were going in and out, so
Oh,
we might,
really? Oh, I thought that
yeah,
was okay. I don't know
it
what.
wasn't me.
Wow. Oh, wow.
But we can either try this again. The boss is online, listening, but we can start you over, or we can re-record. So if somebody wants to tell me from the tower if we want to start over, if we have time, let me know.
Yeah,
I'm
we,
so
we have
sorry.
time. We have
Okay.
time. So we can re-record. If it doesn't look, I'm going to say I am a little skeptical that it's going to work. So Leslie, if you need to, we'll re-record Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, but you're having some blotches with the internet.
That's so strange. Okay. Okay.
So I know that my part got recorded, so we can edit that in. So I'm gonna have you, I'm not gonna go through your whole bio. I'm going to say, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Leslie Robinson. Take it away, my Chicago friend.
Okay. Wonderful, wonderful to be here. I'm from New York City, and I met Ken Rochon at a Sports Philanthropy Network conference put on by the founder, Roy Kessel. A few months ago, it was for people involved in sports philanthropy. There were a lot of incredible people there doing incredibly generous and wonderful things. And I was very grateful to meet Ken, and that's what got me here. So I'll just speak a little bit about my company. I'm the founder and the CEO and the creative force behind Transformation Games. So I spent 30 years working in very marginalized communities, to include in homeless shelters with schizophrenics and in prisons, and supervising his residences for homeless young adults, working with runaway and homeless youth, foster care for 20 years, putting creative arts programs in failing inner city schools, working with returning combat veterans, and more. And it just was so sad that nobody had any way to process what they were dealing with, what they were going through, be able to even get in touch with their feelings. And a lot of them had incredibly painful and traumatic childhoods, backgrounds, and no way to ever be heard, never share them with anybody, never have a space of comfort and kindness. So I started creating dialogue games 15 years ago to bridge that gap, where I've been a therapist for 40 years, but I created these games so that anybody can play with friends and family, any mature person can run groups, and people speak to their comfort level and they can heal together without a therapist, being that most people, especially marginalized people, don't go to therapy. So I'm proud to show you a few of them. This is my Keep It Real. This is the first game, and it's an inclusion game. It says inclusion all over it. This is in over 1,000 US colleges, hundreds of high schools, youth programs, drug rehabilitation programs. Unfortunately, as we probably all know, inclusion programs have been shut down on college campuses across the country. So I'm working now with 15 computer science college interns from Hunter College, and we're creating the Play to Heal platform. Most of my games now, I have 10 on the market in all different areas, and we're digitizing them all to go on a platform called Play to Heal. And it will be accessible first to college campuses, because 70% of college students say they feel isolated and lonely, and they're under incredible stress from every direction. 13 of the 15 college students that are my interns are first generation from immigrant families, so they're facing even more stress. They're incredibly passionate about the mission of bringing mental health and healing, resilience, and connection to college students. We'll go from there on to high schools, to nonprofits, to the world, hopefully globally. I already have a global research partner. So I just want to talk a little bit more about some of my other games. I have a prison reentry game in about 800 prisons, a virtual family healing game used about 12,000 times a month for people inside to heal with their families. So, we tend to put people in boxes, but everybody's a human being, and we all go through so many things. So we all need people to talk to. And there's a lot of isolation going on in the world, and grief and disconnection. So I'm working very hard to normalize this kind of conversation and bring it out into the world. As of now, I've done no marketing, but I'm looking to change that all up now that mental health is so talked about, which obviously it was not at all talked about 15 years ago, even 10 years ago. So it's really a new world that's opened up for the work that I've been doing and pioneering up until this point. I also am proud to show you that I have military peer-to-peer game, as well as a game for the couple to be able to talk about their relationship with each other so things don't escalate, and be able to ease tensions and get close to one another. And I have a grief support game. I'm out of inventory, so I can't show it to you. This is it in Turkish, and it's being translated into Arabic for use by the biggest NGO in Turkey, for use in the earthquake region for the Syrian refugees. that really have no way to process their grief, and we know what happens when we don't process it. Nobody's very good at processing grief. It's a very difficult thing. And my father just passed a few days ago, so I'm looking forward to playing it with some friends and being able to talk about those things that sit in your body and cause so much pain if you don't put words to it. So I know this is a Smile-A-Thon, and I'm super excited to be here and to be bringing, more awareness of this work, very necessary work, into the world. Thank you so very, very much, Ken. Do I have any more time? Hmm.
You're not alone.
Do I have time? Do I have any more time, Beth?
We have like one more minute here.
One more minute?
Yeah,
Okay.
and really, I want to use that time to maybe you could tell us how people can most celebrate you, find you, find out more about what your work is
Yeah,
about.
I'd love that. So my website is transformationgames.com, but it's got a strange spelling. So it's TRANCE, the number four, MATION, transformation, TRANCE, number four, MATION, strange spelling for transformationgames.com. There'll be a lot more put on the website soon. You can click on learn more on each game. It'll bring you to its own website with a lot more information on there for you.
Awesome. Well, I'm so grateful that you were able to come on today. We kind of sort of met, I think, in Chicago. I was at that conference with Roy.
Oh,
So I'm originally
I
from
would have
Chicago.
remembered you. I would
Yeah,
have
I
remembered
didn't
you.
speak. I was kind of in the background, doing my thing. Um, but yes, it was a pleasure meeting you. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing everything that you have and that you are and a light in the world. And I'm blessed to know you and to know more about you. So thank you from everyone
Thank
at
you.
Perfect Publishing.
And thank you for your vibrancy and beautiful smile and energy. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Takes one to know one.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Blessings.
Well, I am eagerly waiting for my next person.
While you're waiting for your next person, would you care to share how people can celebrate your season
Well,
day?
I wasn't sure if I was being recorded. I would love to share that. I am
I
Beth
would love it
Robbins.
too.
Okay, so Ken, I'm Beth Robbins. If you hadn't known that before, and you can reach me at bethrobbins.com. You can come play with me on Instagram, which is at Balanced Robin. And that's where all the fun stuff is. That's where you're going to get inspired, but you're going to take action because that's your call to action. Take action on your dreams. Balanced Robin, at Balanced Robin, Instagram, bethrobbins.com. I will see you there. And then you can find out when my books are coming out and all that exciting stuff. It's launch year. Let's go, people. Did I scare away my guest?
Hey,
Hello, hello. Is it Dr. Raz?
Dr. Ross sounds like
Dr. Raz.
Ross.
Oh, Dr.
Ross.
Raz, really a scientist. And then your last
Yes.
name, help me. I got to put the glasses on. Geddes?
That's perfect.
Woo, nailed it. All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the International Smile Day and celebration with Perfect Publishing. And before I get you rocking and rolling, because I do not have a bio on you, so I'm going to let you tell the world who you are, what you do, how you bring smiles to the world. But first and foremost, I need you to tell us who is responsible for you being in this hot seat today.
Well, I would blame that on Dr. Stafford Sutton. It
Okay.
is his fault that, and I mean, it's a pleasure, but yes, he is actually my connection here to Dr. Smiley. And so that's how I am here, through Dr. Sutton.
Awesome. Well, Dr. Ross, I'm going to turn the show over to you. Please tell us everything more about you and what you do. I can't wait to hear. The show is yours.
Okay, I think I got 3 minutes on this part, so you let me know when I'm getting there. But I am Dr. Ross, really Rastafa, like Rastafarian, because I'm from Jamaica. But I'm really a scientist, so I have a master's and a PhD in psychology, and then neuroscience, neurosurgery, and neuroanatomy is the space that I specialize in work in. And so, yes, I'm a STEM educator, and I was born in Jamaica. I grew up in New York City and went to Binghamton University, became a Ronald E. McNair Research Scholar, doing some research in temporal lobe epilepsy. And I went from there to Penn State Hershey Medical Center to then work on my master's and my PhD in the neurospace. And after that, on to Emory University, Emergency Medicine Department, doing my postdoc, and then to University of Wisconsin, out in Madison. And now I'm back in the Atlanta area in College Park, and I'm on a mission to bring the college back to College Park by building a BCI, Brain Computer Interface Laboratory, in my neighborhood on the South Side. With that being said, I'm also a AI enthusiast, and so we do a lot in that space and use the AI technologies to teach and educate. Or should I? Oh, there you go.
I'm here with you. So that's awesome. Tell us more. Tell us, in your opinion, in your professional opinion, as a scientist, how you bring smiles to the world. What is a smile? How does a smile impact you? And how do you in turn impact the world with your smile?
Well, there are two kind of smiles. There are internal smiles and there are external smiles. And I like to bridge both by teaching individuals about their brain, their five senses, and how it connects to everything you shall ever know. And so when you empower individuals with power of self, um, they can't help it but smile, right? Smile becomes a default. And that means in having a smiley attitude, which is, a more upbeat attitude, as well as physically. Sometimes we're not able to physically smile, but that don't mean you cannot smile with your motivation, your actions, and your intentions with your community and people around you.
Absolutely. I say that people smile through their eyes too, if you physically can't do it with the mouth because, our eyes, we had a guest earlier, it's the windows to the soul. And when you're smiling and you're really looking and peering into somebody else's eyes, you can see and feel that smile for sure. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And with that, undue gesture of kindness that somehow is a key to bringing smiles, whether you see that smile or not. Um, just doing something kind for someone reverberates and you pay that forward. And I guarantee personally, I have, and I know people have. You can think about yourself. Someone has done something either to you or for someone else. And as you thought about it, what did it make you do? It made you smile.
Yes. Well, you have to
So
think about it too, but then it's what can you do, right, to make somebody else smile, to impact someone else's day, right? And thinking that maybe that's intentional. It's an intentional choice, right? That, you know,
that's the other side of the coin, right? You have the passive and you have the active.
so tell us more about the active
And so
part.
well, the active part is making education and AI fun. And I think that's part of, well, I don't even think, I know that's part of why I'm here is because we make AI fun. I don't know if you can see the azimuth here, but it says space exploration and it's a
Okay.
compilation book. It's actually a children's book, right? That a compilation of individuals, you can catch it on Amazon. So I'll try to get it at the right
Oh
place.
yeah,
But
you got it. We
azimuth,
can see it.
and we basically,
Yeah.
oh, you can see it. We
Yep.
basically, it's a collective of authors And what we've done was use AI technology to create these different stories from A to Z and 0 to 9 as a children's book to let them know that AI, generative AI and this technology can be used for expression and it doesn't need to be scary and you can use it to learn. And so we dropped this book on International Children's Day last year, but there's two times of the year where it's International Children's Day. So this year we actually did book two, and I really like book two, not only because book two is bigger, but book two is really nice because now we're talking about STEM professions. So professions from A to Z that start with science, technology, research, engineering, arts, or mathematics. So, you know, the STEM, STEAM, or STREAM. So these are careers that end with a terminal degree in what I just mentioned, the science, the technology, engineering, mathematics. So now what we're doing is working actually on book number three, talking about bringing smiles. So book number three, because we've had interactions with our summer camp students and they're pretty smart and can use technology, they have an opportunity. Book three is going to be coming out in November of this year for International Children's Day, and they have an opportunity to use some of the technology, the AI technology that they've learned to create characters and tell stories. Now they will be part of the actual book. So that will bring smiles because these kids will be a part of a book that's on Amazon and they can brag to their friends. And we'll be using these books as we do, again, our nonprofit educational work in the academic system.
That is fabulous. What is the age range of the kids that you're reaching with these books?
Well, interesting. Just like any book, the age range you can reach them is from kindergarten all the way up to college, and I'll tell you why, to even working. Because K through 12, right? So the younger kids, it's more of the concept and the ideas. Everyone knows ABCs 1, 2, 3. But then as you get older, you get access to the technologies that can help you create, like the preteens and the teenagers are doing now. So you go from understanding, oh, I can express and create with the technology to actually doing it. So you're seeing it, but now you're actually being a part of it. And then we can get into the actual stage where now we're talking about undergrad and higher education, where we're talking about the entrepreneurship of making these books and the technology. And maybe you want to be a neuroengineer, because at the end of the day, I am really a scientist and I study the brain. So maybe you want to study the brain in AI. We do that as well.
Wow, that is fabulous. What was your impetus? What was your inspiration to create these books?
All how fast AI technology is going, it's not just the inspiration of minds, it's a default of the community. We're all motivated, we're professionals, but we're also students because this is all new and unraveling at the same time. So you kind of just navigate to like-minded individuals who don't mind cannonballing off the cliff of AI to see, what this thing can do in the effort of not only finding your own expression, but knowing what it means really in life, from health to finances to relationships to everything. It's a fact of life now. And you just find individuals who recognize that in the same time as you. And we all happen to be professionals, so we can have fun creating and then creating a space to teach and create more and celebrate other creators.
Yeah, and I think that the key word there is that you want to teach, you want to give back. You know, you're scientists that have created this, and that you're not only just giving it back, you're giving it back to those to our children, the kids that can take this and run with it. I just figured out what AI was barely last year. You had a book out about it last year, so you're way ahead of me, my friend. So I'm just
Well,
saying, like,
well,
wow.
let me be fair now. This is a collection of artists. It's from my ecosystem, so it's not just my book, actually. So Sandu Bauchu is the head, guy on the book, and the concept and idea, but we come together as a community, similar as we teach a classroom of students. That's a community, and they can come together as a community to learn as well. And so we're just trying to show and not just say.
Well, you're doing more than showing, you're teaching and you're inspiring our children to take this to the next level. And thank you so much for all of that and for doing this. I'm excited to know you and know more about this and check out your books. And in that vein, tell us how we find more out about you. Where do we find you? Where do we celebrate you? Where do we find your books?
So you can find me on LinkedIn. I'm pretty much on LinkedIn, but you can also go over to Microtron, Microtron AI.com. So micro and tron AI.com. You can find me over there. If you want to email me, you can email me at info at GNN globalfoundation.org. That's info at gnnglobalfoundation.org. So we do nonprofit educational support services, and then we also do neuro and brain tech. So brain technology. So we'll get into that next time because it is Rostober. So it's October and it's my birthday month. And in Rostober, we are raising astronaut scientists. So that's what we're celebrating this month. And I'm proud to do so as a Ronald E. McNair Scholar because if you don't know, the anniversary of 1986 is coming up for the Spaceship Challenger and the incident there. And that's where the research program and how I became a doctor, where that all started from is that program. And so we will be doing a lot in the next year to, support the remembrance of the of Ronald E. McNair, as well as the Research Scholars Program. And there's 5,000 of us out there. So you guys get ready to come to Atlanta.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I'm honored to meet you and share the stage with you. And thank you for all that you do, all that you are. And thank you for participating in International Smile Day.
Thank you, Beth, and thank you, Dr. Smiley, and everyone keep smiling.
Peace out. Well, here we are. My greatest honor to welcome Sonia Green to the stage. I don't know that we've actually met, but welcome. And I know what you're going to say, but surprise us anyway. Who invited you to this wonderful, auspicious stage today?
Miss Roz Knight, Dr. Smiles,
All
invited
right.
me here. Yes.
Another awesome
Yes.
human. Well, I don't unfortunately have a bio for you, so I am going to let you have the stage. Tell us who you are, how you're impacting the world, and everything that you have. The
Okay,
stage
my
is
name is
yours.
Awesome. Well, my name is Sonia Green. I hail from the great city of Detroit, Michigan, also known as the D. I am a mother, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a filmmaker, and as well as a published author. As you can see, the book, Deliverance, the Dirty Work of the Church. I also, what else I do? I have a full-time job. I have a master's degree in information science, and what else? I do a lot. So tonight I guess we're gonna discuss deliverance, the dirty work of the church. And Beth, are you there? Or are we just going to I'm just going to continue to share about.
The stage is yours.
Okay, awesome. So thank you. I wasn't sure. So again, I just told you a little bit about myself. I have, if you want to find out a little bit more about my movies, go to jtltv.com. But if you really want to find out about my books, you can find them on Amazon. As you can see, this book behind you, this wonderful book called Deliverance, the Dirty Work of the Church. I wrote this book. Actually, it wasn't my desire to write the book. And the Lord said, write this book. I'm like, I can't write anything. If I write a sentence, it'll be a miracle. And if I write a paragraph, it will be a miracle. But what it turned out to be 16 wonderful chapters. And writing this book, I wrote this book in 2010, and it still sells like I wrote it yesterday. I probably sold probably about if I dare to say 8 or 9 thousand copies of this book. So this book, particular book, tells you about things that I encounter as a one that travels around the country teaching on deliverance. And you probably say, what is deliverance? Deliverance, I call it, is you see it all the time in the Bible where Jesus casts demons out of people and different things that kind of happen, curses and generational curses. And people might say, well, how can you have that if Jesus done everything? Well, I used to think that too until I started encountering these demons and even the things that happened in my life. So within this book, again, as I stated earlier, there are 16 chapters, and each chapter deals with different subjects. The first chapter kind of talks about what is deliverance and why do we need it. And because a lot of people don't understand it, we as just people living every day, we encounter these different things. You might say, hey, why is this in this person family? They all the girls are unmarried. It just may be a generational curse, right? Or why is it all the sons get killed? Or why is it they always having financial hardship? Most of the time, it's because their family have something hidden in their family. And what I did, I took what I have learned over the years and I put it and condensed it in this 16 chapter book, which is awesome. I would say you should get it. It has helped countless families. I have known, matter of fact, I still get praise reports or people testimonies of telling me how their lives have changed, how things have been so different in their lives, how people who couldn't have children. Oh, there you go. Just lost my background. How we gonna keep on moving though. How people have lost. Uh, I'm sorry. I just have to laugh at myself. If you can't laugh at yourself, you're not doing any good. But anyway, how countless people who couldn't have children, they were, just me ministering through Jesus Christ and having people set free. This book has been in hands of great leaders as well as the everyday average person, and it has helped. It has set their children free. It has broke generational curses in their family where you don't see anymore sons going to prisons or sons dying or people. Now, I just want to make this disclaimer that I call deliverance the weapons of mass destruction. And so this is something that the Lord has given us to fight the enemy who constantly fights us. So in that, we have to learn how to fight the very one that tries to trouble our soul. So I think it's a great book if you're just a beginner in deliverance and want to understand what it is. It kind of breaks things down. I can share a little bit about how for me, I had a lot of financial issues and I couldn't understand why every time between October and January, I wouldn't have any money. I couldn't understand it. Like it was like a goat just ate every dollar out of my pocket. And so what I began to do is pray and ask God, what's going on? What's going on? And I was praying against the spirit of poverty and the spirit of lack. And the Lord said, stop praying against that because that's not it. And so he began to tell me that it was my father who made bad financial decisions, my father um, who manipulated people out of money, and he had poor spending habits. So once I broke those generational curses off of my life, and then I began to command those spirits that came to enforce the curses, they began to go and my salary tripled. So I have not had financial issues since then. Now, and so it's just different countless things that I can tell you about, great stories. I can tell you about the first time I experienced deliverance, which was great. I wrote about that in the book. I also wrote that story in the book, where this woman, she spoke perfect English, but when we went to deal with the spirit that was hiding in her, she started speaking in a Jamaican accent, man. And I'm looking, what is this? So this is a book to just to teach you of your authority, what you can do, how you can do it, and where you can do it. And so again, you can get this book on Amazon for 99 cents. And please go and enjoy it. I promise you, it'll shift and change your life. If you see something going on in your life that's just not normal, you know, people say, God, all the men in their family die before they're 50. I wonder what's going on. It's probably a generational curse, right? What else another story I can tell you about? Um, I'm trying to think of a few as I sit here and talk about things, but my favorite chapter is chapter 16, where it talks about there is hope. Our hope is in Christ Jesus himself. And so it really talks about the things that we can do and how and what he did for us that we may be set free. And he has given us the power, right, to get set free from the work of the enemy. The Bible says, he says, the reason the Son of God was manifest to destroy the works of the devil. And that's all we're doing. Some of you may say, all Christians can't have demons. And you may say, oh, I don't even believe in demons, but yet we'll believe in other things. But let me tell you, I used to be one of those people that said the same thing until I experienced it for myself. So when we talk about casting out of demons and different things that we don't understand, this book right here will give you a basic understanding. I love to write. I think it's very important as authors that we write that a 5-year-old and a 90-year-old should be able to read and grasp what you're writing. And so the simplicity of this book is just that simple, and it will change your life. So please just go and check out Deliverance, the Dirty Work of the Church, and then tell me what you think about it. Tell me what you like about it. If I can help you, you can reach me at iawt@comcast.net and just reach out to me, and we'll have a discussion and we'll talk about some things. If if you want more clarification, you want some understanding, and the churches really should be doing it. This is something that God has given us to do. This is part of some authority that we walk in as believers, that we have the ability to have power over the enemy and not the enemy to have power over us. So when we walk up and rise in our authority, he does not like it. You know why? Because we become free. We can smile, we can laugh, we can have joy, we have peace, we have all those things that he does not want us to have. We have financial freedom, liberty, we're able to love. It's a lot of good things in that book. Also, in addition, I was going to tell you about a few of the chapters in the book. So we have one of the chapters is deliverance, why the church will not touch it. Hence, deliverance, the dirty work of the church. Do I need deliverance? Deliverance from sexual spirits. Deliverance from financial spirits. Deliverance from secret society. What's your sign? That's an astrology one. Tattoos and body piercings. Jezebel, the other power behind leadership. Who's the boss? I see dead people, deliverance from the hip hop culture, church on church crime, division in the family of God, the pagan roots of our holidays, just some nuggets that I've learned along the way. And again, as I told and shared with you before, there is hope. So listen, if you believe that something's strange in your family, if you think something is weird, I'm gonna tell you about another story. I was here. Thank you. I remember as a kid, they used to call it the witch on your back, or you feel like you paralyzed, right? You can't move and you stuck and you can't even talk, you can't move. That is a spirit. And or medicine will tell you, oh, that's poor blood circulation. But I'm here to tell you it's a demon. And how can I tell you that? Because I felt that demon walk on my bed. I felt the imprints walking on my bed. And I'm like, oh my God, what is this? And so I began to pray because I couldn't move. And before I can really deal with it, I couldn't move. And as I began to call out the name of Jesus, I was set free. So what I found out about this spirit is that it is a spirit that enter in through, I'm just going to say sexual sin. I'm just going to say it. And once I found that out, yes, I did not live holy all my life. So So, but anyway, so I found that out, and then I went and repented and asked God to bring some healing and deliverance in my life. And guess what? I do not have that problem. It used to jump on me all the time because it makes it feel like you can't move and you can't breathe and you can't do anything. It literally paralyzes you. So that's another spirit. Yes, I have heard demons, I see demons, and guess what? I see angels and I hear angels. But more important, I hear the voice of the Lord. So please, if you don't have anything to do and you enjoy this book, go and get Deliverance, the Dirty Work of the Church. It'll change your life. It'll save your life. And listen, some of us are wondering, why are these things going on in my family? Guess what? Get Deliverance, the Dirty Work of the Church. You can break those things off of your family, off your family line, off of you. And guess what? You'll be set free. Things that normally would happen, you expect people to have cancer or all of this, you'll begin to see a change. Now let me just make this statement. I say this: deliverance is not the cure all for everything, but what it does, it makes the fight fair. So it gives you opportunity to hear God, discern God, and make right choices, right? Sometimes we don't make right choices, but the book itself will give you a basic understanding of guidance, exactly what deliverance is, how you can be healed, how you can be delivered, how you can be set free from the snaps and trials of the enemy. So I'm looking
So
forward to
let's hear
hearing.
your message about how this is celebrating the smiles. I want to make sure the
Hey,
audience hears that you are here not to say that the churches are dirty or that it's all
no,
trauma in the world. I want to make sure we're
no.
yeah, please.
No, sir. So I got this idea because I traveled a lot and across this country ministering. No, I am not saying the church is dirty, but what this book really says is that this is a ministry that a lot of people do not like to touch. That people rather prophesy, they rather preach, they rather be an evangelist or pastor or teacher. So deliverance is something that people don't really want
Well,
to
we have
get
our next
into.
speaker coming up. How can people reach you?
They can reach me at iawt at comcast.net, or they can go to Amazon and get that book,
All
Deliverance and
right.
Dirty Work of the Church.
I hope that you enjoyed bringing the smiles to the world with your message. And
Yes.
we are coming up with a very special guest. So let's bring the next guest on.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Bye, everyone.
Beth, are you here? All right.
I am.
So we're going to have, I think, Stephen as your next guest, and then we are going to actually share a surprise that is so congruent to what this message is, which is children have actually shown us what a real smile is. It's wonder, it's purity, and is certainly a story worth telling. So I want to make sure that you get that opportunity. So Stephen will be our next guest. Stephen, come on up.
There he is. I think you're muted still. Can't hear you.
It's always a user error. Yeah, I had a 5-second delay where it said you can't get on until 5 more seconds. So,
Oh,
hey,
that's so funny. Well, Stephen, hello again, my friend.
hey, Dr. Beth.
I am excited to introduce you as the one and only Stephen Beaver, but I don't have a strong bio for you, so I want to let you take over and tell us. I know why you're here. I know who put you in the hot seat, but I want you to take the show, tell us who you are, how you bring smiles into the world for yourself and impacting everybody else.
Right on.
Take it away.
So, thank you so much, Beth, Dr. Beth. So the first way is the way that you guys see it right here. And this is, I got like 13 shirts, exactly the same shorts. Everything's exactly the same. And it has yet to happen that I have not gotten at least one smile when I've walked outside. Even if I walk outside sometimes just to get the mail. If somebody's walking by, I had a neighbor that didn't know, that just said, "Hey, I love the shirt," whatever. So smiling is important. And uh, Ken, I've written a lot of books. I've been writing since '93, but I never really published any because I always do it for my clients. The client has a problem, I write a book, solves their problem, and I move on. And Ken was like, "Why are you not publishing your book?" And I'm like, "Because I'm only using it for my clients." And he said, what do you think people write books for? And I'm like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. So I wrote a book about 5 years ago called Gaming to Win, because I used to be a big gamer. And I realized how much time I wasted. And I thought, I was talking to a friend of mine, and I told him that, and he goes, you should write a book about, because I was taking gaming and building a guild and being a good gamer, are the exact same skills that you need to be in corporate. And he's like, you need to write about that. I'm like, yeah, no. And he goes, no, you need to write. And so he pushed me into it. So I wrote it. And the first chapter is called Be the Dumbest Kid in the Guild. I think we all know that, right? If you're the smartest person in the room, there's a problem. And so that's one of the ways that I built high. But I wasn't really, I mean, I wrote the book. It's a good book, don't get me wrong, but I wasn't excited about it. And Ken and I were talking, and he sparked something in me. And I realized, and here's the question to everybody, what's the first guild that you should build in the game? Your family. And so I wrote a workbook with that, and it's for the parents. Now, here's the real kicker. The parents can go through the workbook, and they can see themselves in the workbook also. It's not just for the kids. They can use that to increase their marriage, their business, any relationship out there. It all works exactly, and it builds the family, and that's what we need. We need cohesiveness for the family. That's the hallmark of our livelihood. We're creatures of community, right? And this is last 40 years or so, families have been broken up. You know, it used to be grandpa lived with us forever, and we had 5 generations in there sometimes. But now it's everybody's moving, and that's just the way the world is. There's nothing wrong with that. But we miss a lot of stuff when we do that. So this is it's a really cool book. It's called Gaming to Win. Ken told me I couldn't be on any more of his shows if I didn't publish it. So I got it on Kindle. I got to tell the girl on Kindle to click go, which I'll do after this. So Ken kind of let me on anyway, because he's a nice guy. He makes me smile. So anyway, if you want to get that and get the workbook, it's going to be cool. If you don't, that's all right. No big deal. So I'm just going to go into Dr. Beth and I were talking, and how to change yourself. How to change yourself. We were talking about thinking and changing when things go wrong or right. So I want to give you Dr. Lisa Feldman Barrett, I believe, is the person. 7.5 lessons for the brain. But anyway, she's a scientist that does all this research and stuff. So anyway, so if you look at this right now, this is a vase, right? So I want, and one of our client speakers was talking about being bullied. Well, I'm a 7th degree black belt. Why? Because I was bullied when I was a kid. And so I never wanted to be bullied again. And of course, that can never happen. I mean, you're always bullied. I mean, it happens in the corporate world just as much. But here's the thing. If I say that, it's the truth. And so this represents my bullying. And so when I say I'm a 7th degree black belt because of this, I have to relive that, which isn't good. That's not good for my ego. That's not good for anything. So what Dr. Feldman says is we need to, instead of going through the psychoanalysis of why I was bullied and how I need to forgive them and all that stuff, there's another path that you can take. The path is change this. How do you change it? Well, you say it's a vase right now, a vase, whatever. Now it's a water bottle. And this water bottle represents when I was in high school and I was the head of the homeroom volleyball team. And that's where I learned how to be a leader, because we had to have 3 girls and 3 boys. And I told them I was really good. 5'7", and I could jump like no other. I was 120 pounds. I could block, I could spike. But this is now my past when I was doing the volleyball tournament at the homeroom. And there came a point, and I told them, I said, no matter what, you guys do not take their ball. We win or lose as a team. I didn't realize this at the time, but this was me. And so now I'm saying that this water bottle represents a positive side in my life, and that's why I'm a 7th degree black belt. So and the funny story, I'll just finish the story. So I told them we got to the point where there's these three. The volleyball team was homeroom for three of the varsity volleyball players who did not like me because I could block and I could spike, and I'm short, so I could dig really fast, right? Better and faster than most people. And so they set me up one time, and I said, "There'll come a time, just wait for it, and you set me up for the spike, and I will blast them." So they did. They set me up. I came up, and all three boys had a big wall. There was no way around it. Dink, over. Now, about 4 feet away from the ball, and it's a slow dink. There was a girl with her arms folded, and she let it fall. And the boys turned to, "Why didn't you get that?" She said, "Why didn't you? You get all the other balls." We ended up beating them. Why? Not because we were better, because it was 6 against 3. My team had the confidence. And so I learned that through that. And so now when I talk, I used to do this exact thing where I'd start as the water bottle and then go to the flowers. But then I realized in my mind, I'm always seeing the water bottle as the depressing side of me. But now it's the good side. So when I say I'm a 7th degree black belt now, it's because I had this volleyball thing and other things that are positive. So I remember the positive. I change it, right? I don't have to go back and psychoanalyze myself. I can psychoanalyze the positive things in my life because quantum physics says whatever you think about, whatever you pay attention to happens. Karma, right? If we read the Word of God, we become better Christians, right? If we don't, we don't. So anyway, this is how I help people smile, by showing them that they can change. And for kids, it's more important that they change. Even if they're gamers, you can be a great gamer and a great person in sales or whatever. So that's the cool thing. That's what that's how I make people smile. And there was some people on me had some way good stuff. I'll just go back to my notes. And here's the thing, and gaming, go by yourself, you go fast, but you go with a team, you go far. And so that's what you're teaching kids, right? Be a team. You don't have to learn everything. As a matter of fact, even though I was the #1 assassin on the East Coast for Diablo and a top 20 guild, I am an average player at best, but I got these kids to come in that were so smart, and they could tell you to do this and do that, and this is how you make a better piece of gifts, and do. And then other guilds heard about us and heard about me, and I was always talking, having a good time. "Can I put my alt in your guild?" Sure. Now, when the new stuff came out, they all knew what to do, and all I had to do was ask. See, I was the dumbest kid in the guild, and we had one of the top guilds out there. Why? Because I was friendly and I smiled a lot, inside and out. So that's how I make things smile. Dr. Beth, can you come in and let's just have a conversation? I'm going to say this, and this is, and as you know, I'm just going to say it because I'm being a jokester, but I love you platonically. Okay, I'm married happily. Okay, those two things. So, but no, I really enjoyed our previous conversation, and your wisdom and willing to help. But that's my story about this. And this water bottle goes with me everywhere. And I remember the volleyball stuff and other fun things.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Stephen. And I love you too, because you have given me a title as doctor. And I really am not a doctor, but I will accept it with humble.
In my mind,
right. Okay,
in
I'm
my
Dr.
mind,
Beth.
you spoke like a doctor. You acted like a doctor.
Oh.
You gave wisdom. There's a Dr. Beth that I had on my podcast this afternoon, right before you, and she is a doctor. And you guys are speaking the same language. I was like, holy cow! I want you on my podcast because I was like, this is amazing. You are amazing. So, and as is almost every, like I said earlier, Ken's got to lower his standards because we have too many great people in here. It's hard to pick.
Well, thank you. And it's been an honor getting to know you here. And I would be honored to be on your podcast. I'd love to do that.
Awesome.
And thank you for all that you've done for International Smile Day. You've really, you brought a smile to my face. And I love your stories. I love the water bottle. I love that it says Aruba, one of my favorite islands. We
Yeah,
used to
yeah.
travel there a
Oh,
lot.
Aruba has the best chocolate cake ever. I don't know if it's the humidity. I don't know what it is, but oh my gosh. My name's Steven. I'm a chocoholic. Okay, just
That's
letting everybody.
funny. Most people
So,
go to Aruba for the sandy beaches and the blue, tranquil waters. You go there for the chocolate cake.
well,
To
we went
each of
deep sea
them.
fishing and all the other things too, but but my name's Steven. I'm a chocoholic. That's what I remember the most. It's like my wife remembers all the other stuff. She's that way, but
That's funny. Well, thank you so much for everything that you brought today on the
okay.
show. It's been a
Yep.
pleasure.
I
And
think I'm the next host also. Am I or are you?
I am winging it here. I think Dr.
Normally,
Tony's coming
normally
on.
you'd be the next host, Stephen, but we have a couple people. We've had a lot of people that I guess when you have 130 speakers, there's going to be things that happen.
Yep.
And,
Yep. They've
you
been
know,
texting me too, saying, "Hey, I
yeah,
can't make it."
and people have said, and by the way, thank you for all the responsible people who've said, hey, I have someone I have to take care of and I have to be there for them and I can't be there for you. So,
Oh, but
Beth,
we
yeah,
have the so yeah, we have that. Oh, I'm not going to spoil it. I know what's about to happen. I forgot, but I now remember. But I'm not going to spoil it. But I'm excited. Let me just say that.
actually, you won't be spoiling it. I'm going to let you say it. Go ahead and say it.
Dr. Beth's going to read to us some words of wisdom out of one of her books, and I'm super excited about it. I'm just like I'm going to stop saying that because it just seems redundant, you know. But I am.
Well, Stephen, I'm going to tell you, I don't read children's books because they're above my reading level. And I read this one and I could not believe how good it was. I wanted to read the next one, the next one. So she has 15 books being made into children's books about seize the day with a smile, with kindness, with courage, with leadership, all superpower, everything. So, Beth, this is your limelight for why you are being acknowledged for Smile-A-Thon. You are actually the ultimate Smile-A-Thon with this book. So I'm going to bring this in. So thank you, Stephen. And by the way, Stephen is our champion. He actually said, why do you need 27 hosts? I'll MC 5 hours. So thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much.
I will see. This is
And we've
fun.
come up with
It's fun and I'm learning. I mean, this is like, how can you?
well, Stephen, you're actually really clever because every host gets 6 names and 6 new friends. And you said, I'll take 5 hours. And that's like 30 people that you get to have friends with. So, and what a brilliant team the 3 of us are and all the people that have talked so far. So I do want to make sure that we are sharing the screen. Beth, are you ready to read? Or why don't you share why you did this first and foremost? And then we're going to go into reading the book as you wish.
You know, the reason I did this book is because at breakfast one morning you said, "Hey, I think you should write children's books."
Yeah,
That
but that's not the reason why. I
no,
mean,
the reason
honestly,
I had to, I dug deep and I said, you know what? These books are in me. And I just didn't know it. And I'm really so passionate about seize the day with a smile and the message that that brings. And I think I spoke earlier that to reach these kids when they're kind of a wonky age, you know, fourth, fifth, sixth grade, you're awkward anyway, and you just your world is changing, the dynamics of your world is changing, and you're trying to figure out where do I fit in? Who are my people? Who are my tribe? What do I jive with? And and so that's really like what this book is that no matter what you're mad at school or what's going on or mom and dad, you have a choice when you wake up in the morning to how you're going to seize the day. And when you read these books, you can see the power of those choices and how it impacts yourself. But then when you're interacting with your friends, and I think that it really brings a child's core values to light, whether they're really, you know, that I think that core values are intrinsic. We learn them from mom and dad for sure, but I think that you know when things don't feel right, and that now you have these books to show you that the difference between when it feels right and when it feels good, and it's a choice, and that's what the books are about. And Seize the Day with a Smile is the first book, and it features young Kenny as our lead character.
yes. And before we go there, I just want to say there are people that are offered this opportunity to speak, and they say, I have something else happening, and they don't get it's an Oprah moment at some percentage. And the second thing is you may have heard me, but I actually felt what you want to do with the world, which is actually wake the world up as a child to actually be powerful. And I wish I had read this book when I was a kid. I was fortunately excited enough about Da Vinci and some other heroes, but not everyone gets those heroes. And so your book has a lot of challenges. And I want to say, when I read it, I said, wow, this is how it really feels to be a child. And I know that I wouldn't normally share, but I was at soccer practice and one of our soccer children had been bullied that day and had his head just actually smashed into a table because he told on a kid who was bullying another kid. In other words, he stepped up to say, that's wrong, and he got hurt. And your book actually says it's okay to be brave and it's okay to actually step up. And although sometimes you have a mixed message, it's actually you're changing a lot of lives when you actually step up. So I want to
Yeah.
I want to
Wow,
share that.
bullying, that's a topic in book 4 or book
I
5,
know it is.
Seize the Day with Leadership.
Yes. So we're only doing one book today. You guys are getting
Okay.
a real you guys are getting a real gift. This is a book that 8 billion people should be reading. So this is the cover, and the brilliant Sam Welty has made murals across the United States and beyond, and he chose to actually accept your challenge to make 15 books about Seize the Day. So the floor is yours. I'm just going to be a guide in this. So here we go.
All right. Well, seize the day with a smile. We start the book off with seize the day is a phrase that comes from the Latin words carpe diem. This translates to seize the day. Either way, the message behind the words is huge. What's really cool is that it can also be interpreted in a million ways. It can mean doing something bold and extraordinary. It could mean going against the normal ways of doing things. Stuff you do to fit in with your friends. Maybe one day you show up with unmatching sneakers, and the next thing you know, it's a new trend at your school. It might mean taking a chance on trying out for the school play, even though none of your besties have a clue you even like plays. It might mean taking an inspired minute to comfort a kid in your class who seems sad. It might just mean deciding to take the day with a sense of humor, deciding that it's going to be a great day without any idea how. You just decide it will be. By all accounts, it's an ordinary Tuesday, but for Kenny, it started with that pit in your stomach sort of feeling. There's a math test that he's a bit shaky on, and then after school, tryouts for the soccer team. And both of these in one day make this Tuesday feel a bit daunting. Usually he loves math, and especially his teacher, but this particular lesson had been a struggle for him to grasp. And soccer, it's not his strongest sport, but it's the one that his friends play. And if he wants to be able to hang out more with them, he's got to at least try. So, getting ready for the day, Kenny caught a glimpse of himself in the bathroom mirror, and he couldn't help but grin a bit. The reflection didn't quite represent a guy ready to conquer the world or seize the day. His hair is going off in 3 different directions, and a dab of toothpaste was stubbornly clinging to the corner of his mouth. Yikes! Well, Kenny said to himself, raising one eyebrow at his reflection, at least you showed up. Let's get this day going. And then, even though he didn't exactly feel like it, he smiled. Not the gleaming, confident superhero sort of smile, but a lopsided, brave bit of a smile. That little smile seemed to make his heart feel a little lighter and the stomach ache a little bit less noticeable. As if maybe, just maybe, today could be better than he thought. Because sometimes the first step to seizing the day is simply smiling at yourself and deciding to try to be brave, to try to show up, to try to be and do better. Stepping onto the school bus, he noticed the driver, Miguel, was in a bad mood again. Thinking about the power his smile had on himself, Kenny decided to just smile and nod his head in a silent hello before finding his seat. Kenny didn't think about the bus driver again that day because he had his own day to manage. He sat in his seat on the bus, looking out the window, a bit nervous about the day ahead. Second period came way too fast. Kenny sat down for the math test and shot a nervous smile toward his teacher, Mrs. Griffin. Maybe a nervous smile would get rewarded with an easy test. The test wasn't exactly what he hoped for, but not as bad as he feared. The good news was that the pain of wondering and worrying about the test was over. Kenny smiled with the confidence that he did better than he thought he would. And this smiling idea was working pretty well. Even Mrs. Griffin noticed his confidence as he turned in his test on his way out. It made her smile too. The final bell rang and it was off to soccer tryouts. As Kenny laced up his cleats, he listened to the other kids razzing each other, wondering who would make the team. He knew they had all been playing for a few years and would likely make the roster. But deep down inside, he knew that a similar outcome for him would be a long shot. After Coach Svensson put them through the drills and scrimmages, the kids eagerly waited on the edge of the field as he read off the names of the players who would make the team. One by one, his friends were clapping and high-fiving each other with grins from ear to ear as their names were called. Kenny waited and waited. No name. His stomach began to do that awful twist and turn into 1,000 knots. It felt like everyone was looking at him, as if they could see a flashing sign over his head that read, "Not good enough." For a split second, Kenny wanted to bolt, or cry, or both. But then he remembered his morning smile, the one that made the choice to show up, to try, to remember that winning isn't everything, or even the only way to be brave. He stood up straight and began clapping for his friends, for the teammates who made the team. It broke the tension for all of them, as the kids who did make the team just wanted to celebrate, but they didn't want Kenny to feel bad. Coach Svensson caught his eye and gave him a nod, like he saw something far more important than soccer skills. He saw someone that was beginning to learn that seizing the day doesn't mean winning, or acing a test, or even making the team. Sometimes it means seizing the courage to stand tall, to show up, and to put on a confident smile and cheer for someone else. That evening, Miguel, the bus driver, after finishing his route, went home to his empty house to kick off his shoes and make dinner. While everything around his kitchen felt familiar, there was something stirring inside him that felt different. He'd been feeling this way ever since that boy Kenny had randomly smiled at him when he got on the bus that morning. It made him think back to when he was that age and rode a similar bus to school with his kid sister Marie. They were always up to something. He laughed to himself, thinking how they probably drove their bus driver crazy. And now his thoughts turned to her. She had moved across the ocean to a village in Kenya to work as a nurse in a children's hospital, and he hadn't talked to her in ages. He decided to call her. With the time difference, he caught her moments before she headed to work. She answered on the first ring, and he could hear the smile in her voice as they reminisced about their childhood antics. He told her about the boy smiling at him earlier that day and how he realized it had quite an impact on the rest of his day. He told her that he had decided he would smile at each child the next day with the hopes it would have a ripple effect as well. Marie and Miguel talked for a few more minutes and agreed to make it a weekly ritual. Marie felt lighter as she walked into the hospital to care for her patients. She was so happy to hear from her brother. As she walked into her first patient's room, she noticed on the chart that he was going to be having surgery soon. His name was David. The child was visibly frightened as he sat in bed alone in his hospital gown, waiting for the medical team to arrive to get him ready for the operation. His family lived in a village too far away to be there with him. Marie put on the biggest smile she could muster as she filled his head with confidence that he would soar through the surgery and recover faster than he could imagine. She told him that she believed in him. She shared the fun stories she was reminded of during her morning phone call with her brother Miguel. The stories made her patient smile, and one even caused them both to belly laugh. Her young patient definitely had a shift in his heart from fear to confidence, all from sharing a smile and a belief. That belief was a knowing deep inside that everything would be okay. Just before they wheeled him out of the room for his operation, she leaned over him and whispered something. "David, you have a superpower within you," she said. "It is much more powerful than any challenge you might face in life. You were born with it, and it is unique only to you. Use it for good, and if you share it, it will get even stronger." The ripple effect of a smile has no limits or boundaries. It's highly contagious. You absolutely never know how many people you can impact with just one smile. Smiling is a choice. It is a powerful choice for someone who commits to seizing their day. Miguel hangs up the phone with a smile. Right there next to his wallet and keys lies that silly pin. Marie gave it to him ages ago. Now he understands the power it brings. It brings fun memories of happy days as a kid. It makes him think of his sister. It seals his new resolve to smile more and to remind every kid on his bus to smile and to seize their day. It's not always easy to put on a smile when the world feels heavy, when you're all alone and maybe afraid, when we have a thing or two on our minds that make us feel sad, scared, worried, lonely, or even angry. We all have big human emotions. The good news is we can decide how we would like to feel each day. Happy, excited, curious, spontaneous, and adventurous. They're a lot more fun. It's a brave choice every morning to seize the day with a smile. A smile costs nothing but creates endless ripples of riches. Imagine how it feels when someone smiles at you. It can completely change the outcome of your day. One smile received is priceless and yet costs nothing to give. Where will your smile travel today? Then we have try these on. I don't have these in my book, but the next page is some I am statements that you can practice in the mirror. And then there's also vocabulary words to strengthen your own smile muscles.
Beth, thank you. Thank you for
Thank
believing
you.
that. Yes, we both are actually believing that Gandhi's message, you can change the world if you believe that you are the one. And the message of this Smile-A-Thon is that everyone's the one. So step into your power and know that you can make a difference in one life or many. So Beth, I'm emotional if you read that. So thank you. It was a beautiful.
Thank you for that opportunity. That was a blessing.
Yes. And you have this shirt too, and you bought
I
a
do.
lot of them. And I just want to say, wow, you make Perfect Publishing proud with the lineage and the new pathway of what it is to create future leaders. And by the way, next year on 5:30, we hope to have kids and young adults speak about what it is to actually be the future because they read the book or they just were inspired by someone that they heard today. Because I think a lot of kids are not only lost, but more importantly, they don't know what they don't know about what it is to be big. And when I hear your story and I see my son, I say, gosh, I wish I'd had that opportunity too.
Wow.
So you made a book for kids that will actually change their lives. And we don't know how many ripples it'll create, but that's the whole idea of playing big.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you too. So I just wanted to make sure that was part of the recording. There are 3 parts to this recording that are just really unpredictable. Well, number one was that Scott Carson, Australia, saw a message about being part of the International Smile-A-Thon. He's going to be on at approximately 1:32 a.m. this Eastern. Number 2 was Barry Shore. He gave a card to me, not with y'all on it, but he gave me a card to me. And that card has caused some 10 years later to be this big Smile-A-Thon. And number 3, honestly, Beth, it's you making that book. And number 4 was Nina making the song. And not
That's a
necessarily in that
killer
order. The
song.
point is, yeah, all these things are happening because people are waking up and saying, I can be powerful and I can make a difference while I'm alive.
Yeah. It's choice. It really is. We all have it in us.
And no matter how many times we go to the zoo, we have to remember you can leave the zoo and actually be with humanity and be civil and cause them to be inspired. For all the people that are in the zoo, know that the animals should be set free because live free and also be free. So be free with a smile, be free with your heart. And the cool thing about Beth is she is as low judgmental as it could be in order to have smiles actually occur. And when someone makes a mistake, know that the mistake is going to be a mistake you could make too. So are you going to focus on the mistake, or are you going to focus on the beauty of that person bringing joy to the world?
That's
So
right.
thank you, Beth.
Thank you.
All
Rock
right.
on.
Well,
It's a pleasure to
I
be
think
here.
we have Stephen Beaver, I think, taking over at this point. Is that correct?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm
Stephen,
here if
come
you
on
need
in.
me.
And I know that. And we have Stephen, and we have all kinds of people. Charlotte's next, and she has Frogville. And guess what? I am more apprehensive about eating frog legs now than ever after reading Frogville.
I've read
All right.
Frog. It's a great, great book.
Oh my gosh, Charlotte is the bomb diggity. We have been jumping around all over DC, hoping that she'll choose us to actually amplify her goodness. Are you ready? Come on in, Charlotte. Hit that inner backstage, and I think that Stephen, you're the one who's going to be interviewing her. Is that correct? Charlotte?
I'm here.
Well, if
Hi,
Stephen
Dr.
does not,
Smiley.
what did you think of that book?
That was really terrific. That should be very inspiring for any kid who's having a bad day and trying to figure out how to get through it.
Thank you. That means a lot.
And by the way, Charlotte and I had coffee the other day, and I was just so happy to hear that she's choosing Perfect Publishing to be part of her amplification of all the goodness she does. And most importantly, all the frogs are going to be reading about Seize the Day with a Smile.
That's
Yeah.
great. I love it.
Good luck, you guys. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being part of the Smile-A-Thon.
Thank you.
All right. Hey. So
Hi, Steve.
how you doing?
Good.
Well,
Good to
you're
see
about
you bright and happy.
Well, that's me all day long, twice on Tuesdays. So hey, I'm just going to let everybody know right now. We all know you're an author. Yeah. So what? Who you're a speaker? But here's what I think's interesting, and this is why we're going to make a connection someday. You're a rancher, and we used to have a horse ranch. Going to have another one soon. So I'm excited to hear about that, but not today, of course. But of course, you are an author of a best-selling author, the Frogsville Quest series, which is super cool. You're also an author of The Power at the Table, which I think is hopefully. I'm thinking that this is going to be something to do with why families need to spend more time at the table in the evening. I don't know, maybe. And then the guide to developing clients and control. So there's a lot of cool stuff that you're guided to develop clients and control, which I'd really like to hear more about that. But whatever you're speaking about, I'm going to love. I know. So and you split your time between Houston, Texas, and Frogville, Oklahoma. I'm from Norman, Oklahoma originally. I'm a Texas
True.
transplant.
Yes. Two good Okies. Yes.
So I'm
Nothing
gonna.
like it.
I think that you've got extra time. I have a friend of mine that might be coming on, but I think you have extra time, and so I'm going to set it for 8 minutes. And then if we can go over, we're going to go over. And if it needs to turn into a interview, then be ready because
Okay.
I'm a tough interviewer. I ask the hard questions.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm getting off. You get on. Get them. Go get them.
Okay. All right. It looks like
Yeah, go ahead.
okay. Yeah. Steve has gone dark, so I guess it's just me here. Hi, everybody. I am happy to be with you in the Smile-A-Thon, and thank you to Dr. Smiley for inviting me. I'm Charla, as you heard from Steve Beaver. I am an author, a speaker, and a cattle rancher. I am a fifth-generation cattle rancher living in Frogville, Oklahoma. And one of the things that makes me smile on a daily basis is I live in Frogville. I grew up in Frogville. I also spent time in Houston. Not quite as much smiling there, but it's still good. And I was able to write a whole series of books, the Frogville Quest books, which, by the way, you can find on Amazon or Apple or on Barnes and Noble. And they are about something that Beth was talking about earlier, and that is about growth and development for children. My main character is Lily Pad Lotus Dillweed, and she turns 13 and she turns into a frog. And this book series is about her adventures and trying to do all of the things that you need to do to turn back into a girl. And I tell everyone that all girls turn into a frog when we're 13. It's a bad age, but there's hope. And if you smile and you're happy about it, you'll survive, just like Lily survives. And Lily deals with dragons, and she deals with pirates, and she falls down a rabbit hole and meets Jack with Jack and the Beanstalk fame. So each one of the books is a different literary tradition. There, you can sort of see there are 6 of them so far. Number 7 is coming out at the end of the month, and it is a combination of Greek myths and the Peter Pan story. You can probably tell I was an English major, and books like that always made me smile as a kid. And I wanted to add something to the lexicon, the library of children's books that made people smile and made them happy. I read some children's books, some contemporary ones, and they're dark and they don't make people smile. And I thought that when I started writing my books, I would take a slightly different path. When I was a kid, I remember very distinctly when I was in junior high, one of the other girls said she didn't like me because I smiled all the time. And I remembered that this afternoon when I was thinking about this presentation. And I guess I've always been a smiler because I think that life gets better. And I think that there's plenty to be happy about. Every day brings you something. And if you're learning and moving, then that's what you smile about. And I find that every day brings me something. And today you'll notice that here on the ranch, I have a clouder of cats. We have lots of cows, we have lots of cats, and the kitties are helping me today. And that always makes me smile. Anytime you can interact with an animal, to me, that's a smiling event. But in terms of how you deal with the world in general, as Liz said, and Beth, I'm sorry, as Beth said, and as Dr. Smiley said, when you smile, you interact better and you make the world a better place, and it just uplifts you. So there's a great deal of reasons for interacting with the world in a way that's positive. And if you think things are going to be good, things get better. It's all about outlook and mindset. And the mindset of the smiler is certainly better and more positive than the mindset of the one who frowns and complains all the time. I hope my books will provide some smiles for some children. I haven't done a reading like Beth did, but I have done some readings at elementary schools, and those were wonderful fun. The kids really interact well, and I got to tell you, kids these days are smarter than I was at that age. They know more. I talked to a 2nd grade class, and they understood chapters and character development and a lot of vocabulary that I'm positive I didn't understand until I was older. And that's something that definitely makes me smile because that means that the books that I have written have provoked in those children some learning and some enjoyment. And that's what life is about. I think every day is to be enjoyed. Today was a beautiful day. The weather was fabulous. The sky was blue. The fact that I was running late and had issues to deal with, yeah, that's just a day. But as long as you're smiling while you do it, you'll get through it. So that's my view of life, and that's the way my books work. And I think that the Smile-A-Thon is a wonderful way of bringing that concept to the public consciousness because we hear so much in the news and on media of things that are supposed to make us not smile. Sometimes it's a good idea to just take a step back and think about those things that make you happy. And the things that make us happy make us smile. And sometimes it's chicken and egg. If you can smile your way through it, you'll probably survive it. And that's how you get through life. Life gets better if you're smiling. But the things that make us happy are the things that we find and we create for ourselves. So I would recommend that anyone who's looking to create a book consider talking to Dr. Smiley because he not only does smile-a-thons and book-a-thons and bald-a-thons, but he and his company do books. and they publish and they help authors find their voice and they help readers find their smile. That's what we ought to all be aiming for in this world. And I think that it's a worthy endeavor. Every time you can make somebody else smile, you've made not only your day better, you've made their day better. And there's always a way to do that. And Stephen, if anyone wants to find me, the best way to find me is at charlafrost.com, or you can go to charlottejfrostspeaker.com because my speaking career has its own little website, and it talks about what I talk about and has a speaker reel and all sorts of good information.
So this is completely off the grid on this question, but have you ever been to the Two Frogs restaurant in Oklahoma on off of I-35? It's kind of like
No,
close to Ardmore or someplace like that. Okay.
no, I haven't been to that one. I'll
They
have
have
to put
cooked
it
frog
on the
legs
list.
before.
Yeah. Oh, can't fry my little froggies. It might be one of Lily's friends.
So my question to you is this, and this is a more serious question. What,
Yes.
what was it in your life that got you going down this path? And this is going to sound rude, but I really don't care what you do, but I'd certainly like to know why and what mentor, what a life event, what your mother, a best friend, a terrible event. What was it that got you to be so great? I mean, I'm just curious.
Well, the thing that got me to law school was my my high school principal, my senior year in high school, who called me in on a Wednesday during summer and said, "What are you going to do for your life?" And I said, "I'm going to be a secretary." And he said, "No, no, 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 you're going to have a secretary. You're not going to be a secretary." And that got me started off on the project of going to law school, which then propelled me to be a debater, which then propelled me into a courtroom. And in fact, you mentioned the Power at the Table book. That's actually not about eating with families. That's actually about gaining control of your financial power within your organization and within your life. So, sort of
So
like
use your
a
organization.
quest. Yeah,
That could be a family table thing. As a matter of
it
fact,
could be.
I'll give you a personal side on this. Um, my education on finances is when I asked my dad, I think it was maybe third or fourth grade. I said, how much do you make? And he goes, you don't need to know that. I pay the bills. That's all you need to know. That's my financial education.
Yeah.
But
Well,
the rich, they teach their kids how to do real estate or stocks or whatever, right? And then the average person, they're like, well, I don't want to talk about that. Well, so, but anyway, that's so. Okay, so my question to you is, why do you think the principal took an interest in making sure that you succeeded? That you had to have made some impact on him. He didn't just, like pull everybody in and give them a 5-minute talk, I think.
actually, he did. He was
Oh my
brand
gosh,
new.
he was the,
Yeah, he was a old used up lawyer who had decided to become a teacher, and he had gone through the files of every kid in high school, and he had every one of us come in for a meeting because he was brand new, didn't know anybody. And I was fortunate. I have wonderful parents. My mother is still living, my dad is not, but they had always stressed that we were going to college. Neither of them were able to. And it was never a question of, are we going to college? It was when we're going to college. So I was on the path to do that. I just didn't know what I was going to do when I got there. I had no athletic ability. So while you were able to be the volleyball king, I was the kid who got called last for everything, which I have come to grips with as an adult because I don't have hand-eye coordination or any of that stuff. But I was a smart kid. So I had done well on tests and those sorts of things. And it was a very small rural school. There were 37 in my senior class, and I think 23 of us actually graduated. But I was fortunate. I had wonderful teachers. I had wonderful family. I had lots of support, and life life turned out well. And my financial training at home was somewhat similar to yours, except my dad's rule was based on advice he got from a friend's father when he was a kid. It's less about what you make and more about what you keep. Don't spend more than you've got and save as much as you can. And that makes a lot of sense if you're making good money. It's harder to do if you're not. But that was the total of my financial training as a kid.
I'll put a spin on that. I don't think it's how much you save. I think it's how much you invest.
And I think you're
No
right about
billionaire has
that.
ever saved
Yeah.
their way to millions and billions. It's always with investing. You have to save
Yeah.
first, don't get me wrong, but people
Yes.
stop right there, and it's not where you
Yeah.
stop.
But to your point, rich people teach their kids that. Working class people like my family, we were good on the don't spend more than you've got part. So
Well, that's,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, back in the 60s, there was no such thing as buying stuff on credit. You paid cash for your house. I mean,
Right.
so I mean, it is completely, the credit cards have completely ruined everybody as far as that goes. I'll go crazy. Kimberly's already shaking her head yes. So
Yeah.
so
Well, thank you
Charlotte,
very much. Thank you for
yes.
having been my host. It's great to see you again. It's wonderful to participate in this.
Always
And
fun.
thank you for making all of us smile.
Thanks. Thank you for letting me know that. That actually means a lot to me. I mean, it's better than thank you. You got to learn to you got to learn to say thank you. And that's something I'm working on. So thank you very much for saying that. That means a lot. Kimberly, as soon as they kick our friend out, which they did, I am going to let you take over. You know, if you've been listening, that I listen. I don't go off and do something and come back and go, that was great. Let's go to the next one. I listen. So sometimes I'll have questions about this, or sometimes you'll spark something like Kimberly, like Sharon did, and I'll go off on a tangent. So be prepared. I'm going to start the
Awesome.
timer, and I'm going to leave. So, but it's all you, and I'll be in the background if you need me. But I'm going to let you be the face.
Excellent. Thank you, Stephen. Living, caring, grateful for sharing. Boy, oh boy, I love to work with the daring. Turning confusion into clarity, helping patients to thrive, showing the world that pharmacists change lives. More than counting pills, we dispense purpose and pride. PharmaCare Solution is where true care resides. Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Kimberly White, and I became the go-to pharmacist in my family, along with over years and years of experience. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you for having me. Stephen, would you like for me to just talk to the group?
Yeah, this is more of a TED Talk format. I can interview if you want. I'm good at it, but I would rather you, unless you want me to. But this is all about you. This is not anything to do with me. So I'm not going to do any fillers, and I'm just going to be asking questions.
Okay.
So if you know what you want to say, just let me get out of here and you do it.
I shall. Well, wonderful.
All
Thank you
right.
so much. And I really am thrilled to be here. I was just, when I met Dr. Smiley at the Military Influencer Conference, I was elated. I mean, we talked, when I met him, I felt like I've never met a stranger. He was wonderful and just instilling so much inspiration to people. And in the group, we all laughed and enjoyed one another as if we had known each other for a very long time. So I'm very excited to be here and honored, honestly, to share my story. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. I became the go-to pharmacist in my family a long time before I had a company. So that is very clear. I shared that before, but anytime in my family or my friends, they needed to understand a prescription, I chose for them over-the-counter medicines. I went through and sorted through piles of supplements. They would just call me for my advice. And then for me, when my father faced several health challenges, he was overwhelmed by a long, long medication list, and no one slowed down to explain. Not even the pharmacist at the pharmacy counter, not the rush visit with his doctor. But when the two of us sat down, I translated the science, I lined up his doses, we put all his meds in a medication pack and a tray so that he can stay organized. You know, his fear slowly dissipated. So as he and I mean, I could see his whole demeanor was really very nervous. And as we smiled at each other and came through this together, that fear turned into understanding. So that was the aha moment for me. And that's when I was able to exhale and birth my company, Pharmacare Solutions. So just by background, I'm a pharmacist. I have an undergraduate pharmacy degree from Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa. I also have a doctor of pharmacy from University of Florida and a ton of years educating physicians, launching drugs, supporting research, doing a lot of work just to integrate education with some of the sharpest minds in healthcare with just the perpetuation of science. Just there's so many developments, there's things that we've learned over the years with medications, improving them. At first, there was a lot of tablets, but now we're well into biologic therapy. So a lot of that evolution was inspiring to me. But to be honest, I was grateful for those years. But my first true love is talking to patients. So I love to help people understand what's going on in their bodies and what medications actually, how they work, when to take it, what are the nuances. And they can make informed choices with their clinicians. So that is where my company began. And I have to tell you how thrilled this is. It's thrilling to help people really understand that medications can be confusing. When you talk about prescriptions or over-the-counter medicines or even supplements, there's a lot to them in terms of absorption and distribution and metabolism and excretion in the body. And certainly, if you haven't done as much as my years and years of training in pharmacology and pharmacokinetics and classes of drugs, then it can be really confusing. And I trust that pharmacists are a go-to reference rather than ChatGPT. So for me, I've done a lot of jobs and worked, and my residency was as association manager, but it's truly a blessing to work with patients.
Okay, I'm going to cut you because I got to know something. Okay, you're giving us facts, and that tells me that you're definitely high on the list of what you know. But stories sell, facts tell. So tell us a story of what you did that made somebody smile. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This was actually a recent, this is a recent story. So a patient of mine had surgery and really she told them about her allergies and they missed it. The nurse said, well, you know, typically if you have this sort of allergy, you can still kind of find something within the class. Well, that's not true. And she actually had a reaction. Her whole entire body broke out in a rash. And we just happened to talk. She called and she was telling me, yeah, I'm feeling better because I just wanted to check on her. She said, my pain is still there, but I have this rash on my body. And I'm like, your rash? And then we talked through it. And then she told me, and I immediately said, that is within the same class of drugs as a cross reaction within that class of drugs. And I'm so happy we spoke because she stopped the medication, called her physician, and they prescribed something else, which really did help her. But it took about 2 or 3 days for her rash to clear up, but she was itching. And and there was some, it didn't look as sightly as she wanted it to. So that was a tangible example. Or just when you help someone have an aha moment that they're taking the same medications, or they're taking something for pain, Tylenol or Motrin. They're both for pain, but it's really overkill on kidneys and liver. So I try to help people understand how things work and really ascertain what are their true signs and symptoms, so we can treat the symptoms and do the least amount of harm to them.
All right, so better. But I want a story, and it's now we're down to the crunch time. You've got a minute and a half. I want to hear why you did something, and somebody across the counter or at the window gave a big smile and a thank you, and you maybe saved a life, or didn't, or saved. Give me something like that. I just got to hear it, because I know you've got tons of them.
Oh, I do. I have a ton of stories. I recently spoke to a pregnant patient, or I shouldn't say patient, they're not patients, pregnant person. And she was just scared about all of the Tylenol information that's in the news regarding whether or not it causes autism, but she's starting to get a fever. So when I told her, listen, so we kind of triaged with her nurse and physician, and they felt comfortable to get that for her. So I walked her through absolutely everything, the dose, when to take it, etc. And when I tell you, she was just so excited that we had that one-on-one conversation, because that's what my company does. We do one-on-one consultations just so they can make sure that everyone understands.
See,
so
now
when
that's
she
what I'm
smiled
talking
at,
about.
she
That's what
flashed
I'm
that
talking
winning
about. So we're
smile.
going to have you on again, and next time I don't want to hear anything about pharmacy except these cool stories. As a matter of fact, I'm going to give you a hint. Just if you type it out, or get on a recorder, tell the stories, send it to rev.com. It'll get it out. Do the computer version. Don't do the manual version, and you've got a book.
Oh,
Make you
nice.
smile by a pharmacist's point of view. Something that's a bad title, but you know what I'm saying. Leland's laughing at me, but Leland can laugh at me. I'm gonna have to let you go, because Leland is before I guess we'll catch you later though. But good job. Now you got it at the end. We're gonna get you back and get even more of these cool stories. I promise you that.
Fantastic. Thank you for having me. Bye.
Right on. Thank you. So what I was about to say is, this is different from when I say it. You've heard it 1,000 times, I'm sure. But everybody, Leland's a combat veteran, and I say thank you for your service. But that's because I'm a civilian. My wife was the primary, 20 years in the military, and so it was always funny. People would say, "Hey, I need your social." No, you don't. Now I need your social, sir. No, you don't. Or sir, no. She's the prime. Oh. I'm so sorry. So I do thank you for your service. It comes from a different, everybody else meant it too, but I understand a little bit different. Biomedical neuroscience, dude, that is just a long way of saying you're smart, okay? Doctorate, neurochemistry. I mean, founder of Willful Warriors, which makes sense because you're a combat veteran, and that's cool that you put all that together. Breathing work, which is breath is life, and the vagus nerve. I'm probably spoiling all this stuff for you. Stress, pain, trauma. You work with these people worldwide, and I'm super excited to hear more about you. Same thing. I'm gonna go dark. It's just gonna be you. I'll be here. I'm listening to everything, and if you want, I'll come back on. But otherwise, you've got 8 minutes. Ready? Go.
Awesome. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. And I think I heard Kimberly say University of Florida. So go Gators, because that's where I'm currently at school right now for my master's. But yeah, so my name is Leland Holgate, and I am a combat veteran. In fact, I was also the son of a combat veteran. So my father was a U.S. Army Special Operations operative, started out as a Ranger, and he is actually one of the biggest reasons that I got involved in this, besides my own story, of course, that I'll cover. And I actually just had a book that I co-authored that came out called Journey of Riches. The Whisper That Was Always There is my chapter. And in that, I kind of nerd out a little bit, but of course there's some of my story in there as well. And just so Stephen said it himself, the breath is life, and I couldn't agree more. It is absolutely the shift agent, the control agent. It's the way to find a smile when you can't find a smile. And that's one of the things that I really cover in my chapter is, what if the worst thing that happened to you is the best thing that happened for you? Because that's literally my story and where I come from. So besides, you can kind of imagine growing up in a pretty chaotic household with a special operation with a ranger. It was a little different growing up in that household. He was obviously a little on edge from the things that he had done and seen. So at the ripe old age of 17, I got tired of being told what to do. So I joined the military myself. And when I went in, he refused to let me join either the Army or the Marines. He didn't want me going combat the way that he went. Well, when I went in, of course, I passed certain tests and scored 100% on my ASVAB. So I got to pick pretty much any job that I wanted in the Air Force. And I went for C-130 Loadmaster, which put me right into the thick of everything. I remember the phone call actually between he and I when I called him from basic training, and just so excited that I was accepted into one of the most mobile squadrons in the United States military. So the phone just went dark for about 30 seconds. And then, of course, when he came back on, he's like, "You idiot, you have no idea what you've done to yourself." And he was right, because I went through, from that point, I went through SEER training, survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. I earned my expert marksman ribbon. I was quite handy with the rifle. And then I went straight into operation. I got to see the Middle East. I was part of 3 deployments, and my last one was in Kosovo. So I was there for the Yugoslavia conflict. Well, now Serbia. So on the way out, the only reason I bring that up is on the way out, we got lit up by what we thought was a surface-to-air missile. Alarms are going off inside of the aircraft. So you can imagine the alarms are going off, and this is not a very, very silent alarm. Things are going absolutely crazy. We're yanking and we're banking, and my job as the loadmaster is to look out the rear window and find where this thing is coming from so we can turn into it. And you heard me right. Yes, so we can turn into it, cover our heat bloom. So we're all over the place, and you can imagine it's kind of like a 10 Richter scale earthquake, basically, that's going on. And of course, all we can think to ourselves is there's nothing we can do. All I can do is jam the button on this thing called the pickle and kick out all the chaff and flare. You know, you've seen those really cool pictures, I'm sure, of chaff and flare coming out of the cargo aircraft. And that's what we would do. So this is only, mind you, about 8 to 10 minutes. But you can imagine it felt like an eternity. I mean, you've got special operations guys looking at me going ghost white. None of us could do. I was armed to the teeth. They were armed to the teeth, but we could do nothing. We were powerless in that moment. And it was something I remember that shaped me for the longest time and had me deciding that I wanted to no longer be in that situation. So moving forward, I was going to announce my intention to go try out for Hell Week and become part of our Special Operations Command, pararescue or combat control. Weeks before that, though, of course, we had some steam to blow off. We go out and we're having a little bit of fun. And you can imagine we can't just do regular things or go for a walk or, you know, whatever else. So we're getting pulled behind a really fast watercraft on an inner tube. And the boat goes one direction. I come off of that inner tube. And the last thing I remember was water coming up. And that was it. Everything went black. I actually had a out-of-body experience. I was dead for over 3 minutes and 48 seconds. Thankfully, my friend who was right there, my brother at arms, grabbed me, pulled me onto the wave runner, wore me like a belt, and got me into the shore. And thankfully, a state trooper was there because we were back in Arkansas at the Rock. And he immediately started on resuscitation. But this whole time I was just in this place of peace. There was no thoughts, no wants, no needs, no anything. It just felt like I had come home. It was like coming home after 12 to 16 hours of walking and just taking your shoes off. It was the most peaceful experience I had ever had. And then from there, extreme contrast. Of course, he gets me breathing, he gets my heart going again, and I land back in my body in the ambulance. And you can imagine I'm just shy of my 20th birthday. I go from a whole bunch of fun to this very peaceful experience. And now I'm in an ambulance. I got a horse collar around my neck, and there's beeps and there's sounds and there's chaos going on around me. And all I can hear is this muffled voice, like the Peanuts adults, you know, from those old cartoons. So that's all I could hear. But finally, I tuned into him asking me if I could feel that, and immediately tuned into the fear that I couldn't feel my arms, I couldn't feel my legs. It was really hard to breathe. What was going on? And that is when the fear hit me, that I couldn't feel anything below my Adam's apple. So we got to the hospital and verified with MRI that I had a contusion on my upper spinal column. Shut everything down. And this is back in 1999. Very different landscape of neuroscience than what we have now, as you can imagine. Neuroplasticity was still just a baby. So you can imagine the limiting talk that was coming from some of these doctors. So it was dark night of the soul type stuff. And thankfully, long story short, too late, my physical therapist walks in, and he's a yogi. And he starts to talk to me about yoga and breath. And you can imagine in my position, I was kind of thinking to myself, dude, if I could move my legs right now, I'd kick you in the throat, yoga. That's really funny. And then finally, he imparted on me how it is breath and mindset, and really tuning into what I cover in my chapter, which is that the heart is the command center. It really is. And what's right next door? What's the next door neighbor to the heart? Your lungs. It is. So your story is
actually reversed. You're giving us a story on what made you smile, which is cool. It's completely different than all the other stories, right? Which is a good twist. Makes you original, right? So what was it? Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Kawasaki talks about his moment was when he was doing he was flying helicopters, and they had to, apparently when it dives, you throw everything out, and he barely, but all that training is what I'm saying. All that training that you do pays off.
It does.
And,
it
and so
really
you
does.
used all of that training, and when you finally realized that breathing was the way, you probably took that to the nth level that most people wouldn't have, because training generalizes. It doesn't matter what you're doing. You're excellent at this, you'll be excellent at something else as long as you want to do it. So very good. I'm super stoked for that. But yeah, excellent story on how to make you smile. And so everybody else, think about that, right? That was a good one. And again, I'm going to say it because Jimmy's here. Thank you for your service. We do appreciate you. That's why we can say what we want to say, because of you.
I appreciate you. Yeah, thanks.
All right, Jimmy, as soon as he gets off, it'll be all you, and he's there. So I'm going to go dark again, and you just do your thing, and then I'll come on after 8 minutes.
Very good, man. Thank you so much. Hey, listen, first, I just want to say to Leland, thank you for your service as well. My dad was in the Marines, but my name is Jimmy Owens, everybody. And Leland's going to love this story because he was talking about the heart being the command center. I've been a swimming coach for 30 years for USA Swimming, where I coach young kids and high school kids. I also coached high school swimming for over 20 years and water polo. And I ran an entertainment company for 37 years. So that's a long time. But the most important thing is I had a heart transplant. So talk about the command center there at Leland, and everybody listening. I'm one of those people that made a lot of people smile, because I came out of the ICU after they told me I had about a month to live unless I got a new heart. And luckily I got a new heart. So thanks to UCLA and all the amazing doctors, and as Leland pointed out, the amazing medical profession and what they can now do. So because of all that, I decided that the community pool was no longer going to be big enough. I decided I wanted to impact the world. And I wrote a few books. I'm a best-selling author on Amazon. Perfect Publishing published my last book, Never, 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 Never Give Up, 4 Keys to Overcoming Adversity and Achieving Your Goals. And I created what's called the SWIM philosophy, SWIM. S for serious, you must be serious. This is what I would tell the athletes and tell others in business, as I've been an entrepreneur for most of my life. You must be serious. You must set goals. You must decide what it is that you want to do that's going to make you get out of bed and be passionate, instead of having a job where you just jump out of bed and work for somebody else. The W stands for you've got to want to win. And that doesn't mean you've got to want to take first place. It means you've got to want to be better than what you are. You got to want to get from where you're at to where you want to go in some of those goals. The other thing I want to say about goals is you've got to write those goals down, and you've got to look at them each day, and they've got to be measurable, and they've got to be significant about what it is you're doing. I was told today at a conference that I was at, somebody said, "Oh no, I don't do smart goals. I do dumb goals." Where I listened to what he said, and it was very interesting. I wish I could remember the what the analogy of the dumb means. I'll have to tell it to you later, but needless to say, I thought it was pretty good. And let's go to the I. The I is for inspirational. And there were many times in my career that I didn't want to get up and go to practice at 5 o'clock in the morning when I had to be there. It was freezing cold or it was raining outside, but I did it anyway. I did it because that was the job I loved. The goals that I had was to be there for the kids. And because I was there, it inspired them to do better. And because they got inspired, and inspired me to want to keep doing those type of things. And that inspiration helped me with my motivation. The M stands for motivation, which, sometimes you run out of motivation. Sometimes you have to look back at what inspires you to be here to help motivate you to keep going. So in the process, that became my SWIM philosophy, and that's what helped me get out of the hospital. I was in that hospital for 5.5 months, and every morning I would get up and tell myself, "Hey, I'm not dying here. I'm getting out of this hospital." The doctors used to laugh. They would just call me coach. Matter of fact, I wear my shirt that says swim coach, as I still do coach swimming and adult swimming. And talk about the impact, that you make on the world. When I got out of that hospital, they asked me, because I was so motivational, every day I drove them crazy by saying, "When am I going to get out? When am I going to get my heart?" And each day I said to them, "Who doesn't survive in a hospital? People who don't get up and move around. So get me out of this bed." And that's what they did. And here I am a year and 8 months later, and I'm running around like I had nothing wrong with me. I feel 30 years younger, and they have contacted me over 7 times to come in and meet patients waiting for a heart transplant who were having problems, patients who were ready to just take this stuff out and let me die. And I came in, wait, no, you've got a long way, you've got a lot to do in this life. And that's really how I felt. I made an impact on a lot of people in this world. And that's just the beginning. It's only been a year and a half. And I currently speak at hospitals as a volunteer. And I speak to the doctors that actually do the organ, eye, and tissue recovery for transplant. But they've not ever seen somebody who has received an organ. At least most of them have not seen or talked to somebody who has received an organ and is doing as well as I am. I'm back in the pool swimming. I'm coaching every day. I'm here in Florida right now at a conference, which has been amazing. It's a 5-day conference. So I'm normally I live in California, so it's quite a difference. So I'm talking to you from the hotel room, but giving people a smile. When I say hi to somebody every day, I walk up and say hi with a smile because I am glad to be here. I am happy to be alive. I'm happy to have a second chance. Whether you believe in a higher power or a spiritual power or God, like I do, God gave me a second chance to be here, and I'm glad to be able to share that story with other people. I'd love for you to grab my book and read what I did to get out of the hospital and what it was like. and what the swim philosophy meant and why I created it while I was in the hospital. I laid in that bed thinking, what do I tell the kids? I tell the kids every day, you know, you got to believe in yourself. I'll believe in you until someone else does. But when I'm in the hospital and I'm the student or I'm the patient, I have to believe in myself. And every day I had to tell myself, I'm getting out of here. I'm not dying here. And that's my mindset, was that of getting out. Hey, Steve, is Steve?
Yeah, Stephen. So here, I'm just going to interject real quick, because this is not for civilians. This is not for military, police officers, things like that. But so for civilians, I've said this forever. The people that are in the best shape are wrestlers and swimmers, period. You can't find somebody that's in better shape than a wrestler or a swimmer. Overall, they're just hands down. And I took up swimming just a year ago, doing laps. And there's this guy, he's got to be 70, and he swims freaking forever. I can do 10 laps and I'm pretty good. And I figured out how to do the backstroke so that, you know, but I'm talking about myself now. I got to stop that. But
It's okay.
so
I love it.
you are, hey, and like the military, you are in a, that generalizes to everything that you do, because the exact stroke, the finger off a little bit, everything, the breathing, and
The breathing is the
where do
biggest
you breathe,
thing.
at the top of the lung, the bottom of the lung? Why do you do that? When do you do that? And it has to be with the, you know, and the thumb up, and you know, so all of that stuff is amazing that you have that ability, and you're
I'm so
transferring.
excited to hear you say that. You know what's funny, Stephen, real quick, I'll try to make this fast, is when I got out of that hospital, the doctor who worked on me, one of my cardiologists, was an NCAA Division I swimmer from back east. And he said to me, you may never do the butterfly again. 5 months after getting out of that hospital, I got in that water. And even though I swim slow, I said, I wonder if I could do this. And I did it. And now I'm back into competitions. And that's funny. My two sports were wrestling and swimming. The two sports I did.
Me too.
There you go.
You know, I'm a 7-3 black belt. My two-time national champion is in basically Greco wrestling. It was Tai Chi wrestling, but that's what it was, is Greco wrestling. So you are an inspiration. For especially people, they think of wrestlers and swimmers as young, you know, people, but they don't realize that that's something you can do for literally the rest of your life.
Okay, so I coach and I compete master swimming for USA Masters. And I was just at a meet in Mission Viejo about 3 weeks ago. And here comes this 99-year-old breaking a national record, diving off the diving blocks, doing a 200-meter butterfly at 99 years old. And I fell over. I mean, right.
We're going to end with
Mary
a win
Slaughter
on that
was
one.
there.
That's it. That's it. We can't
I
get
was
any
in
better
shock.
than that. Damn 99-year-olds. All right, here comes Evans and Kimura.
Thank you, man.
Got the flag there. Yes. And as soon as you go, Evans, it's all you. I'm going to go dark. I'll be here watching you, listening to you, and there will be a test at the end. So pay attention.
Will do. Thank you, Stephen. All right. Hello, everybody. I hope this finds you well from wherever and whenever you're tuning in. My name is Dr. Evans Kamuru, and I am a speaker, author, and coach who empowers individuals and organizations to lead with disability. And I know that's a little bit of a paradox, because leading and disability don't typically go hand in hand. Well, you see, I was born with a physical handicap. And by the grace of God, I've been able not only to transcend the physical limitation, if you will, but also I've been able to embrace my disability and find my unfair advantage that is the result of having the handicap. Well, and what I've come to find, my friend, is that we all have a handicap of sorts: physical, non-physical, sane, unseen. That challenge, that limitation, if you will, that prevents us from becoming our authentic, powerful, present, and purposeful self. And so I'm just a man that's on a mission, number one, to shatter all the glass ceilings in my own life and also empower others to do the same. Well, allow me to tell you a little bit of my story. So, as you can see, I do have an American flag here because I am based out of Kansas City, Kansas, in the great United States of America. But I'm originally from Kenya, East Africa. I'm actually rocking the colors of the Kenyan flag in my attire. And I was born in Kenya, East Africa, without my right hand and also without my right foot. And I was born at a time when culture and society, by and large, did not look very kindly at people born with physical handicaps. The superstition of the day held that if a child was born with a physical handicap, it was a curse. Somebody must have done something wrong. Worst case scenario, kids like me were thrown away and abandoned to die. Better case scenario, hidden and ostracized away from the society. And best case scenario, relegated to a life of poverty and begging. You know, those pictures of the crippled people that you see begging for alms in the street. But even though I found myself in a harsh, cold, and unwelcoming environment, by the grace of God, I landed in the hands of Julius and Eunice Kamuru. My mom tells me that the first time my dad held me in his hands, he looked down at me, smiled, and said, "What a handsome little boy." Now, I share that story, number one, to sensitize you that that was my first encounter with a real, genuine smile. Yes, I know I was only a few minutes old in the world, but I believe that somehow at a subconscious level, I received that. Number two, also to sensitize you to the kind of life-giving, loving, and positive people that my mom and dad are. They never treated me any differently than my brothers. They provided whatever it is that I need. They encouraged me to become the best that I could be. And it's because of their nurture and I guess nature that they passed on to me that I just learned and I grew up to become a confident, and independent young man. I think now that I look back, they taught me to smile at life. To smile at life. And I want to maybe just talk to you a little bit about how do you smile at life when you have a handicap? How do you smile at life when there's trauma and pain as we all experience? How do you smile at life when there are storms? Well, three ideas I want to leave you with here today. Number one, my parents taught me to be grateful, to find the good in life, to think about life from a perspective of abundance. You know, I think of gratitude as that thing that allows you to see the good that's already present in your life. It's kind of like when you buy a new car, say a Toyota, all of a sudden you start seeing Toyotas around you. It's not that they fall out of thin air, it's just that you're more aware of them now that you own one. Gratitude is the same way, it just sensitizes you to the good that's already present in your life. Number two, my parents taught me how to smile at life, and as such, I was able to find, if you will, the silver lining in the cloud. What I like to call my compensatory advantage. Because I grew up as a left-handed man, one-handed left-handed guy in a two-handed right-handed world, I became a creative problem solver. I'm always trying to find different ways to do the same things that you, maybe who is right-handed and has two hands, would do. Creative problem solving is a skill that has helped me tremendously all my life. And my friend, I want to suggest, that thing that maybe you think is a disadvantage, is a handicap, is a pain. If you look at it with different eyes, chances are, in the words of Napoleon Hill, who says that for every hardship, there is an equal opportunity, there is an equal advantage. You can also find compensatory advantages, if you will, in that thing in your life that looks like a storm. And finally, learning how to smile at life or at my storm gave me a can-do attitude. Like when I see a problem, I'm not thinking of why I cannot do something. I'm always thinking of how. How can I figure it out? And I want to suggest to you, my friend, that when you come at life with that same kind of positive outlook, gratitude, if you will be able to overcome what may appear as insurmountable obstacles. And so I've learned to smile at life, and I like to spread smiles to others by communicating thoughts, communicating ideas that empower people to also learn that no matter what your start is, no matter what limitations it is that you have in your life, you can transcend them and you can embrace them so that you can also lead with disability. And as I conclude, my friend, allow me just to let you know about my first book that I authored, Created for Love, 4 Master Keys to a Life of Purpose and Fulfillment. And in this book, I cover the 4 core relationships, or what I consider are core relationships. I talk about how to have a loving relationship with God, coming from a Christian perspective. Number 2, how to have a loving relationship with yourself, with others, and with your life and the amazing purpose that you have in life. So you can get yourself a copy at Amazon or at evanskamuru.com. And with that, thank you so much for tuning in. And Ken and team, Steve, thank you so much for having me.
Evan, stay on. I got permission to talk with you a little bit more because I want to dig into this theory that you have a handicap. So you call it a handicap, but you turned it into a positive. Stephen Hawkins did the same thing. ADHD, that's a handicap. You can give me a set 3, just 3 instructions out loud, verbally, and I'm lost because that is not my learning skill. That's a handicap. Visual kinetic, I'm a master at. But if you start talking to me and say, Steve, I need you to do X, Y, Z, no, I'm like, can we write this down?
Wow.
So
Interesting.
this is very motivational because people don't see, people look, maybe some people do, some people don't, and that doesn't matter if you had a visible handicap or not. People are going to hate you and people are going to love you. So the people that hate you, my Dr. Beth, hopefully we're going to have her on after 10, says that if you hate somebody, it's because you fear something inside you.
Okay.
So think about that. So if somebody hates you because you have a handicap, then they're scared, basically, fearful. Hate comes from fear. They're fearful that maybe they'll have it, and they are fearful for that because they don't know what they would do. And now you've proven that you can be successful. So now the crux is on them. And it's like, well, if I fail, then I am a failure and he didn't. And so I hate him for that is actually the thought process that goes on. And so it's just interesting that you have a handicap and you had it all your life, so you don't know any different. It's not really a handicap to you. You learn to walk differently. You learn to write differently. Maybe you're left-handed instead of right-handed. It doesn't matter. Maybe you're right-handed. It doesn't matter. You had to do it, and that is focus and action. You got focused, and maybe there was some cry time. That's okay. Everybody can cry. But you were true to yourself and you said, okay, now my cry time, there was a point in time in your life and you said, cry time is over. What can we do? And apparently, and fortunately for you, you did have parents that were better than average, let's just say. Okay. I'll crawfish a little bit on that. Back then, better than average. Okay.
Yes.
Nowadays, there's because of all of the autism and all kinds of stuff, it's more commonplace. But back then, yeah, it was totally taboo. I understand there are tribes, cultures in Australia that if a baby was like that, they leave it at the fire and it dies. I mean, that's just what they do. And right or wrong, I'm not going to judge on that. I'm just going to say that that yes, you have shown. And so this is cool. You should sell disability insurance. Think about it. Somebody says, you would be the closer. Like I would be selling disability insurance. And somebody says, I don't need it. Evans, come in here. You come in and you go, are you sure? Sign me up. 100% close ratio right there, my friend. 100% close ratio.
Hey, Steve, I don't know whether you've ever heard of these. One guy said that the disability group is the one group that anybody can join at any point.
What now?
the disability community is the community that any one of us could join at any one point in time.
True. It's true. We're all disabled.
But yet it can be discriminated upon. You know, any one of us, anything can happen
because, and this is the problem, because I can never judge your pain against my pain, or your disability against my disability. It's unique for each one. We all have virtual headsets on, and you cannot see. I can't see what you're seeing right now. You can't see what I'm seeing. Even if we were born exactly at the same time, it's going to be slightly different. And we're the virtual headset. I'm going to turn left. You're going to look right. You're going to look up and down. You're going to get fed first. Whatever, right? So we're all in a virtual headset, and we cannot judge each other's pain. We can acknowledge it. We can see it. We can learn from it, which is what I think the biggest gift for you is people learn from that. Because, I mean, heck, I mean, I've defeated myself before thinking I can't. And by the way, when you say you can't, just put the word yet at the end. I can't remember what the other person said. But anyway, it was another brilliant one. But yeah, it's ADHD. So one word is easy for me to remember, right? So I can't do that yet, right? So, so yeah, man. So why do you think, I want to go a little bit deeper. Yes. Why do you think your parents were like that? I mean, we know they were like that, but where do you think they got those values from? That's the question.
Wow. And that's a great question. You know, both my parents are positive, they are warm, they are optimistic, and they're like people. They make you feel comfortable instantly. And quite honestly, I don't know. Because even when I look at the rest of their family members, I wouldn't necessarily say it runs across the family. That said, you know, they're strong believers as far as the Christian faith goes. So maybe I want to suggest that some comes from there. But quite honestly, I can't quite point a finger. They're just unicorns of sorts.
Investigate. I wish I could have found out. My grandpa on my stepmom's side changed my life forever, and I have no idea where he got this idea of everybody's equal. And there's another story we won't get into, but I wish I could ask him. I didn't find out until his funeral how influential he was towards me until the funeral, and they told his story, which I won't get into. But that would be a great story for you to find out the butterfly effect. Where did that person get it, and where did that person get it? Yeah, and we have a person that's coming in anytime now. You can bring her in. I was just killing time until I was going to talk for another 30 minutes because this interests me. Disability, the thought of that is is it a disability? Really? Is it?
It's all in perspective.
Exactly.
All in perspective.
Yeah. So yeah. What happened to our? But that's okay. We'll still talk. And so that's the question. It's the butterfly effect, right? So they may say, you know, maybe it was some stranger. See, we never know the butterfly effect. Maybe some stranger came in and said, hey, you know, someday you're going to have kids, and this XYZ is what you're really going to be thinking about. And they were in the right frame or the right mood, and whatever for reason, they took it to heart, and that made it. But then you have to ask, where did that stranger get it? Right?
You know, you just piqued my curiosity because both my parents are alive, and that's a question I'm going to ask them tomorrow. And be like, hey, you know, I've noticed that even in your own family, and you know, they came from a time where big families, like my mom has 10 siblings, my dad about the same. But when I look at the rest of their family, not quite the same. So that's a very good question to ask them. Where did you all get it from? And to your point, try and see if I can trace it back.
I would be, and you know what? Remember the books that you can write about all of this stuff, right? Okay, so this is a story that I would love to hear. I would love to hear the story of how somebody changed. Well, they changed the world because they loved you and let you become who you are. And if you hadn't, think about all of the people that would not have been affected or changed And that's another butterfly effect. I always talk about the butterfly effect in the positive, but that's a negative.
Yes.
The butterfly effect can be negative too, right? So,
True.
yeah, man.
Mm, mm. Yeah, no, yeah. Now you got me really curious about just tracing that back. I did. I did get one of these books. I don't know if you've seen these on Facebook. Dad, Mom, Tell Me Your Story. And so this is actually my copy, and I want to basically write it for my kids. But I sent a copy for my dad and my mom, and it has just a bunch of questions asking where they grew up, what their experiences were, and so to your point, that's something that I want to dig into as well. Where did you all get these contagious, positive,
They were
life-giving
ahead of their
spirit?
time. They
Yeah.
were way ahead of their time, and how does that happen, right? How does that happen?
Right.
That is always the question. I know where I got it from, but I don't know where my grandpa got it from. And here's the thing, it was on my stepmom's side. So if my dad hadn't got remarried to her, and then I had him, I would not, I mean, maybe I would, but I definitely wouldn't. It wouldn't have been, my parents always taught me to treat people, to people that treat you well, then that's how you judge somebody. You don't judge it by skin color, race, creed, religion, whatever. It's how they treat you. That's how you judge somebody. And I've always had that. I've always had that. And so it's interesting that you came down this road, but I'll challenge you. Is it a handicap? And
No,
it wasn't
no.
a bad handicap, right? No, it's not,
It is
because
a
you
blessing.
made it a good thing. So,
It
I
is a
mean, yeah,
blessing,
you're
and I
missing
only.
out on it, but we're all missing out on Richard Branson's island that he owns, or we're not on Oprah Winfrey's show yet. But I mean, so we're all missing out on something. Where do you want to draw how do you want to draw the line? Where do you want to whine at, right? And
Hey,
get some cheese.
yeah, you talked about the butterfly effect. I actually talk about it a little bit in my book, basically coming from the idea that everything, everything is connected, everything has purpose. And so when you think about it, it's not really a handicap. It's a blessing because it's working towards a certain purpose. Sometimes we may not always see it in the present. Sometimes it's in hindsight that we're like, okay, I see how the dots connect. I believe we won't get the full picture on this side of life. Some of it's coming from a Christian perspective, just in the next phase that we'll be like, okay, now I see. And sometimes what we think is a handicap, or what is our greatest pain, within that is tied our greatest points of power and purpose, typically.
Yeah, that's the truth. Yeah, we in martial arts, you fight, you protect what you feel is the most danger, that will get you beat. It's a defense, defense. It's not self offense. I mean, now we attack, but we attack because we don't want our defense to get beaten. But here's the funny thing: when you attack, you're open, because it's self defense, right? It's the counter, right? So it's a catch-22. Which do you do? I remember I lost a match because I was winning and I went on defense. But I remember also matches where I was winning and then I did the exact opposite. I went on offense and I got caught. So your handicaps, where you're at, you use it here but not there, right? I mean, it's like, where do I call this handicap? How do I use this handicap? How do I not use this handicap? How do I rely on this handicap? How do I not rely on this handicap? There's so many little levels in there for that. It's great. And I would challenge the fact. I'm ready whenever you guys are. We're just talking. I've been ready for Angelita since she came on. But if you give me time, if you keep giving me time, Evans and I'll be here till 10:30. Nobody else will get on. So you better bring her in. This has been a pleasure, though. Really has. I think we're winding up. I see the direct message for me now. Our next guest is ready when you are. So I'm always ready, but I'm also ready to take it to the next level too. So, And you are too, my friend.
Yes, sir. And it was a pleasure connecting with you. I'd love to stay in touch.
Absolutely. TMV, Stephen Beaver. Any social media, but do LinkedIn because I check LinkedIn the most. I don't check anything else. TikTok, Facebook, whatever that. So, but
Okay.
and then
Will
we'll
reply.
hook up, my friend. Angelita.
Hello.
Evans, talk to you later, my friend. All right, Angelita. It's all actually. Hang on a second. Do I have something for you? No, it's too late for me to look. I got all caught up in that. I'll just let you go ahead and speak your
Well, I
words of
still
wisdom.
have 8 minutes. If you want to look at, so I still have 8 minutes.
Well, did you send me a bio or anything like that?
Yes, I did. I sent it to you by text.
Okay, good. Then just give me a second.
Yeah, take
Quiet,
your
everybody.
time.
Quiet on the set. Here we are. There you are. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Okay, so you are a powerhouse of talent, resilience, creativity. That creativity is a big thing for talent. I mean, that's how we survive is being creative.
Well, I'm coming out with my first film. I have my film premiered October 25th.
Right on. So put it in a link below or something like that. So visionary writer, of course, director behind TRU Stories Production. So that's interesting, Wildy. You can dive into that if you want. And your work transforms real life pain. So and we were just talking, this is a perfect segue. Real life pain into purpose sparking your conversations. So yeah, because you heard, I mean, you want to talk about pain. I mean, I got nothing on that. I can't cry. So lay it on us. Give us some words of wisdom. I'm going to go dark. So it'll just be, I'm listening. So, and I'm going to start the timer now. Go.
Miss Pac-Man, I can still hear it in my head. The doom from eating the ghost, seeing the pink maze go on the screen. Just a little girl with a quarter in my hand, Miss Pac-Man, it was my world. I didn't realize back then that the game Miss Pac-Man was adapting me to life. When you first start out in life, it's real easy. You get to eat all the ghosts, you get the perfect score. I learned that game, I studied it, I knew every pattern. Still to this day, if I play Miss Pac-Man, I go all the way to the baby junior. Past where the ghosts don't change colors anymore, where the beginning is real easy. And life is so similar in the same way. It starts out easy and it gets harder and harder. And the better you get at life, the harder it gets. And just like in Miss Pac-Man, the ghost starts out easy and that eventually the ghost doesn't change colors anymore. And it's similar the same way. In my life, it wasn't a straight line. It was a maze the same way. I went through betrayal, incarceration, backstabbing, all type of things. But I kept going. I got up and I leveled up just like in Miss Pac-Man. Each chance I got better and better. And it wasn't just a maze anymore. I became a director of my own life and started taking that pain and turning it into purpose. And that's how I became a writer and a director of my own story, and as well as a writer of my book titled Unbroken. And just like in Miss Pac-Man, as we go, we have to just keep going. No matter how hard it gets, we have to just keep going and just keep leveling up no matter what. Everything seems like it could be okay, and you just all of a sudden get a weird turn in life, and you have to just figure it out. No matter what, you just can't give
I want
up.
to cut into you for a second, just like our second to last guest. I want you to talk about how this helps people smile. So, yeah, so lay it on us how this
Right,
stuff
because
helps.
you get through the
Give us
pain and you heal.
examples.
I got you.
Stories tell, facts tell, and you're a perfect person for this.
Okay, thank you. And how this relates to Smile-A-Thon, because no matter what, you can still smile at the end of the day when you could and work on yourself and heal and face those ghosts, face those shadows. Even though it's not easy, you have to face those dark moments and smile at the end of the day. Is someone always worse off than you, and is someone always better off than you? But you have to focus on yourself, stay motivated, and believe in yourself, and keep smiling no matter what.
Right on. Give me a story about when you were doing a film or whatever, and you got somebody to crack up, or you did something that was unexpected, and they all started laughing with you, or whatever.
Oh, that happened. That happens all the time. I'm silly by nature.
Well, give us some silliness then.
Okay, yes. I'm silly by nature. I try to make the best out of life, no matter what I'm faced with. People know me by my smile. They say no matter what, when they see me, I'm always smiling. From 20 years ago, people will tell you I always had a smile on my face. Even my job that I have now, I just had my 6-month evaluation, and one of the things my supervisor told me was, "You always smile and keep a positive attitude." And I believe that's what can carry you throughout life, no matter what struggles you go through, is to keep a positive attitude and a smile on your face, because it can always be worse. And as long as you stay motivated and keep happiness within and keep that smile, you'll always make it.
Right on. Give us a story. You were on the set. You did something, and everybody started cracking up. It was unexpected. Give me a story.
Okay, man, let me think. I know. I'm trying to think. We were just on the set. Okay, we was on the set, and I had to do makeup because this is my first film. I was makeup artist, location manager, and everything. And some of the makeup kind of like I was doing makeup on the guy, because you still have to put not makeup on a guy like you do for a woman, but just so he's not shiny on the camera, and the makeup wound up blowing everywhere. And that was kind of a funny moment for us on the set, that the makeup blew everywhere. It was kind of windy outside, and I was trying to put makeup on him, and he came out with kind of white makeup all over his face. And we couldn't stop laughing at that. He looked like a ghost.
He is all get up. All right. So yeah, so see, there you go. Your makeup artist that was a different type of art than they were expecting, could I say?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
All right. Hey, why do people keep coming in and coming out? If you want to bring them in, bring them in. I can do two things at once, and I'll talk with Angelina just like I did with Evans. We'll be here for 2 hours. I mean, we got stories. So yeah, well, since we'll wait till them come back in, but okay, so a makeup artist that changed the way the guy looked, unexpected.
Yes.
What about some kind of mishap that turned out to be in your favor and made everybody smile?
A mishap.
And that could be in your family life too. Go ahead.
Even just with the film, I just Monday, I was crying because I couldn't get the location that I wanted for the premiere. And now here I'm smiling because I have a better location than what I anticipated for the first time. I was crying, it's real tears Monday. And here I am, happy and excited because I have something better than what I originally wanted, So it's those moments come in life on a daily basis, the highs and the lows.
Isn't it interesting how it's our perception that something is going wrong, when in eventuality something actually gets better, and that happens to us more than we remember. But unfortunately, our brain is designed to make sure that we don't die, so we remember mainly the negative things, because that's what kills us. The sunrise has never, or sunset has never killed anybody, but the shaking in the bush, that could be a tiger, right? And so yeah, so we kind of forget that, and and it's just interesting that but yeah, so and this is not the Dr. Beth that was on here, but my Dr. Beth that hopefully will be on here. She was talking about how we need to change that paradigm. You get to not have to do your stuff today, right? At this location, you got to do this. It's not that it didn't happen. It happened to you. It happened for you.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yeah, and that location was so beautiful. And the firm I worked for was the architect. I was like, oh, this is it. This is the perfect location. It's new and shiny. But the other location is even better and more convenient and better for the city officials to come, and it's just better overall. And I was crying real tears just Monday.
Real tears, not fake tears?
Not fake.
That. Okay, now, so you're an actor, and you're not only an actress, you're also a producer. So I'm not sure I'm going to buy into that already.
No, they were real tears. I was so upset. But like I said, it all works.
You'll use that someday in your acting. You'll say, "Hey, no, you need to do this," and you'll use that back. See, so that those real tears you're going to be able to use to be a producer or a director or whatever, the stage designer. That doesn't get the right emotion. I used to. My first 2 years was in college was in theater, So I was back in there
Okay.
doing design and all kinds of stuff. I thought I was going to be the next one, but anyway.
Well, I would have never thought. I'm 52 now. I would have never thought that I would be a writer and a director here at 52.
Isn't
My
it
background is
interesting how life can
construction and
change?
finance.
Yeah. Isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting how things can just change on a
Yes.
dime? You know, you decide to go after your dream, and then there it is all of a sudden. And
Yes.
there's our 2 minutes. They gave me. I had 2 more minutes, so there's my 2 minutes, everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just amazing how, and that's again we go back to the creativity, right? That's
Right.
why we're able to be creative. We're able to see things and change things in our mind, and that animals can't do. They can do
That's
a little
true.
bit of that, but I mean they can use tools, but an animal can't say anybody that pulls this sword out of a rock is going to be the leader. An animal can't do that. They can't think on that level.
That's
So,
true. That's true. That is so
so we
true.
can, and we have a
Right.
language. That's the other positive
Right.
thing.
I heard you mention that you're on LinkedIn. I'm on LinkedIn as well.
Look me up, TMV Stephen Beaver, baby. TMV,
Okay.
baby. Take
Okay.
your vacation. Don, you're on.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Hey, Stephen. Honored to join you here.
I am honored to have you here. So, military, obviously.
No, civilian supporter of the military.
Okay, all right. So I made a prediction. It was wrong. That's okay. It's only the first time I've ever done that wrong. So I'm cool with that. So,
That's good.
so Left Behind. See, all of this stuff back here says that you are an activist of some type. Um,
Well, that was a
and
movie that I produced up in Canada called Left Behind: Rise of the Antichrist with Kevin Sorbo. So
okay.
that's what that comes from. It's a little bit of my incredible journey that I've gone on, and it's one of the things I do today.
Well, let me stop talking and let you start talking. I'm going to go. I'm going to turn my thing off, but I'll be listening. And you've got 8 minutes. Ready, go, set.
Got it. Well, greetings, everyone, and welcome. I'm John Duffy, and I'm here. My heritage, my parents were born in Ireland. I was born and grew up in the South Bronx, and I live in Cali now. And I met my good brother, Ken, Dr. Smiley Roshan, 10 years ago at a motivational event at NASA. And we connected and we came tight. And he started sharing that whole thing about keep smiling. And he introduced me to another uh, amazing human being, Barry Shaw. And he told me, I had to meet Barry Shaw. And Barry came one day after swimming laps in Santa Monica. He came to my apartment. He gets out of his car. I come out and he's standing with this big staff, and he gives me probably the greatest hug I ever got in my life, from before or to today. And he almost crushed my back. He was so strong, and we've been friends ever since. So, and at that time, he showed me and gave me "Keep Smiling" card. And he started talking to a woman that went by. He gave her a "Keep Smiling" card. And so I've been on a journey with both Ken and Barry, and that's kind of what brings me to today. So let me tell you my journey. I started as in the South Bronx. Like I said, I was a high school dropped out when I was 15 years old. And I went on a journey and adventure. At first, my life was one of just survival. That was my goal, was just to survive. And then, of course, things started to progress, and I started making choices and better choices. And I went from survival to striving, and from striving to thriving. And so, one of the people that I ran into on that journey, who kind of gave me a direction and flipped my life, was Tony Robbins. And I remember I was working in the post office at the time for 5 years. And I went and did a weekend seminar a few blocks away in Manhattan on 34th Street, walked on hot coals. And at that point, came home and said, "You came back, not home. I came back to the post office, the midnight shift." And I went, "I'm retired. I'm out of here. I'm going for my dreams." And that started me on a journey that took me from New York and from working in the post office to pursue dreams. And I went from what I call a journey from the Bronx to Hollywood. And I love a quote it's called "Life is a Great Adventure or Nothing at All." And I think my life has definitely been a great adventure. And I encourage everybody to go on those great adventures. And like I went, so I moved to Hollywood after like wrapping things up in my life. And I basically went there with $100, got a ride, and I had $100 to my name. And I started scrambling, started struggling to survive, started acting, became a counselor with runaway kids in Hollywood, and then moved from in front of the camera to behind the camera and became a line producer, film producer. And I've done over 50 movies in that capacity since that part of my life started. Besides that, I've been a motivational speaker, and like I said, I met Ken at an event where I was one of the VIP motivational speakers. And at the time, my speech was "Take two, give your life a Hollywood ending," and it was where I encourage people. It doesn't matter where you start; it's where you end, and the way you get there is by taking action, believing in yourself, always finding a way, never quitting. And so that was the message that I started to share as part of my journey, what I learned. So since that, I've been a motivational speaker. I'm a professor now at UCLA Extension teaching film production. I'm also I started a podcast show called Live Courageously a few years back during COVID. And that came to me. I was up in Canada making that movie Left behind me. And during that time, everybody was being given a message of fear from the media because of COVID, and people were just afraid to go out. People were afraid to live. And I just said, I need to start something that encourages people to have faith over fear and also to begin to live courageously and not allow themselves to be held back by this fear that was being spread throughout the culture, through the media. So I knew so many people who were courageous. Some of them were military, ex-military, police, ex-police, people in Hollywood, actors, directors, producers, motivational speakers, authors. One of the greatest blessings in my life, I feel, is that God has given me just an abundance of great human beings, just like Ken, just like Barry, and a bunch of other people who he's put in my life. And that's been the richest gift that I've ever had, to have all these great human beings in my life who are inspirational, who encourage people to live the best life they can live. So I started that Live Courageously podcast show to spread that message. And I've done to date 96 shows. And I have before I finish this year out, I will hit the 100 mark, and then I'll go on probably and set the goal to do 200. So that's kind of a little bit of my message, my journey. I wrote two memoirs. One I'm going to be bringing out next year in 2026 about my life. And the title of that is called Black Irish, Not Your Average White Boy. And it talks about my journey from the South Bronx, growing up in a really poor ghetto neighborhood, to where I am today. And so that will come out next year in 2026. And this is a little bit of my journey. And then just to tell you some more, sometimes I say, obviously God had a bigger plan for my life than I had when I was that young kid in the South Bronx. But I've done so many amazing things, and I got to pinch myself sometimes, and it feels like as Forrest Gump. But this year I was on the billboard at Times Square for a film that I'm going to be doing in the future with Echo TV. I also competed in Muscle Beach on July 4th in Mr. Muscle Beach, and in my category, I came in fourth place, which is crazy. I mean, all this is just, sometimes I'm like, but my message from all this is that no matter where you start, you can do it. And you just got to believe. You got to believe. You got to take action. You got to keep learning. You got to keep growing, and you'll find a way. And if I can do it, if this, kid from the South Bronx can do it, anybody can do it. So that's kind of a little bit of, I guess, summing up. And just to finish it, I say the greatest thing, a message I leave with you is live every day with gratitude and live courageously, and especially keep smiling. And I'll leave you there.
You don't get to leave me here. You have a minute and a half. You have a minute and a half to tell us a story. You've done so many productions. I'm going to do the same thing to you that I did to the last one. A story that you made somebody smile when they weren't expecting it. A gag, anything, what you did, I don't care. But give us a story about how you got somebody to smile.
Well, there's so many of those, but I'll give you one which was kind of very special for me. We were doing a movie down in Conyers, Georgia, true story of a equestrian horse called a Sunday Horse, about a woman who was going to compete in the Olympics and ended up having to overcome obstacles. Anyway, we were filming, and at the end of the night, we went around, me and my producing partner, and we thanked all the extras. And this woman said to us, "Who are you?" And we said, "We're the producers." And we laughed, and she said, "Why are you thanking us?" And I said, "Well, because you helped us, and you're important to us." And she was like, "Nobody thanks extras." And we just looked at her, and we said, "You're right, but they should." And she said, "I just want to tell you the story." She said, I got an opportunity to come here. I've been fighting cancer, and this has been such a highlight of my life just to be on the set to do this. But now you took it to another level because you came and you talked to me and you spent time with me, and you're the producers, and you did that. And she said, I can't thank you enough. And I was just like, oh, I was holding back tears because I felt I was given the biggest gift because we were willing to treat everybody like we want to be treated and give them a smile, give them something, and give them some respect. And I think that's the way to live life.
Kindness is always rewarded. Period. End story.
Yes,
Drop
it
mic.
is.
And you are the man. That is great. We are. I think Evans is coming on. We get to have Evans on now. She's going to take over and take the reins and do the thing. So okay, yep, there's Evans. He's got it. So
and I heard his story, and it was fantastic. I love it. I love your story.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John.
all right. So bring Evans' guest in. It doesn't say who the guest is. I don't see it here. Evans will be taking over, but
I believe Daniel Faust.
So, oh, you've got it. So, okay. So as soon as they kick me out, they'll bring them in, and then you will have the reins. And that's it for me tonight, apparently. So I'm going to go spend some time with the wife. The wife.
Very important.
All right, Daniel's on. I'm out. You guys have a happy, successful rest of the night. Take the
Alrighty.
weekend.
Thank you. All right. Hello, Daniel. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Yes, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us on Smile-A-Thon.
Oh, yes, yes. Thank you.
Yeah. So, hey, ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Faust is a 25-year Air Force veteran serving his community to thrive from the prayer room to the boardroom. And he wants you to heal so your smile is long lasting. And with that, Daniel, floor is yours.
Well, thank you for letting me go over and join. So what I mean about the smile lasting long term is most of the time, especially us as veterans, we don't smile as often. I have to remind myself to do that. And we usually go through a lot of things. Like I'm now hit 25 years today, and I have about 15 days left, and I've gone through a lot of stuff and everything else. And so is our veterans. So we're more concerned more than just showing on the fake smile and actually showing that eternal smile and actually having joy. So we help our veterans transform holistically from the prayer room to the boardroom where they want to transform. So when they get out of the service, they might be struggling in their faith. They might be struggling in their marriage. They might be struggling with their family. They might be struggling to get back into the economy and become that civilian patriot. Because I know for myself, it's been a long journey myself. I've done this twice. I tried to become back a civilian about 13 years ago, and now I'm doing the journey again. And so we just don't want the smile on the photo. We want that joy to come out of them. So we help them through that transformation. So that is pretty much what we do in a nutshell. We do that through speaking, teaching, and content creation. As you can see behind me, our logo, War Hero to Superhero, that is our air war to get out the message of transformation from the prayer room to the boardroom. And then we go out and we do speaking events. We got blessed to be out at the Military Influencer Conference where we met Dr. Ken a few years ago. And he helped us publish our book and get onto the big Jumbotron, Leave No Veteran Behind. So that's how we go over and bring smiles to the world. We just don't want it just to be just a photo. We want it to be authentic. We want it to be real. We want it to be joy out of their heart and out of their soul. So that's what we go over and do. So that's what it is in a nutshell, Evans.
Oh, that is fun. That is fantastic, Daniel. Thank you so much for sharing that. And by the way, thank you so much for your service. So tell us a little bit about, number one, where you get your smile from, and what are the ways you help other people to smile, or the world to smile, if you will.
Well, for me, it's Jesus. That's where I primarily get my smile at. Like for me, going over and teaching that and going over and professing that particular thing, that's where I go for that. And to give my smile to the world is giving other people Jesus. And sometimes it's not just directly through scripture and Bible and everything else. It's sometimes through the actions we go over and do and how we go over and serve. One of the ways recently we got to go over and to do that was actually to do a 22-day rucksack challenge recently for Triple B Adventures. So we fundraised $222,000 through doing that adventure. We didn't get that high of an amount, but we were excited to go over and to do those 22 days. So we went live on Facebook every single day between 15 to 30 minutes, brought up one of the topics that we as veterans struggle with and how Triple B Adventures connects with that. And then we culminated on that last day, September 11th, and we did 4 hours of a rucksack challenge. So literally putting the backpack on with the weight and the gear, walking the path. We do about 10.5 to 11 miles that last day. And we asked people to go over and join. So that's how we transferred that smile. So Triple B was excited that we went to go over and fundraise for them. So that's a tactical and practical way that we go over and bring smiles to the community. So, and also a portion of our proceeds goes. So every time someone purchases some of our merch, goes over and buys a book, buys a course. If we do a speaking engagement, we take a portion between 2 to 10% and we donate that. So we look at where we're at in the year. If we can do more, we do more, but we also, that during that fundraiser, 100% of the proceeds go there. So all that $201 that was raised during those 22 days went to them seamlessly. We were hoping for a lot bigger, but we were still excited that we were able to go over to do that and still be blessed to go over and do that, because years ago I couldn't even walk. I had to learn how to walk again. So that's another thing that makes me smile, is that I can go over and still do the things that I thought I wouldn't be able to do years ago.
Oh, that is fantastic. Sounds like you've had quite a journey yourself, and challenges to overcome, and sounds like that provides fuel for you also to be able to help others. I am curious. I see you here on this other side helping your fellow brothers and sisters who've been in the military. And I'm curious, is there a person that did that for you?
No, it was not a person personally that did that for me. It was more of a faith journey for me. So I was agnostic, atheist person when I first came in the military and everything else. And my testimony is kind of brash, but I'll just try to keep it PG as much as possible. But I was going to churches like multiple times a week and Bible studies and everything else, but I wasn't walking with God. I didn't have that joy inside me. And it was the week before I was going to get baptized. So I agreed with things and I didn't know what I was agreeing with. And this guy told me how much I sucked and how much I needed Jesus. I wasn't smiling that day. I was actually very angry that day. But the Lord convicted me after about 2 to 3 days after that altercation that we had. And then I became a Christian. The one thing that started to bring me joy, and one guy that at least started that journey with me, and I don't think he was aware of it, there was this guy named Vern Salter. He was a prior Army guy, but he was doing military ministry in Germany. And I moved from one location to another. I'll try to not make it too military since we're on a broad spectrum. So I moved to Germany. I met this guy, Vern Salter, and he basically learned to love me as Christ loves me, and we love the church. So he discipled and mentored me for about 2 years. So I would say our business model is kind of built on that. We call it coaching, but really what we're doing is discipleship. We're walking with each other one-on-one or one-on-many. So there was moments that I would be taken places and I would learn how to be a husband and a father and a Christian while we did adventures together. And there's other times that we would do group things together and learning how to go over and to learn to walk. So I think that's similar to what we do. It's not exactly, because obviously 25 years into the future in a sense, but I think Vern Salter was that main guy that helped me to learn how to do that walk. So I might not be quote unquote smiling every day. I'm also autistic. So I'm thinking so many different things in my head. So I have to actively remind everybody, I'm like, yeah, I'm smiling, but my heart is joyous when I'm going over and helping people. My heart is joyous when I'm going over and speaking. My heart is joyous when I'm going over and teaching. I might not have that perfect Colgate smile like everyone else does in that particular regard, but it makes me joyous when I see transformation, like someone's struggling in their marriage and we're able to help them to get healing, when they go over and they don't have a faith and now they're walking with Jesus, when they go over and don't understand their kids and we're helping them understand their kids. So they're not just doing this every day and going over and they find an opportunity and a blessing within the civilian community as they make their transformation out of the service, that brings me joy. Like when I went to the military influencer conference recently, got to speak, that brings me joy because I was able to give my heart to them so they can heal. So I would say that's the main thing, the reason why we do it. And I would say Vern Salter was probably a catalyst of that, but it was a long time from when he discipled me to when we started. Me breaking my back was probably the catalyst to start this whole entire ministry / business.
Wow, that is great, Daniel. I'm happy to hear of that experience that you had, and we all have people that at some point either plant a seed. And thank you so much for sharing your story. I especially loved what you said about having a holistic approach, right? You're trying to help the whole man, spirit, mind, body, social aspects, and things like that. And I'm a Christian myself, and so just hearing you say that at the end of the day, it's about that eternal smile, right?
Yeah.
So, well, we got about a minute to go, and in this last minute, I just want you to talk to our audience and tell them how they can connect with you even more. Social media, websites like that.
The simplest way to connect, because you're only going to remember 8% of this interview. You're going to remember the beginning and the end. So the end of the matter is, if you go to Linktree/warhero to superhero, you can find everything about us, from what we do for our books and our crowdfunding, also growing our social media and everything else. So if you go to Linktree/warhero to superhero, you'll find everything there. That's the simplest way to go. Remember that. And if you forget that and you need a 2% boost of memory, Daniel Faust, just Google that on social media and you'll find me.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that, Daniel. It's been a pleasure. And thank you for sharing your story and your smile with us. Have a good night.
You too.
Already. Wonderful. Next, I'm excited to introduce this friend that I'm meeting on camera for the first time. I'm putting a face to the name because we got to connect earlier, and she has such an impressive resume. You will be blown away. So this is Sunny Boehm. She's from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and is a joy guide, always looking for the light in others and finding silver linings. She is the author of Mirror, Mirror, Grand Adventures with the Law of Attraction, and that is soon to be made into a Netflix movie series. How cool is that?
Yes.
She is the author of Diary of a Turkish Wedding. She's a transformational life coach since 1986, and she trained in London, England, before anyone was coaching in the USA. So for all of you coaches out there, you have her to thank for laying the foundation. She is a Science of Mind minister and practitioner, a wedding minister, and Reiki master. And I cannot wait to hear what she has to share with us today. Sunny, thank you for being here. Welcome, and the stage is yours.
Well, it's a great day to be alive. It has been an absolutely splendid and fabulous 80-degree weather in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And I was out riding my bike and loving the world and loving autumn that is beginning to change and sparkle in the trees. And I so enjoyed our conversation today, Evans. Thank you for taking the time. We had just such a wonderful chat on the phone, and I'm glad we had that time together. And so just today, I just kept thinking that I wanted to share something. During COVID, lots of us had trouble finding out how to not drag our anchor in the sand. And I have found something. Well, actually, I found this many years ago when I was only 28. And it lifts me up every single morning. It makes me happy when I read this every single morning. And it's the Optimist's Creed. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with it, but I wanted to start out by sharing this with you because it has always uplifted me when I was sinking in my pity party, not thinking about other people. This would realign me. It would get me back on track. And so it's called Promise Yourself. To be so strong that nothing can disturb your peace of mind. To talk health, happiness, and prosperity to every person you meet. To make all your friends feel like there is something special in them. To look at the sunny side of everything and make your optimism come true. To think only of the best, to work only for the best, and to expect only the best. To be just as enthusiastic about the success of others as you are about your own. To forget the mistakes of the past and press on to the greater achievements of the future. To wear a cheerful countenance at all times and give every living creature you meet a smile. To give so much time to the improvement of yourself that you have no time to criticize others. To be too large for worry, too noble for anger, too strong for fear, and too happy to permit the presence of trouble. And so I have posted this today on my Facebook page so that if any of you heard it and thought, oh, I wish I could get a copy, all you have to do is look on my Sunny Boehm Facebook page, SUNNIBOEHME, and you can see the Optimist Creed. And so I, in talking about and thinking about, ways that I look to help people and to make life better and to make life happier. That one that says, give every living creature a smile. When I'm out of the house, if that is in my consciousness, to give every living creature I meet a smile, there is a connection. There is a heart connection. Even, the other day I walked into a Walgreens and there was a homeless man standing outside. And so I'm walking through the Walgreens. I only needed one thing. But I bought a box of peanuts, a bag of peanuts, and a couple of other things that were nourishing. And so when I walked out, I had my thing. I said, would you like a bag of peanuts? And he looked at me like, wow, you see me. So I will be happy to give food to homeless people. And I don't know, it just sparkled my day. And he waved at me when I left the parking lot. And it uplifted my whole day. So just looking for tiny little things that we can do, opening the door for people and saying, thank you, I'm glad chivalry's not dead, when a gentleman opens the door for me. And it's a playful interchange. Years ago, I taught a class called Flirting with Life. And flirt is the letters FLIRT, is fun, loving individuals relating together. And so looking for a way to just be pleasant. And like when I'm riding my bike and people are waving at me, I say, it's a great day to be alive. And they say, you look like a teenager. And I'm like, yes, I feel like I'm 12 when I'm on my bike. And I'm 77. So this is really good. And I'm having a great time on my bike. And all of the stories in Mirror Mirror are stories of adventures for the 3 years that I lived in Europe. I traveled alone when I was in my 30s and had no foreign languages. And it's just adventures every day. And it was adventures with the law of attraction. Because I had been reading science of mind books for years before I even found out that there was a science of mind church. And I've got the kind of mind, when I read a self-help book, I go, okay, how can I make this work in my life? And I like small self-help books. I don't need to read 365 pages. I like to read something. Oh, I absolutely love Florence Scovel Shinn, The Game of Life and How to Play It. And in a month, I'm going to be teaching that class in Milwaukee. So if you are in or around Milwaukee, and maybe we'll do it on Zoom, I'm going to be teaching. And it's a little tiny book, but it is so powerful and so exciting and so uplifting that I get new ideas every day. So anytime that I wake up in the morning, the first thing I say is, it's a great day to be alive. I wonder what kind of magic is going to happen today. And having that expectation of, this could be a magical day is a whole lot different than going, what's on my to-do list? And, oh, well, I'd rather sit down and watch TV. Oh, that's something else that I learned during COVID. I have been working for years and years and years. I didn't even know how to retire. I still don't know very much about it because I love coaching so much. It's so thrilling and exciting to help to see people break through and open up and look at life in a new and different way, and maybe do some thinking about, instead of struggling to go to sleep at night, to actually write down what made me happy today? What happened that was good today, that's worth remembering, that made it an exciting and rewarding day? And so I recommend that to every client that I work with, to, at the end of the day, evaluate what was it that was rich and nourishing and valuable about today. And if you can journal and write it down, then if you're having a day where you're dragging in your anchor in the sand, you can look back at your book and go, you know what? I've got really good sand. I don't need to drag my anchor.
Wow, wow, that is such good stuff, Sunny. And thank you so much for sharing that with us today. The Optimist Creed. I think I am a bona fide optimist, and I'd never heard of that before today.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. To overcome, I heard some of your story, and like, you're quite an inspiration in the way you've overcome things in your life. And yes, you absolutely have to be an optimist.
You know, I think I definitely get that from my parents, as I shared. And I'm curious, where did you get your optimism from?
I was raised on a farm. And on a farm, there's always work. There's always something hard to do and something you don't want to do. But I really am the kind of person who I would always look at, what am I learning from this? What is good about this? I would always look for a way to tolerate it, or figure out a way to, see if I could stack something higher, if I had to be moving something from one side of the barn to the other. I don't know. I think I was born an optimist, but it was pretty difficult to keep that light alive in my family, because it was always all about work. It was all about work. You're having too much fun, get back to work. And so when I met the person who became my coach in London, like I said, before anybody was doing any coaching in the United States, one day I prayed. I was in London and I said, okay, God, what do you want me to do with my life? You told me I had to leave the United States. I already have my master's degree in psychology, but I don't want to be a psychologist. I want to work with people who want to be uplifted and encouraged. And that day I was sitting in a restaurant alone, and the maitre d' brought 4 people in and sat them at a table next to me. And they were talking about this coaching program. It's like God dropped it right in my lap. When you're sitting alone at a table, you can't help but listen to the 4 people next to you. And I'm vibrating. They're reading the same books. They're talking about the same books I've read. They're talking about this coaching program that they've been doing for 2 years in London. And I'm just vibrating. And I couldn't stand it anymore. And I said, I can't stand it. You're talking my language, and I've been looking for light in London for an entire year. I want to know more about what you do. And so I became a client first. They wouldn't train me until I became a client and did the 8 sessions. And during the 8 sessions, the very first session is finding out what your purpose in life is. And I know that sounds like really big and like, really? You could do that in the first session? Yes. Well, also, I'm highly intuitive and also empathic. So I get people immediately. I get what's going on. And my coach said to me when he said, you know, what do you want to be remembered for in the world? And I wrote down kindness and loving and sweet and all this nicey nice stuff. And he said, Sonny, you're a joy guide. Go for it. I said, really? Is that something valuable in the world? He said, oh, yes, especially in England. We need more joy guides. So I've just been the joy guide ever since. For 45 years. I've been coaching and loving every minute of it. And I even tried to retire for 2 years of COVID. And then when people would call me up and say, Sonny, I haven't seen you for 10 years, but I'm going through another change. Can you help me? So I've got 4 or 5 clients a week, and that's perfect. I love my life.
Yeah, you have too much joy to retire.
Too much. Yes, too much. Because a lot of people my age are afraid of me. I got too much energy.
That is amazing. And just to hear that, you know, hey, I just started riding my bike myself. So I resonate with, you know, that whole idea of going out on a bike ride, and feels good, feels freeing, right?
It's freeing. I feel like a 12-year-old because when I was 12 years old, my parents would finally let me ride my bike on the road because this was country roads. This was farm roads. It was gravel. And they finally, so I don't know, I still feel like that 12-year-old when I'm on my bike. And now I live right off Lake Michigan, and we have 26 miles of bike trails. I get on my bike and I ride down the street, and I'm on 26 miles of bike trails through woods and around golf courses and along Lake Michigan. I'm in heaven. I go, thank you, God. Thank you, God. I am living in heaven on earth. I don't care what's going on in the rest of the world. I've created heaven on earth.
Wow, that sounds like a very beautiful. No, I love riding through my neighborhood, but no, it's not that.
No. Because when you're on the bike trails, you don't have to worry about any cars, and people are waving at you and smiling and saying hi, and you look like a teenager on that bike. Yes, remember that.
Yeah. No, you know, one of the things that I appreciate about riding my bike is that it slows me down enough to notice things that I normally don't notice. Driving through the same roads and neighborhoods, I feel like it's a time to be like, that has always been there, you know?
Yeah. And I love to see people's landscaping. You know, when I'm riding, I can stop and just sit there and admire their landscaping. And then if they walk outside, I go, oh, thank you for making this neighborhood so beautiful. Thank you for what you did to your yard. I so appreciate it. And then they're like, wow, just spreading good around.
To your point, it brightens your day as you pass by. I do have a neighbor that has, I think, the landscape of the neighborhood. He has, and he's always working on it. It's well manicured, has a fountain, all kinds of things. And riding or walking by there is a highlight of my morning, just to hear the water as it flows. And to your point, they're making the world a better place in their own way, right?
Yeah, it's fabulous.
Yeah. So, well, looks like we still have a few minutes here as the next guest is getting ready to onboard. So if you're okay with it, we'll just continue chatting.
Sure, great. And I could say, you know, I talked a little bit about Mirror, and that it's already been made into a screenplay and ready for like Netflix. It's actually a 10-series program from this book, because there's so many adventures in other countries, but there's a spiritual lesson in each chapter. In each chapter, there was some kind of major challenge that I had to overcome, and I was challenged to overcome it in a different way. I couldn't call anybody. I was on my own. There were no cell phones then. But listening to intuition, as we learn to listen to our intuition, it is always the truth. It is always for our highest good. And that was 3 years of me. The mirror is actually me looking into my and talking to my higher self. So it's kind of like a diary following, and the processing and the interchanging going on in these foreign countries with what I had to do to adjust my mind to, oh, this is a whole new culture. And to this culture, this is okay. Like in Turkey, this Diary of a Turkish Wedding book, I went over to Turkey for a wedding. And when I got there, it was, of course, flying in the airplane and then a 10-hour bus ride to a very provincial village. They didn't always have running water. They didn't always have electricity. It was, like a 1-bedroom house. And so there was this wedding going on. So we walked in and it was the first time I'd ever met any of these people. And so I wanted to take a shower more than anything else. And I had actually sent money over there for them to put a shower in the house so I could take a shower.
You're committed.
And so I went and took a shower. And when I came back to the room, all the girls had all the clothes out of my suitcase and they were all dressed up in all my clothes. And you go, but not one of them spoke any English. And I didn't speak any Turkish. And you want to shout and scream, but this is the first day I'm meeting any of these people. And I just go, okay, well, it looks like they're just playing and having fun. So I better let go and just have some fun here because it's not going to work. If I have a fit and yell and scream, it's not going to work. And I learned in staying in that village that everybody wore everybody else's clothes because they didn't have very many clothes. So they just trade on different days. And my clothes got worn too. And it wasn't like anybody ever even asked. So when I'm talking about cultural experiences in the country, I didn't stay in fancy hotels because I really wanted to experience and learn from the real people. So I would stay in their homes. And sometimes so would the chickens and the ducks.
Wow. So
Oh,
I
wow.
did
It was provincial. It was really provincial. So if you ever want to take a trip to a Muslim village, a provincial Muslim village with only 22 homes, wonderful, fabulous, warm, gracious people. Nobody could speak a word of English. So I had to write everything I had to say in my diary. And that's why it's called Diary of a Turkish Wedding, because it was all the processes and all the experiences that I went through. So, if an American doesn't really want to take a trip like that, they can do an armchair travel and experience it and go, oh my God, I'm glad I didn't take that trip.
We can travel through your book. I was going to say that, moving here from Kenya to here, I live in Kansas City now, the United States. I did experience, some degree of culture shock, but nothing quite like that.
No.
So I'm curious, what took you to Turkey? Were you just there for the wedding?
To Turkey? I did fall in love with a Turkish man when I lived in England. So the second to the last chapter in this book, I fell in love with a man who looks like Pierce Brosnan. And we dated for like 6 months when I lived in London. And then he took a job far out of London. I was moving around. I had no consistent mailing address. There were no cell phones. I had no consistent, it was just me and God on this journey, just me and God and my inner voice, and that's God. And so But I had at one point given him my father's address in the United States. So every year he would write to me and I'd say, you marry somebody from I loved him, but it's like, no, I can tell we've got some real cultural differences here. Marry somebody from your country. For 15 years, he wrote to me and said, I'm not marrying anybody else. You're the only one I'm going to marry. I don't care about anything else. 15 years later, he called me on a New Year's Eve. My father had given him my phone number. He called me on a New Year's Eve. He said, Sonny, I'm in Istanbul. I have a beautiful apartment in Istanbul. You have never come over here and visited me. Come and visit me. So that was how that story started. And so he invited me over to his brother's wedding in this village. That's what took me.
I see. That's very, very fascinating. Well, I do see we have our next guest, but Sunny, it's been an absolute pleasure just getting to talk to you, getting to hear a little bit more of your story. Maybe before I let you go, where can our audience, connect with you?
My website is sunnyboehm.com, SUNNIBOEHME.com. And go look on Facebook, Sunny Boehm on Facebook, and you can get a copy or you can see the Optimist Creed because I posted it there for everybody because I love it. I love it. Makes my heart happy every time I read it. And I love handing it out in the world.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for spreading so much joy, and I look forward to staying in touch.
Thank you, Evans.
All right.
Bye.
Take care, Sunny. Bye-bye. All right. Next, I see we have Sky Huddleston. Is that how you say it?
Yes, it is.
Hey, Sky, man. Thank you so much for joining us and welcome to Smile-A-Thon.
Thanks for having me
I guess
on.
I'm just going to pass on the stage to you, man. Go ahead and tell us your story.
Sure. Yeah. So my story personally, or what the book that I'm presenting is about?
Take it whichever direction you like. Floor is yours.
Sure. Yeah. So I am a third generation master machinist, welder, fabricator, a little bit of a mechanical engineer, dare I even say. And I started a business when I was 16 years old, working out of a 80 square foot garage with my dad. Under his guidance and tutelage, I became intimately familiar with how to actually make things in the real world. But I also always had a strong interest in strange esoteric technologies that, if implemented in mass and successfully commercialized, would save the economy billions of dollars. And to that end, I actually achieved a modicum of business success commercializing some of those technologies. But there's so many of those technologies out there that it's actually impossible for one man to commercialize them all and to disseminate these groundbreaking and world-changing technologies all by his lonesome, even if he has the full force and muster of a business behind him. So I wrote a book called A New World If the World Knew. And this book goes over various specific technologies that you yourself could adopt and implement in your life to save you money and advance your interests and goals and objectives, as well as make the world a better place. And any one of these technologies could be a whole new business venture. And even if you don't intend on commercializing them or turning them into a business, for example, there's an entire chapter dedicated to bypass filtration, which allows vehicles and their gearboxes, transmissions, drivetrains, and engines to last literally millions of miles, and bypass filters only cost less than $200. Some of them cost a lot more than that, but they can be as little as $120. I have an entire chapter written out about ion exchange reinforced glasses that were developed independently by Corning and by the GDR that makes glass virtually indestructible. You could take a cup, throw it against a concrete floor, and it will skitter across the floor without breaking, which improves safety, reduces waste, and improves sanitation, clarity, the whole 9 yards. There are so many technologies in the world that have been developed, have been proven, and are not being used. It is just a real shame because these technologies would make the world a genuinely better place in multiple fronts and in multiple ways. I've included basic calculations and projections as to how much it would save the economy on a lot of these different technologies. That's what the whole book is about. How to make the world a better place through engineered solutions that have already been developed, but have yet to be adopted in a meaningful way and at the scales that they deserve.
Wow, that's incredible, Sky. That's kind of just mind blowing for me listening to you talk about all that, and I'm especially just really encouraged that you're willing to share, your ideas with other people, and kind of just realizing that there is enough, right? There is abundance. There is enough for us to give out. And just thinking about, today we are obviously celebrating the Smile-A-Thon, and it sounds like you're bringing smiles, to life and to the world through sharing ideas, brilliant ideas like this. So I'm curious. Sounds like you've had a heritage there as far as your family being in this business. But is there any other place maybe that you can say that you draw your inspiration from?
Well, I mean, obviously, we can look at history. We can look at people like Thomas Edison, Nikola Tesla, Henry Ford, right? We see there's multiple trends in the story of humanity and in human history. But what we see is that with better engineered solutions, with greater energy density, with the proliferation of time-saving technologies and labor-saving technologies, we all achieve an objectively superior quality of life. And so, by embracing the virtues of excellency and exceptionalism and eschewing planned obsolescence and eschewing grift, we can succeed in the intergenerational promise that has been ongoing since the ancient Greeks to make the world a better place for every succeeding generation that will come after us. And we can see in the story of humanity and industrialization that the greater the energy density of our energy resources, the greater our quality of life, and the less violent civilization ultimately is. It's an objective net good. And reducing resource scarcity is one of the most effective ways at reducing conflict, because most conflicts, most violence, most of all the negative things in the world ultimately stems from adjacent resource scarcity or similar. And by offering and commercializing and implementing engineered solutions that are already available, have been developed, simply need to be looked at, utilized, and successfully commercialized and adopted and disseminated, we can genuinely make the world a better place in a quantifiable way.
Wow, that's really fascinating for me to hear. So I'm curious, what are some of the technologies that you yourself have kind of adopted and brought to fruition?
So tribotechnology, right? I'm a big fan of tribology. There's a lot of different technologies outside of my own domain expertises. Obviously, the book leans heavily into my own domain expertise because it's what I know, right? And I don't want to talk about stuff that I'm not familiar with. But in any case, there are materials out there like hexagonal boron nitride, tungsten disulfide, etc., that just aren't being used in gear cases, transmissions, and similar other technologies like liquefied wax esters that have been objectively proven, and there's studies on this, to reduce wear by upwards of 40 to 60%, which correspondingly creates a vastly improved lifespan and reduces internal friction by 8 to 12% and boosts efficiency and reduces fuel consumption by respectable single-digit percents. And that may not seem like much, but when you amortize that across thousands of vehicles, machines, technologies, etc., just by using HBN, MOS2, WS2, bypass filtration, and similar, this would cumulatively save the economy hundreds of billions of dollars annually.
Oh, wow. That is incredible stuff, Sky. Man, hey, listen, you're an incredibly smart guy. I'm kind of thinking of you, and I'm just thinking, man, why is this guy not on Shark Tank, right? So, question for you. We have only about a couple of minutes remaining, but in the balance of our time, I got two questions for you. You never know who's listening out there. So, what kind of support, number one, would you like to get that you feel would really empower you to bring just some of the ideas that you have to life? And then maybe as a second thought as you close, just tell the audience where we can find you, where they can connect with you, where they can buy your book and so on.
Sure. So the various types of support that would be helpful towards disseminating these technologies would obviously be business symbiosis. So anybody that's looking to start a business or has a business that's interested in advancing their business goals and in making the world a better place can obviously reach out and talk to me, and we can see if we can develop a relationship or a symbiosis in that regard, right? As far as the content, right, there's obviously direct investments into some of the ventures that I'm working on. Not that I'm asking for money per se, it's just that is an option for anyone that's listening. Or vice versa, right? If somebody, has something going on that in any case. And my contact information, I have two websites, rocketheater.com and eternalengines.com. Those are my two main projects that I'm focusing on. So if anybody wants to reach out, my contact information is on those two websites, which are my two primary projects that I'm working on. So absolutely, yes. Business relationships, business symbiosis, direct investments, you name it, I'm pretty open-minded. So anybody's free to contact me and shoot me their ideas and thoughts.
Wow. Hey, Sky, listen, man, it's been a real pleasure just getting to meet you and hear your amazing ideas. Thank you so much for sharing that with our audience today. And man, thank you for just sharing your genius with the world. And man, I'll be watching you, man, because I'm just seeing amazing things coming from your space.
Yes, well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate the opportunity, and if there's anything else I can help you with, feel free to let me know.
Sounds good, Sky. Thank you, man, and you have a good rest of the day, evening, whatever the case might be, wherever you are. All right, take it easy. All right, awesome. Looks like our next guest is Javonta Hairston. Did I say that right?
Javonte. People mess it up a lot because of the A, but
Got you. I actually love Javonte even better. So Javonte, thank you so welcome, and thank you so much for being with us on this edition of Smile-A-Thon. And my name is Evans, and with that introduction, really, I'm going to just step away and let you have the stage. And so, yeah, you have 8 minutes to just share with us whatever is on your heart today.
okay. Well, I'm going to talk about how I bring smiles to the world. Uh, Currently, I'm a college student. I am also a professional media supervisor. I work with young adults from ages 18 to 21. They're not too far away from my age range. So uh, um, that's good because being a young adult, being in college, you're still trying to figure out what you want to do for the rest of your life, things of that nature. So it's good that I'm able to work with people that's not too far in age to me, and I'm in a position to where I can not only teach but even learn from some people. I've been working at a radio station called internet radio station that's called Wave Radio 101 since 2024. I was an intern there in which the old radio station was called Power 4.4 Radio. Before we created our own radio station, and based off of my performance, I got the job. So I I teach people how to do media based off of what they like. So I want to be ESPN sports analyst. So I primarily talk about sports, but I also talk about music and entertainment related topics as well. My students talk about uh plenty of different topics, although we try to stay away from topics like politics and religion because those topics can be very controversial and cause unnecessary conflict, things of that nature. But pretty much my students can talk about anything as long as it's radio friendly. A student I'm currently working with um, likes to talk about uh, anime. He occasionally likes to talk about sports here and there, and he likes to rap, things of that nature. I I'm a person that can rap. I I don't know if I would go as far as to say I'm a rapper, because that means that would be like the profession that I'm pursuing. But I'm a person that can rap, if that makes sense. Um, I have different skill sets, so I'm able to host shows. I can dance very well, um, and uh, as well as rap. And when I was younger, I was also able to sing quite well. Um, I took some of the gifts that like my family members, different family members have, and I'm trying to master them. Like when my granddad, when he was my age or maybe a little bit younger or older, he was able to he was able to dance extremely well. I have cousins and my sister can sing very well. Um, uh, my mom, she passed away in 2018, but she was really good at rapping, although she didn't take it seriously. Um, and even my dad could rap. He took it very seriously. Things would have went a little bit different for him. He probably could have been a big time rapper. Um, but as far as making the big bucks, making the millions, I would say everybody else before me came short, but I want to be the one to leave a legacy behind, not only for myself and for my family, for the whole city of Baltimore and the whole state of Maryland, to make sure and build the economy up, at least build the economy up where I come from, and then try to build a greater economy to where I'm going. That's like
Wow.
my main.
Wow. All I can say is wow, Javonte, just listening to you. Man, you got too many talents. Too many talents, man, in one body, man. I'm impressed. You know, you are sounds like you're musical, you can dance and entertain, you can rap, you know, ESPN analyst, you know, news sports analyst, all that stuff, man. And sounds like you're using all that, man, just to be a blessing to others and to encourage other people to come up. And bro, I'm right there with you. I'm seeing that for you. I'm seeing those dreams come true for you. I'm seeing those you know, those millions of dollars, you know, coming your way, brother. Just continue with the trajectory you're on. So, man, I got a question for you. You know, you're multifaceted, you're talented, but if time was not an issue, if you had all the time in the world and you had all the money in the world, what would you do?
If I had all the time and the money in the world, I would try to build up community, build up low income communities and make sure they're able to have sustainable income. Because I will say there's a lot of people. I'm not saying what some people do is right, but a lot of wrong that people do, they feel like they have to do it just to survive. And I believe if they're put in a position a power or put in a position to uh have live comfortably, I don't think they would do the things that
Yeah,
that's just my
no, I totally hear that, bro. And I got a question for you. You know, that desire to help, low income communities do better. Where is that coming from? You know, what's driving that?
I'm from Baltimore. Uh I'm actually from West Baltimore. And the uh in the street that I come from is one of the most dangerous streets in one of the most dangerous cities in America. So that's where that comes from.
Wow, wow. So sounds like
And
you've lived that life.
yes,
You-
many people, many people, my age, group, especially, being born into that environment, they're either in jail or dead, uh, by age 20 25, and I'm about to beat that statistic in a
Wow,
couple of years.
wow. That's powerful. Javonte, I believe that one of the things that really defines us is sometimes the environment that we find ourselves in, and it takes a special mindset to break out of those environments. So, man, I really appreciate you for being on here today and just sharing your story with us and inspiring so many people. As a closing thought, if somebody wants to connect with you, where can they find you? Like on social media? Do you have any? Where can people connect with you?
Um, I would say, hmm, that's that's a good question. Right now I would say, you mean like to contact me or just like,
Get to contact you, or like if you're on social media, how can people find you? Like, are you on IG, Facebook, any of that? Or, and that's all right if.
oh, I have this is a account that I made a while ago. It was called Action Influence Radio Network. That would
Okay.
be on that would be on Instagram, uh I believe Instagram, TikTok, um and Facebook.
Okay.
Instagram,
Okay.
TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, like all the main platforms.
Social media platforms.
YouTube.
Wonderful, wonderful. Hey, Javonte, again, thank you so much for being on today for this edition of Smile-A-Thon and sharing your story. Again, bro, I believe in your dreams, and I look forward to just seeing, what God does in your life, man. So thank you so much again, and have a good rest of the night.
You too. I'm glad I joined.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Hey, everybody. It's been a pleasure just hosting this segment of Smile-A-Thon. Again, my name is Dr. Evans Kamuru. And next, I want to introduce our next host who's going to be taking it from here. And is it Lavada, England? Is that how you say it?
It is. Well, it's Levada, long A, but most of the time I go by Ms. England.
Okay.
Veda. And you say Veda for short now.
Okay, all right, I got you. I hear a little Jamaican, accent. Is that?
No, that's just me being, listen, it's late over here. So, you got to keep the party going because everyone could be slowing down. So we just keep it moving now. But no, I just, I just do that sometimes. It's not an accent.
Got you, got you. I was gonna say, man, I hear some Jamaican in there. But anyway, hey, Laveda, nice to meet you. And I'm gonna go ahead and pen off. Go ahead and take it from here.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm going to take it from here. Have a great evening. Evans, thank you so much. Uh, Jeff, are you going to be the first one up? How are you, sir? Great evening, great evening. Uh-oh, you're muted. Well, there you go. How are you?
Hey, how are you? I am blessed by the best. How are you?
I'm well. I'm well. I'm excited. I'm marvelous. Simply marvelous, darling. So, what time is it where you're at? And then we're going to go ahead and start because I want to make sure I give you all of your minutes.
I appreciate that. Vita or Veda?
Veda.
Veda. Yes,
Yes.
actually I hail from I'm out of Chicago. Central Standard Time, it is 10 o'clock or 10:02. So I like what you said earlier about keeping the party going. I'm all about that. And let's keep it rolling.
Let's go. Explain to people why you smile, sir. And I'll be right back with you.
Say it one more time.
I said, go ahead and
Well,
explain to the
listen,
people. No, explain to the people why you smile. And then I'm going to be right back with you.
Oh, I appreciate that. I smile for many reasons, but smiles are free. They come at no cost, and they're enlightening. They're powerful. They're influential. Sometimes you're smiling from within, but it's usually that smile, that external smile that you can give someone that actually can brighten their day. So I'm happy to be here on this platform, the Smile-A-Thon, and I know it's getting late. Not sure where you all are in terms of the audience, but it is 10 o'clock Central Standard Time. And it's just good to, be with everyone as we talk about this subject or this this theme, of smiling, because it does the body good. It does the body good. As for me, I am a healthy lifestyle specialist, award-winning author, and speaker, and I'm actually a varsity tennis coach. So for me, it's always about movement is medicine. Yes, movement is medicine. And, we all have our unique energy footprint. We all know that, that when you move, it is about movement. And with movement, sometimes comes joy. For me, it is about, um, giving that extra special attention to someone, whether it's through my health and wellness coaching or coaching on the tennis court one-on-one or group. It's about being able to provide those little tips and tactics and strategies to help someone go about their day. So for me, I like to add, that I, as a healthy lifestyle specialist, I empower and partner with people to transform any unhealthy choices and habits into an active and vibrant lifestyle. And I bring about smiles that way. And I use a different type of approach, a 3-tier approach as it relates to mindset, diet, and exercise. And we know those 3 are very key components, but I believe they are the 3 important recipes to the recipe of your soul. You should be smiling inside right about now, because it's very important. I believe you cannot have one without the other. It's about pieces of a puzzle. But I would like to tell you that I like to use health as an acronym. H is for healing. Whatever you're going through, you have to grow through it, because time heals wounds and it's a process in your journey. health and wellness is a journey. It's not a destination. The letter E is for energy. I said before, we all have our unique energy footprint, and energy is everything. And so you want to be in a space of positive energy. Like attracts like. And then A, yes, an attitude of gratitude. I am grateful to be here with you this evening. We want to wake up every morning and have this in mind as well as before we go to bed. You want to be appreciative of your Creator's favor and grace and mercy over your life. And then L, yes, love thyself because you are enough. Be unapologetic you. The letter T, that's for transformation. We are all evolving from the time we were born to the time we are now. We're always going through a transformation because it is a process. You never want to put the cart before the horse. You want to be patient and have trust. And see, transformation does require change, right? Turn the frown upside down. And because if you're not changing, you're idle. You want to also have, be able to change the conversation or the narrative that you're going through with yourself, and always be positive. Well, we're down to that final H. And that final H of the letter acronym health is happiness and the human connection. So when it comes to this, your truth and your joy, don't allow anyone to take that from you. And within that, you have health, the acronym health, and you have joy inside. So there you have it. It is about health, and it's about creating joy and happiness. And when you're at peace, know that you are centered, you're grounded, and that acronym can work for you. I also like to utilize I am affirmations. But you have to do that with intention and purpose. And I mentioned the letter A in terms of having an attitude of gratitude. Well, when you have some time before you start your day, when you have some time before you wind down for the evening, have some meditation, have some reflection, right? Don't let anyone steal your joy. Reflect on the day, how it can be better, because when you know better, you can do better. And when you have I like to go through the different letters of the alphabet, starting with A and maybe getting all the way down, right, to the letter Z. But, you got to have some intention with your affirmations. You have to believe. You have to believe because belief can also equal joy, and joy can equal smiles, whether it's inside or out. I know that we are here on this earth to love, to give, to serve, to add value to someone or something. And by doing that, sometimes just a smile can go a long way for somebody else. Okay, Lavita, you good? You coming back? You gonna come talk to me?
I'm coming, bro. Hey, I'm coming. Hold on. Let me get my video back on. So I've been on no excuses. I've been on my computer all day, and for some reason, it seems like the bottom of my computer just keeps heating up. I'm not sure if my computer is as happy as I am right now. Okay? Because it's just hot. So you have to go up there and close the tabs. We having so many tabs. So listen, health. I
Yes.
love the acronym. Did you let people know how to connect with you?
Oh, thank you for asking. People can connect with me by going to jeffcade360.com. That's JEFFCADE 360.com. That allows people to give me a personal text or a personal DM. They can connect with me on my social media handles and etc. And also allows you to formalize, building some rapport in terms of booking calls with me as well. I have some video content in there as it just relates to, speaking, coaching, and just allowing people to kind of, be fully transparent with what I'm doing. And I'm glad you mentioned that because I just got through doing a broadcast not too long ago where we were talking about health and mindfulness. And then recently, the U.S. Times did an article as it relates to what I like to call self-care. Self-care is the new healthcare. And then all that really revolves around, some of it is revolving around joy, right, and smiling, but it does reach out to or touch upon what people are doing now in terms of their health journey. I like to talk about people's health journey, health goals, etc.
Okay. All righty. So say it one more time, Jeff, and then because we're going to wrap it up so we can get to the next person, let them know how they can get in touch with you one more time.
Yes, thank you. People can connect with me at www.jeffcade360.com. JEFFCADE 360.com.
Beautiful. All right, Jeff, thank you so much. We're going to move forward. You have a great evening. Stay on
You too.
and
Thank you.
just look for the other ones, okay? All right. So it looks as if, okay, let me see. Which one, ladies? Is it Aisha or Dr. Beth?
DrBeth.com.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Beth. I'm about to hum along with you. Okay, because we get to the later hours, and so we want to make sure that people stay connected. We got to bring the liveness in it. So listen, Dr.
Let's go
Beth.
get the bounce. Let's get the bounce back in our
Okay.
chest.
Okay, don't bore bounce to the ounce. We talking about while we smiling, so that can make you smile too. Okay, so
That's
Dr. Beth,
right.
please tell the people why or what you do to make others smile.
I'm crazy. I'm crazy fun because if it ain't fun, it just don't get done. And I'm all about bringing the Dr. Bethisms. I've got the 10 keys to compassion to fall madly in love with what is. I bring the inner family zoo, which is your little baby inner 3-year-old, your super duper super 7-year-old, and your mamma jamma bodacious inner teenager. And then we always need a divine loving wise self to fill all these parts of us up. So the little precious 3-year-old is the part of you that just like goes through life and is just like, whoop, woo. And one time I was at a Starbucks and a little guy about 5 years old was walking through holding his mom hand and just dabbed me right in the side. And I was like, whoa, that is the inner 3-year-old. That's the part that's just full of love, full of spirit. And that's the part I never want to lose in my life. And then there's the bodacious teenager, which says the politically incorrect is not always on board with the super duper 7-year-old, which is supposed to keep it together and look good. So I bring in lots of playfulness. I call it profound playfulness. And so, how do we bring in the fun? So, I do this through my 10 keys to compassion. And in my 10 keys to compassion, C stands for falling madly in love with what is. O is own your stuff. If you're triggered, it's yours. So if you do anything, you are not doing it to me, you are doing it for me. So sometimes I'm known as and called the spin doctor. And that's one of the ways. Like, take anything, illness, anything that's not working, and I find ways that I turn it into a way where I get to have joy, love, compassion, and playfulness. Go for it. You got a question for me?
What I love was the spin doctor. Hold on now. Let me get on back in here.
Come on, bring it back. Bring it back.
The spin doctor. Let me say this. It is so important because some people are going to be listening to the Smile-A-Thon, right?
Yes.
And I think it's really important for them to understand that it took practice for us to get here.
Right.
It wasn't like just something we had to make
a
a
choice.
conscientious decision, a choice to want to be here because you know some people are just going through life because life happens, right? We can't stop
Right.
life from happening. But then they're gonna listen to this and like, how did she become that spin doctor? How did she go ahead and get that more bounce?
Get the
And
bounce in your step. Well,
get the bounce.
I've got a really good one for you. And how do
Yes.
you say it? Levada?
Yes.
Levada. Okay. So try this, Levada. Put your eyebrows really up high and make your eyes really big. Put your biggest smile you can, and then say, I am depressed. Come on, say it with me.
Okay,
Eyes
I'm
up
going to
high, biggest
you
smile.
know, I get ticklish. Okay, so hold on. Okay, here I go because
All right, come on, big as you can, biggest
Miss-
smile as possible, and then say, I am depressed. Oh, yes, I
uh-oh.
am. I am depressed. All
Uh-oh.
right. So,
You can't. I
so
thought your
when I
video
call it,
was disabled by the host.
what's that? Are we off? It says I'm still going, so somehow I'm still it's still happening here.
Yes, continue to go. Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. So did you get it? Levada, did you get it? I am depressed. I am depressed. So part of smiling is also like giving yourself permission to do a belly laugh. This is another good one. Ah! And just do that for a solid minute and see if you can also just see what happens with your energy level and what you do with it. So the body is one of the things. I used to do a dance party every morning at 8 o'clock, and in that dance party, one of the things that I would do is I wore bouncy boots and I played all the most uplifting positive meetings, like songs, like one of an "If I was you, I'd want to be me too. I'd want to be me too. I'd want to be me too." So part of it is being irreverent and playful and giving ourselves permission to go back to having some fun. So you got any more questions for me?
That's right. I love it. I love it. Let me see. Give me just a moment. Disabled by the host. Okay, you got to give me a minute. So they'll get my video together, but you can hear me talking, correct? Here I
I
go.
am great. I can
Okay,
hear you
awesome.
loud and clear.
I believe that the tools that you gave are so imperative because, again, we have individuals that are going to play this back, and and they're going to figure out how did you get to where. But you're right, we have to we have to allow ourselves to, it's kind of like just kind of be silly sometimes because life can become so overwhelming, and it may not make sense, but sometimes you just got to do the thing. You have to make yourself laugh. You have to give yourself the freedom to free yourself.
That's
And
spot on, girl. Spot on. If you want to be right about whatever you believe, whatever story you have, whatever belief you have about yourself, you get to be right. And so one of the things that I do anytime I go by a mirror, I say, "Damn, you're hot."
Okay.
I do you. And it's like, how do you make yourself laugh? How do you be silly? How do you be fun? Not take yourself so significantly. Not just
believe that.
seriously, but significantly. And
Yeah.
how can I bring the joy and bring the fun and break the pattern when I'm coming to somebody else? So anytime anybody asks me how you doing, I say, I am loving life. How about you?
That's it. Marvelous, darling. Marvelous.
The more
Let
I
the
love it,
people
the more
know.
I bring it.
That's it. And then now, Dr. Beth, let
Yes.
the people know how they can get in touch with you so they can learn how to smile and have a little bit more bounce to the ounce as they smile and laugh from the gut. How can they get
Yeah.
in touch with you?
All right. Well, the easiest way to find me is drbeth.com. And I'm also on Linktree at drbeth.com. And you can find me on all of my courses because I will be at drbethyou.com or Dr. Beth University. and I bring all the different aspects that are uncommon, common sense, that bring everybody back to joy, love, compassion, and playfulness.
I love it. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you for
Dr. Beth.
doing what you guys are doing. What a gift. I have a one thing I've brought. It's called the Double Dog Dare Challenge, and it's double dog daring people to shine. So whoever has put this whole thing together, let's play again and double dog dare people to shine.
Awesome. We're gonna get back with our big brother Ken. Ken is all the one that's connected us here. And I know I'm forgetting to ask people questions, but that's okay. I'm about to do it to my third person. So, Dr. Beth, enjoy your evening. We appreciate you. And
Thank you
keep
for
on
what you
smiling.
guys are doing. Mwah. Take great care.
Good evening.
Bye.
Rico, are you next,
Hey.
sir?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Awesome. Okay, I believe they were asking they were asking a question earlier about like people's background, but they didn't say background. They didn't say ethnicity neither. But where you from? You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
I
where
don't even know if
where
that's
am I
correct.
from? I'm from my mama.
Who your people?
So originally born and raised in Dallas, Texas. I was there for over 40 years. I just recently moved to Phoenix, Arizona, to get a fresh start. And I was visited here a few times. And even though it's blazing hot in the summer, it's better than the summers in Dallas. And the weather is starting to get so nice here, which is part of the reason why I chose Arizona. So that's where I'm from.
Okay, Rico. And so without further ado, I want you to go ahead and explain to the people why you smile and what do you do that makes others smile.
I heard somebody say once that if a good life is just stacking as many good days as possible, and it's like if you take your favorite moments of any given day, like what would that look like? And what I realized is that if every day I can just do something that's fulfilling and then eat good food with people that I like, every day would be a reason to smile. Every day would be a good day, and that is in line with a lot of things in my work experience as a coach. So what I do currently is I help people to do better in their relationships because your relationships can make or break your success and happiness in life. And we don't need a science experiment to prove that. I think we have all had relationships where we were like super happy and ones that made us less happy, and that proves it. Um, how I got into this though was through my coaching career as a fitness coach. I got into the career as a fitness coach because I wanted to lose weight, I wanted to feel better about myself, the common reasons anybody does. And then once I did, I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. I want to help other people to feel this amazing and hopefully not have to figure it out with as long a time as it took me to figure it out. And so I got into coaching fitness. And to my surprise, what I loved more than fitness was coaching. What was more impressive than somebody reaching their goal weight or whatever physical goal that they had, what was more impressive were the connections that were made there. And those lifelong connections, or even if they were just for a season, it's like you see these people all the time and you have a reason to smile because you know that these relationships are mutually beneficial to help us to succeed in life. So yeah, if I could just have those kind of relationships and eat good food with people that I like by building those relationships, and now I get the opportunity to help other people to develop those relationships and maybe weed out the ones that make them smile less. Like all of our lives are happier because of these qualities within our relationships. And so, man, it's so hard to express. And the fulfillment that comes from helping people in relationships, even more so than it used to be with fitness. With fitness, people would be excited for a moment for reaching those goals, but as you know, you can always slip back into old habits. But teaching people's communication skills and teaching people more things about about themselves, and then they come back and they say, Rico, what you mentored me on, or what you showed me, or what you demonstrated really helps. And I'll give you just a small example. I had a client um, who was always arguing with her girlfriend. And I came to her one day, or she came to me, and I said, maybe the next time you talk to your girlfriend, instead of just telling her how upset you are, maybe you can start a conversation this way. And she took that advice, and the very next day, she's like, "Oh my gosh, Rico, my girlfriend responded in such a completely different way. And if I had known this, we could have probably avoided so much fighting in our relationship when we clearly care about each other, but we just had this like communication problem." And so then they go off to having smiles and more date nights, and I smile because I was able to help them have a happier relationship, which translated to a happier life. And this is just really, really, really important to me because um, some of the relationships that I've ever had in my life has also been the source of the greatest pain. However, it was a real journey to not let those painful experiences take the smile away. And I know that not everybody's that lucky to always get out of that journey unscathed, or without being jaded, or without having trust issues. But I know one of the things that really helped me when I had some dark moments in certain relationships is remembering that those were the exceptions to the rule, right? While the relationships might at certain points in my life been the reason for really sad moments, the other reality was true, is that my greatest moments and my happiest moments were with people that I cared about, and they cared about me. And sometimes just by living an honest life to your purpose and communicating that well, sometimes you can be surprised at the relationships that develop. Not just the ones that you currently have, but your future ones. So, for example, I got asked to officiate two of my friends' weddings. And those are some of the greatest honors in my life. Those are moments that make you smile because you develop those kind of relationships and somebody thinks of you that way. I authored a book that is all about relationships, and to share that accomplishment with people just adds to the happiness. So that's
Okay,
why I'm
okay.
just really inspired for other people to feel the same way.
Awesome. Now, what is the title of your book and how can people connect with you?
The title of the book, The Power of Pact, P-A-C-T, in Attracting Authentic Relationships. You can get it wherever books are sold. Amazon's usually where most people go. You can also find me on my website, attractandimpact.com. But if you would like to message me directly, Coach Rico Armstrong on Instagram is where I live most of the time.
Coach Rico Armstrong, thank you so much for gracing us with your smiles and how you help others to smile. And I think one of the things that we're doing here, because individuals had given an acronym, and I think tonight's acronym that I'm going to give is we are all sharing moments in love and empowerment. That is my acronym for us tonight. And I thank you so much for being here. And let's see. I know I have someone else coming up, but just before you leave, just let people know how they connect with you one more time, and we're going to go ahead and move to Joy.
Absolutely. Coach Rico Armstrong on Instagram is the best way to reach me. Attractandimpact.com is the website.
Beautiful. I appreciate you. Enjoy your
Thank
evening.
you.
Joy, come on, Joy. Come on in here. Here we go. Sunshine. Yep. It's late, Joy, so we got to keep it
Says
moving. We have to
unmute.
keep it. We have to keep the vibe going. It's only 8:30 here, PST, but please tell us a little bit about you, a little bit about I think it is like, well, I say like, who's your people, right? A little bit of your background, a little bit of your culture, because this is International Smile-A-Thon,
Ah,
right?
nice.
So,
I love
yeah.
it. I love it.
So we're just going to
Yeah.
talk about how we come together. And then I want you to go into why you do what you do to make people smile.
Okay, wonderful, Lavada. Great to meet you here too. It's an honor to be invited and to be here. Well, let's see. I am a motivational trainer and speaker, like probably a whole lot of you out there in this audience, um, here to serve. And why I am here tonight and said yes to the invitation is because bringing happiness and smiles and that feeling of joy is really, really important to me. One, I was named Joy at birth, and I'm a twin, and um, I was a tiny little baby in an incubator for about 6 weeks. And my parents named me Joy because I had a twinkle in my eye back then, way back then. I think that's pretty cool. But joy is not just a feeling, is it? It's actually a frequency. And anyone that studied the map of consciousness with David Hawkins, the late David Hawkins, knows that on the map of consciousness, we have love, which is a very high, beautiful frequency, very powerful, especially here in this world of ours. And yet, joy, the frequency of joy is actually a little bit higher. We've got love at 500 hertz, and joy resonates at 540. And then we have peace, and then we have bliss and enlightenment. And joy is actually a very active state. It's not, it's when you think of joy, right? And when I think of joy, I just, there's a surge of energy that goes through me. And I've actually written a book about joy, and it's because why not, right? It's called I Am Joy and So Are You, and it's 19 authentic ways to elevate your natural happiness, because there are ways that we can actually increase our joy and tap into it. And that's what I want to share with you. So, why does this frequency or this feeling matter to me? Well, in my life and growing up, I said that I was a twin, and I still am a fraternal twin. And my twin, my beautiful twin sister, had a nervous breakdown when we were about 23. And she was my best friend, and I was completely devastated. And I was like, how do we figure out what is running us as human beings? What's going on in our minds and in our hearts? And I started my journey of self exploration and looking to find the tools and the way so that we could become free and stay free in our minds and our hearts. And that still is my mission today. I train people and teach them how to become free in their minds through NLP and hypnosis, timeline therapy, and all of that good stuff. However, joy is a feeling, is a way that we can actually increase and, let's say, overcome some of those lesser feelings and the depressions, the doubts and limiting beliefs and all of those things. So when you are in this world, and we're all in this world, aren't we? This is a really, really incredible world, and it can be really chaotic and challenging and sometimes full of crisis, right? So we have to learn how to tap into that inner reservoir within ourselves. And there are some simple ways to do that. And a lot of you might know these ways already. However, especially in this world that we're in, where sometimes life just doesn't make any sense or the world doesn't make any sense, it's up to us to choose joy, to choose that smile, which actually elevates our biochemistry in our body just by the simple act of smiling. So we can do things like, well, music, for instance. Everyone has their favorite music. Dancing, move your body, get out in nature, walk, sit in a park, sit by your plant in your house, have a cup of tea and call your loved ones, reach out to someone, keep connecting with others, right? And then also just the ways that you can bring joy to another person, a stranger, is just by smiling at them. And that's why we're here on this beautiful Smile-A-Thon show, is because smiling is so important. It has its own frequency. And we can turn that volume up by smiling at someone and really meaning it, really just meaning it, not because we're going to receive something back and not because someone else is watching us. It's because we're just giving from our heart, because each of us has had certain things that we have gone through, and we know what it's like to have someone else smile at us or reach a hand out. So it's so simple, by having gratitude, by having kindness, by doing simple things, not only for others, but for yourself. It has to start from here. You have to fill up your own cup, right? And then you have that overflow, because joy is your natural birthright. It really is. It's something that should be cultivated even in schools and in our places of worship, in our communities, in our networking, which is why this is such a beautiful platform here. Because when we recognize that this is so powerful, to be able to share our love, our joy, our peace, maybe even get to that enlightenment sometime, right? But we can just do it together. And that's why, as a human family, more than ever, it is time for us to extend that kindness and to cultivate joy. Because, guys, guess what? Things are going to happen in our lives. Things happen in our communities. Things happen to our loved ones, right? However, we can always choose joy and love and kindness, as well as our other feelings, which are very important too. We are human beings and we have all of those wonderful emotions. However, we get to really be able to choose that joy. And so, I just invite you to look at it as a birthright, to look at it as something that you get to choose how you want to experience joy and that kindness and that love, and then share it out. Share it out. Doesn't matter who's watching. Share it out to everyone in your world and watch what happens. It's like that flame of light and love, and of course, joy.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I love the reciprocation. Once we share it out, what happens?
Yeah. It ripples out. It's a ripple thing. It's like that rock thrown into the pond, right? And it ripples out in waves, and it's that frequency. Everything is energy, and we can choose what we want to send out. So let's send out the really powerful blasting ones, right?
Right.
Yeah, Lavana. Yeah.
And then it comes back to us. I know it's Veda. Veda. You ever
Oh,
seen that movie
sorry.
My Girl? It's okay. You ever seen My Girl?
Probably a long time ago with my daughter, Laveda. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an old movie.
Oh.
But the young lady in there, her name was Veda.
Oh, Veda is Sanskrit, Veda, for knowledge and wisdom.
Yes, yes, that is well. A lot of people don't know that. Yes, it is a Sanskrit term. Yeah, it sure is. Aveda. They always say Veda, Aveda. I love the fact that you refer to us as a human family. I think that's really important that we really understand that we are a human family and we are so connected. And it's really important that, when we walk past each other and we see each other, make that eye contact and just smile. You
Yeah.
know, uh, what made you like really decide to, or like what connected you to really just knowing like, hey, no, like we're really family. We're deeper, we're greater than what's right here on the surface.
Oh my goodness. So that's do we have a lot more time?
We have a couple of a few more minutes.
Well,
And once they give me the green light, we're gonna go. But honestly,
oh,
there's certain things that just kind of connect us. We, kind of make it short
yeah.
and but
Well, short and sweet is I do come from a family of clairvoyants on my mother's side that have been studied at the Monroe Institute, and so there's a part of us that have, and everyone has this, everybody has this, but we have this ability to see things, experience things that are not here on this in this realm, so to speak. And in fact, I'm constantly telling people the messages from their loved ones and things like that. Um, and it's so when we look at that, we're not, it comes down to what is a person's model of the world. And if we can expand it a little bit, I'm also an ordained minister for ceremony. And so it's obviously the fact that we're here, we're spiritual beings having an earthly experience, and therefore, what are we here to do? I mean, I think that that's the quest and the question that a lot of us ask, Veda. I would imagine, why am I here? I mean, it might not be every day, but what am I doing here? And how can I make a difference? And what is my way to serve in this world while I'm alive? Life goes by so quickly.
yeah, I believe we
Yeah.
all get to that point. Like, what
Yeah.
am I? And then some of us do, we get the answer and we just start walking in purpose. And then we
Yes.
discover our power. Nowadays a lot of people, say superpower. We discover our power.
Yes.
And once we
Yes.
do that, go ahead.
Yes, and once, like you're saying, once we do that, we come online. We come online with spirit, with God, with our I like to say our purpose and our porpoise. I like to keep it fun too.
You say
Yeah,
porpoise, I almost think of the dolphins. Okay, I know.
that's right. That's why I say that. Well, I live by the ocean, so yes.
Okay. Definitely. Yeah, it's important. All right, well, sharing with the young man Rico before you that for me, the acronym of smiling today is sharing moments in love and empowerment. And I
Mm,
believe that every one of us have been doing that today when we're expressing smile. I've heard a lot of
yes.
empowering and encouraging um, communication, storytelling, experiences, right? And those are really important because we're going to have individuals, again, I was sharing with Dr. Beth, we're going to have individuals looking at this and they're going to want to know, how did you arrive to where you're at? How did you decide to like smile? Because when life happens, it doesn't feel good. We don't want to smile. Tossing and turning, we're losing sleep. Okay. But at some point, we have conscientiously said, I am going to walk in joy, peace, smiling, loving,
Yeah.
not alleviating the other feelings though, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what are
Exactly.
what are one of the things that you do? Like, because sometimes you get upset, sometimes we get a little frazzled and dazzled. What is something that you do to bring you back to that smiling place though, and
Ah,
joy?
yeah. Thank you. That's really great question, Veda. First off is just like to take a deep breath. The breath will reset your nervous system, like boom. So, and when you're focused on your breath, this is in a lot of traditions. However, and military, and I work with people with PTSD and trauma, it is one of the fastest ways to reset your nervous system. And also, again, we want to acknowledge our feelings. And at the same time, also distract yourself with something else. Walk away from what it is that you're making up about something based on your programs. That's part of my gifts and passion in the world, is helping people with the programs. And then come back to it and then just say, is this mine? Is this really mine? Or what's the lesson here? I mean, there's always a gift in everything, as we know, right? There's a gift. Yeah.
Right. That's right. That's
And
good stuff.
one more thing. I love to play. When we can pretend or get back into that childlike part of ourselves, then we are instantly in that world of wonder, which brings joy and happiness and a state of bliss. It's that innocence. Get back into that play. I go skip along, go do something fun, dance. I blow bubbles. I love bubbles. I love to play. Go to a toy store and buy yourself a toy.
Yeah. Hey, wait. We talking about
Give
a toy
yourself
like
permission
Toys R
to play.
Us. We talking about Toys R Us store.
Or something,
or something. Okay, you
a
guys.
good
Okay.
toy, a fun toy, a creative toy, not all plasticky. Yeah.
Creative toy.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys. Listen, I'm kind of being facetious and an adult at the same time. Okay, we're talking about Toys R Us. We're talking about a toy like kickballs, Big Five, toy store.
Yeah, yeah. Big kids have big toys, whatever. Go get yourself some hiking gear, walking stick, whatever floats your boat. Go to a plant store. I mean, go buy some flowers, whatever it is. Yeah.
Definitely, definitely. We appreciate you. And
Oh,
I
this
see
was
our
so much.
let me see my sis, Dr. Smile, on here. They call her Auntie Roz. And she has something that she says where she says she appreciates love, and she has her own little thing that she says when she talks about
Oh,
smiling. Okay.
oh.
Um, Let me ask you this, because you had explained that you work with PTSD, and
Mm.
other clients. What is it that you do? Are you a counselor? Are you and
Yeah,
you use
I'm a counselor and coach, and more than ever now, I train people, I certify people in the mind arts, because a lot of the emotions start up here. So I teach people about what's running their lives, those programs, subconscious mind. I certify in hypnosis, NLP, which is used for everything therapeutic to professional. Everybody who's in marketing and writing and everything knows NLP. And so I certify people in that. And then also timeline therapy, which is brilliant. It is to help go through a person's timeline and get the gifts from the trauma that comes up. And it's really it's being used in wounded warrior programs, because it is a very effective and fast way to help with trauma. So I love that. And I'm a first responder, volunteer first responder in our town also. I like to serve, as you can see.
beautiful. We
Yeah.
appreciate you so much, Joy. And
Thank you.
so let me, Dr. Smile, Auntie Roz, she says, simply make intentional love encounters.
Ooh,
That's what smile means for her.
ooh, I love
Intentional.
that. Yeah,
And
I
that's
love
one of the things that we're talking about today, smiling. We're making our smiles intentional,
yes.
and when we can get to that place,
And make
our
it
world
spontaneous.
changes.
Make it spontaneous.
Spontaneous.
Just let it flow and go. That's
Yeah.
the child. You have to get it when you get children are like that.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
sure are.
yeah.
All my girls are grown now, but they definitely, I tell you, sometimes children just make you laugh out of the blue. You're like, what? So let me say this before we go, because I'm just kind of
Okay.
waiting for them to get life. So I have
Yeah.
2 granddaughters and a grandson, and I tell you, Some of
Uh,
that boy stuff starts at a very young age. Okay, I look at him sometimes. I'm like, and he just makes me. I say, you're just such a boy. Just such. It's like, what's going on with you, son?
Oh, I
know?
love that.
So yeah,
I love that.
it just tickles me. So
Yeah,
Joy, thank you. And
thank you.
you're a twin, but a fraternal twin.
Yes.
And let me ask you this.
Yes.
Who's older, you or your sister?
My sister by
Okay,
2
and
minutes.
I was gonna ask you because they will use it. They will use it. Hey, I'm 2 minutes older than you. Watch it.
So
They
now I can
use
say I'm the third child. Got an older brother too. Oh my
Oh,
gosh, it's too.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Beautiful.
So
Thank
should
you
I show
so
my book quickly? Should
You know what? Yes. Let's show your book.
does it show up
It
reversed or
does.
it's
Nope.
reversed?
I am Joy. I can't
And
see the.
so I
Go
am
ahead.
Joy, and so are you. Let's see.
I love that. Yep, yep, yep. You can see it even better now. So are you on Amazon or where can they purchase your
I
book?
am on Amazon with the Kindle version. I have the hard copies at home here. I have my Joy D. Willett website. I'm on social media, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, all those things. Um, and yeah, and if you need to find me also, Dr. Ken knows how to reach me.
Yeah,
But
so
yeah.
I would like
But I
for
would
you
love to
to
connect with everyone who's on on this show too. And I just invite everyone, watch these these vignettes of all of us speaking is going to lift your frequency just like that. I mean,
That's
I'm
right.
going to go back and watch these. I'm just
That's right.
having the best time. Yeah.
I
It's
want you to
contagious. Joy and smiling, it's contagious. So share it, overflow your joy. Yeah.
to uplift you. The best
Amen.
part of waking up is a smile on your face. How about that? Okay. I kind of
Yep.
okay. So anyway, I'm
It's
taking
true.
it somewhere else. But but what I would like for you to do, please, Joy, is tell the people how they can connect with you one more time, if it's through your name or just
Okay. Yeah.
yeah.
You can again find me on social media. However, my website is it's JOYD as in Diane Willett. So it's joydwillett.com, real simple. Same goes for Instagram, LinkedIn, and also Facebook. So that's pretty simple. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay.
I
Yay.
appreciate you. And in the
Thank you.
words again of Dr. Smile, Auntie Roz, simply make intentional love encounters and you
Ooh,
enjoy your evening.
thank you. You too, Veda. Bye-bye.
Now, let me say this. If they do not put someone else up here, Joy, we're going to probably be talking for a little while longer.
I am fine with that.
We're
I
going to
mean, it's just
a little while longer. And as I go through my personal summer, which is something that we all want to have, and no one talked to me a lot about it, but I'm having a personal summer right now. I'm going to
oh,
locate my fan.
now tell me more about what is a personal summer.
I refer to my menopausal symptoms as personal summers.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. So because you get the hot flashes and you get all warm and toasty, right?
You are correct. You'd be sitting down. Some women told me they didn't go through it, but I
You know,
say I've been around enough women that probably should have told me more about it before I got here. That's just my own opinion.
I didn't go through it.
Bless
I
you.
didn't go through it. And because my mother died when I was young, and I didn't have anyone to really talk to about that. And I talked to one of my friends again, who's very much into health and healing and the mind arts. I said, so, to my friend who was older than me, I said, well, what did you do? How did you go through it? And she said, I just told my body that we can just sail through it. And I said, kind of like that. Remember, I'm into the mind arts, right? And I work with the body through the mind. I said, that sounds like a really good deal. And I never got any of that, free from that, by the way. And I used to live in the mountains in Colorado, and I'd be like, oh, I'm so cold. I wish I could have one of those, hot flashes, but I never did. I never did. But I guess that's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. You're not missing. I don't think you're missing
I'm not
anything.
missing out.
Right. I think it's a very small percentage of women that actually have never experienced it. A
Yeah,
lot of
probably. Yeah. Yeah.
just
We're in that strange category, right? But anyways, yeah, so let's see. There was something that was going through my mind here. Oh yeah, I'm also on a TV show, an E360 TV show. I'm a host on Sundays. So if people want to, they can catch me on it's called The Fabulous Show. And it's on the E360 channel, and we're pop and entertainment, but we talk about a lot of deep, wonderful things, and we get into some super inspirational. And sometimes you need your Kleenex box for some of the episodes because we
Right.
get to the heart. We get to the heart. Yeah.
I like the fact that it's called The Fabulous Show, though. I'm gonna have to
The
write that.
Fabulous Show. Yeah. Yep.
That's something like I said, I had to pop my fingers. Okay. Okay, let me see here. We are doing something new. Oh, Auntie Ross said, I'm jealous. Joy did not have to experience. Okay, so listen, we are going to close out. Joy, thank you
Yeah,
so much for
you're
being a part
welcome.
of
This
our
such a
Smile-A-Thon. Our brother Ken has connected all of us fabulous people, and it looks like we're going to be connecting to a different link. And so I will see
wonderful.
you
Well,
in the
God
next.
bless you all and keep smiling. And you all are helping to heal this world and to keep it glowing and going. So God bless everyone.
God bless you. Let me see.